Ugh. Hello, everybody. Bloody good. How's everybody doing on this fantastic Sunday, everybody? No, there's not 1080p. I'm not getting into this shit again. No way that's the first thing you fucking type. It's 1440p, brother. Turn it on. It's higher quality. If it's not available in your country, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure out a solution for that. Anyways, it'll be 1080p on YouTube and 1440p on YouTube, but on Twitch, it's only 1440, 720 because they don't downscale. But it's a React day today. Hold up. It's React Day today. We got some regular Reacts as well as some philosophy Reacts. It's probably going to be a 4.5, 5 hour stream if I had to guess. I know it's a double back-to-back React Day, but it was because we actually did gaming on Friday instead of Reacts. But we got a bunch of gaming this week. Tomorrow we're going to be live at 3 EST. This whole week, or these next weekdays, we're going to be live at 3 EST because we're easing into our school year stream schedule, which will start the 25th, so next Monday. Then we'll be streaming 4:30 EST weekdays, 2 p.m. weekends. But this week, Monday, I'm going to be live at 3 doing VR for like 3.5 hours. Shorter stream, but all VR streams I do are usually shorter because you can't really run VR for 5 hours, if we're being real, right? And it's just more fun to run a bunch of VR games than end it rather than me spend 15 minutes dismantling the VR setup when I could just do that off stream. So tomorrow's probably going to be 3.5 hours of VR. Tuesday, we're going to be doing a random game day. We're going to try out the new Schedule 1 update. I still need to figure out what the fuck we need to do for that. But we're also probably going to be starting out with One Man's Trash. Maybe some other Roblox games you guys have sent me and some other Steam random games that you guys have sent that have just dropped. Wednesday, we're going to be doing horror games at 3. Thursday, I'm going to be doing Paddle Paddle with Sneeg at 3. And then we're going to be doing Bogo's Binted and Bogos Binted and the Peak update with the guys because Peak added cannibalism and a few other things. Fridays reacts at 3, and then Saturday I'm not live. Next charity stream's the 28th, so next Friday. Not this upcoming Friday, next Thursday, actually. Yeah, next Thursday, not this upcoming Friday. This upcoming, or next Thursday. And then September 7th, we're doing a big event with 988 for Suicide Prevention Awareness Day, which is the 14th. I'll be posting some awareness videos for that, but I won't be live that day because I'm doing a road trip vlog. Dookie for the sub, Shiny for the 3. I'm in your hometown in Rome, Italy. Lots of gelato and pizza, food, pasta. Florence tomorrow, 8 p.m. Really weird. Your Mafia family back home says hi. Oh, really? Dookie, John, and Dark for the sub, Fat for the 3. Hope you and everybody in chat had a great week. Keep doing what you do best, Joe. Thank you. Chunky for the sub, Bryce for the 1,000 buddies. I am and Yeshly for the sub. Cheesy, thank you for the 3. If I claim edible, can I pick the milligrams with the milli option? No. Hey, Joe, if I redeem edible, am I allowed to tell you how much to take? No. What? Everybody would just fucking tell me to, like, eat the whole bag. I'm not doing that. That would be insane. FS for the sub, Sketty for the 3. Last night, I canceled all my subscriptions. You should be proud my sub to you and Zeus are the only ones I kept. Really? Sai for the 3. General charges spam 6-7. What? Sticky for the sub. Doxy for the 3. When's the next merch drop? Next Friday. But it's not really okay, it's a merch drop, but it's basically a re-release of the most popular merch that I've previously done in different colors, as well as some base colors that we've already had. Like, we have, like, blue and other stuff. I could show you guys it. I'll show you guys it next week. But the next real, like, new merch drop is Carpe Diem in November. Moibus BBC for the sub. Grilled as a Clay, Nash for the 3. Just sneeze. Than, Claven, Noel, Carrie, Cypher, Joshy, TB, Sept, Vest, Bomb for the sub. R-Wing for the 3. The Under, Lost, Sleaze, Johnny, Bridgie, Titan, Connor, Shadow, Big in a random symbol for the sub. Shadow for the 3. You need a PS5 Pro to play GTA 6. Do you have one? What is is this a PS5 Pro? What is that? What is that? Just a regular PS5? What's a PS5 Pro? Disc edition? I'll buy, brother. I'm not worried about playing GTA 6. I'm telling you right now, I'm buying the most expensive version of GTA 6, buddy. I'm gonna splurge on that fucking game. I can tell you that right now. Right? I'm gonna get a looped bundle shark card when multiplayer comes out. I have no worry on that, brother. I will buy a whole new console to play GTA 6. I will seriously buy if I can't play GTA 6 on that, I will buy whatever I need to play GTA 6. I do think it's stupid that it's not on PC, but I will in whatever I need to buy. What is a PS5 Pro? Why do I need that? You can't play GTA 6 on a regular PS5? Are you serious? Anson O for the sub, Leo for the sub, Snipe TB, Little, That, and Fat for the sub, AVC and Big for the sub, Buffalo for the sub, Crazy for the sub, and for the 3. How much would you be willing to play GTA 6? Pay to get GTA 6 a week early? Oh, fuck. How much would I pay to get GTA 6 a week early? Bro, so much money. If there was no embargo and I was allowed to play it before anybody else, like on stream, oh my God, bro, like 10 grand. If I was the only person that had GTA 6, oh my God. That, like, dude, you could be, that would be like the biggest way to get big on Twitch. If you were the first to have GTA 6, no embargo, and you were the only guy that could stream the game, like, bro, you could be a one viewer Andy and instantly everybody would watch you. 10 grand? Bro, you know, if you were, chat, you're the only person with GTA 6. You could start a Twitch career in that 1 week. You'd be like, yeah, let me just farm the shit out of this. Farm the shit. Actually, no, this is what you would need to do. I'm so serious, chat. For me, it's different because I already do Twitch. If you ever somehow got GTA 6 a week early, no embargo, buy a Twitch affiliate account and just spam ads. And just spam. Play GTA 6, but run like 5-minute mid-rolls every 10 minutes. Like I'm watching a fucking like Kai Cenat stream. Just fucking rip ads. Just nonstop. Oh my God, you would make your money back. You would make your money because you would have fucking, dude, if you were the only person with GTA 6, you're going to have like 100,000 viewers. You're going to have more viewers than anybody on Twitch. TBG for the sub. Ducks General for the sub. Wilder, thank you for the 10 gifted. Rich Parker, Icy and Fugitive for the sub. I hate for the 3. My favorite streamer right now. Thank you, shout out for the 3. You can play GTA 6 on PS5 regular, but you can only play it in 30 FPS. I can only play GTA 6 in 30 FPS on that. Your mic's low? No, it's not. That's a lie. Really? Apollo for the sub, totally for the 3. I came home, my aunt overdosed. I was shaking, didn't know what to do, called the police, questioned me, I have some counseling, I think. I could have stopped shaking, don't know what to do, called 988 because I can't get an ambulance. Anytime I go to the house, people don't even look at me anymore. I'm the last person in my family. What do you mean people don't look at you anymore? They don't know you. What? And I'm sorry you're going through that, man. That's fucking terrible. Please get mental health counseling, dude. I hope you're all right. Crazy for the sub. Ace for the sub, Banana for the 3. Next grounded stream when? Sneak just hit me up about that, and he's like, yo, I know you're busy. We need to play Grounded every week. And I said, can't do that, boss. I said, I love Sneak. I wish I could. Chat, I feasibly can't play. There are too many games for me to play. I'm not going to play Grounded for 6 hours a day once a week. That's going to take up a full stream of just Grounded. It won't go on the YouTube channel, and the entire time my chat's going to be like, why are you playing Grounded? Why are you playing Grounded? Dookie, thank you for the 5. Johnny, thank you for the 10. Gifted to PB for the 3. I've donated a bit. When are you going to do Roblox? You should do Build a Boat Fun game. Send it to the game session 10. Yo, Ace, Johnny, and Benny for the sub. Colt, Zav, Zebra for the sub. If you have any videos about games you had to play, videos, just shop games, just shop, it's fun, videos, the last games I played. Lost, thank you for the 5. Gifted Cheese for the 3. I'd only do like 500 milligrams. I would die on stream. Multi and Tully for the sub. Milf for the sub. Biggie and BB for the sub. Redstone and Slimmy for the sub. Borg, thank you for the 1,000 bennies. I'm 2 years old, addicted to pot. Yeah, how would you even be typing? Morbius for the sub, Chunky for the sub, Fat for the 3. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Dark and Jane for the sub, Dookie for the sub, Snivy, thank you for the 3. Johnny for the 3, Psycho, thank you for the 3. Took 150 Benadryl last night, vomited everywhere. I guess I'm happy it didn't work. Psycho, you literally just said you were getting mental health help, and now you're saying you're trying to overdose again. Psycho, please get mental health help, man. I can't keep repeating this to you every single time. It's going to be a cyclical process if you're just going to constantly keep trying to commit suicide, man. I'm serious. You need to get help. Suicide's not the answer to your problems. No bullshit. Like, I know you're sending bits and you're telling me this. I don't know what you want me to tell you outside of that's fucking terrible, dude. Like, please get help. Like, I'm not trying to get mad at you, but, like, go get help, right? You just told me the other day about how I helped you and that how you were going to try and get help, and then you're saying this. Please, man. For your own good, you need to get help. Johnny for the 3. Doll for the 3. Have you ever heard about a philosophical zombie? I actually mentioned that in the Sonder video I'm going to post on Tuesday. We could talk about it in this philosophy segment too, though. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. Bring it up as well near the, if you're here at the end of the stream, but we'll talk about it more. Redstone, thank you for the 10 gifted. Cake for the subclone for the 3. Trying to get an editing business. You know if I'd be able to get how I would be able to get clients? Email people. Email smaller Twitch streamers, YouTubers that have the capacity to pay people but might need a new editor. Say you'd edit a video for free to see if they like it, and then just see what they would pay after that. TNT for the sub. That's how I got most of my editors. Now I don't need now new editors I get. It's just when I have an old editor that doesn't want to edit anymore, I just get them to recommend someone. But when I started, I got new editors from just people applying that watched me. Borg for the 3. Consider TikTok committee for the sub. Crazy for the 8. You think before I throw on before bed. Casual for the 3. Watching the VODs, eating popcorn. Coworker came in, instantly recognized you. Now we're friends over your stuff. That's awesome. Johnny for the sub. M for the 3. I'll watch you as soon as I got out of the hospital for suicidal ideation. You keep me going. Well, I hope that you're okay. I'm sorry that you had to go to the hospital, but I hope you're all right. Minnie and Johnny for the sub. All right. Chat, run down to the videos that we have today. Starting out, well, I don't know if we're going to watch this video first. These are the videos we're watching, okay? I survived the world's heaviest people's diet for 7 days. I haven't watched an Eric the Electric video in forever, but he's basically beard meets food, but he just eats like 50,000 calories in a day. We saw this. Oh, really? It came out 7 days ago. I survived the world's heaviest people's diet for 7 days. The most painful prison... I haven't watched Eric the Electric in 6 months, so how the fuck would I have seen this video? The most painful... It's just a long-ass video, so we're probably going to have to skip around a bit. The most painful prison deaths ever. This is literally a talking app video. We watched one of them yesterday. Most ungrateful kid, Poncho. It's about a guy on Dr. Phil. Discussing new age health trends, Papa Me. And then we have 2 philosophy videos. The 6 stages of consciousness. Only one leads to freedom. And the paradox of being a good person. George Orwell's Warning to the World. If you have any videos you want to watch games you had to play, as I said, video, search games, search Synth for the 3. You've been live for 24 hours. No, I have not. Irish for the sub. Too Hot and Red for the sub. Resi, thank you for the 1,000 videos. Really going through a breakup. A girlfriend of 3 years. Broke up with her not even a week ago for the void that I've left. I did the stuff with a girl that I shouldn't have. I'm realizing what I did, and I did want to come back to her, but I won't be able to happen. I screwed her up. She can't forgive me, and I don't know what to do to forgive myself. The only way I can think, the only way I think I can is by turning to God, but I just want to hear your advice. You don't want my opinion on turning to God. You don't... I'm not the guy to come to for that. Being just flat out. You read it too fast. They're saying they went through a breakup of somebody they were dating for 3 years, and they got with another girl as a rebound, and they feel bad about it. And there's nothing you can do, man. You can't change the past. You only can move in the future and become a better person overall. That's about it. Obviously, I don't think religion needs to be involved in that sense, but if you want to become religious, become religious. That's entirely up to you. But, you know, I think generally speaking, you can't change what you've done in the past, good or bad. The only thing you can do is be a better person in the future, regardless of what it is, right? Realizing what I did, and I want to come back, but it won't happen because I screwed up. Did you break up with her? She broke up with you. I broke up with her, and not even a week later, I got with a girl to fill the void that I've left. Brother, I mean, you broke up with her. You had a reason to break up with her, probably because you wanted to be with other people. You might have realized that was a bad decision, but, I mean, you made that decision. If you do try to get back together with her, the only thing that I would say is you should probably mention, yeah, you got with somebody else in the meantime. Outside of that, man, it might be time to move on. I don't really know what else I could tell you. Red for the sub. I'm literally for the 3. First time donating bets. I would say thanks for everything you do. Jake, thank you for the 4. Starting streaming. Don't know how to start. Can you help, please? Oh, my God. I'm sorry. Every time somebody says I'm starting streaming, can you help? Most generic, broad advice. There's a million fucking things that you need to do to get big on Twitch. You need a setup. You need to figure out how to minimally edit before you can pay for an editor. You're going to need to post on YouTube. You're going to need to come up with unique video ideas. You're going to have to post on TikTok. You're going to have to show your personality. You're going to have to do shorts and reels. And you're going to have to transfer your audience over to Twitch. You're going to have to trial and error everything. That's all it is. Trial and error, trial and error, trial and error, trial and error. You're going to fail 5,000 times. And then you're going to succeed. And then maybe it'll fucking, spark up from there. That's about all you could do. XT and Gun for the sub. I'm just for the sub. Sometimes for the 3. I have gossip for you. Crazy for the 3. What's your most expensive piece of clothing? You should paint your walls a different color. No, for the sub. I love for the sub, and I don't know. I've told you a couple times I talked to guys, but none of them work out. Well, I got greatest news you'll ever hear. I'm currently friends with this dude who's buff as fuck. I mean, Greek goddess status, and he knows you. So from then on, I start calling him my husband. I think you rush into relationships too fast sometimes on Maya, and I don't even know you. But from the 4 times that you've explained things to me, I think you get attached to people very quickly. And that's not, and I don't want you to take offense by that. But I think if you are already calling them your husband and you've just met them, that's probably not good. I'm gonna tell you what I think, right? Like, they might be the one, but like, you're calling them your husband. Are you dating? Or are you dating, or are you dating? You know what I mean? Like, you going on dates, or are you boyfriend, girlfriend? The monkey, I love, and only for the sub. Crazy for the 3. I already read that. Nico, Eric, and Cersei for the 5 gifted. Hopefully, thank you for the 3. Or else it's super philosophical, just about his books. They're against totalitarianism. They don't really dive super deep. Well, the video itself, I think, is more philosophical. It's a Pursuit of Wonder video. We watched a few of them before, but we could also replace that one. The consciousness one, I definitely want to watch, though, but we could replace the Orwell one. Corruption for the sub. Nico for the sub. Smog for the sex. Praying to college, going for teaching with a minor in philosophy. Do you have anything to help in philosophy get a little bit before I started school? I don't know, man. It's really just reading the things that they want you to read. There's nothing that you can really prepare for it because all philosophers write in different ways and say different things. 9 ball for the 3. Just got saved. Hope you have a blessed day. Jesus loves you. Platinum, thank you for the 3. Youngest 3 siblings. Mom's really cynical since my siblings are married, spend time with their lives. I'm the only one at home. My family used to be really close, but it's not. I try to have to remedy things, struggling with burdens. I love my family. Any advice? I don't really know, man. That's a very deep family-based problem. I can't really help you there. I know you guys come to me for advice for everything, but there's some chatters that ask me really, like, in-depth advice, and if it's, like, a family dynamic issue, I don't really know what I could tell you. Insidious Disciple, It's Lunar, Mosquito for the sub, 9 ball for the 3, Danny for the 3. Do you watch football? Yeah, Eagles. I'm just for the 3. Can you say hi, Tati and Nate? Hello. Corruption for the sub. Hopeful for the sub. All right, we got to lock in. Sorry. Chat. I always ask this. It gets a little hectic at the start. Refrain from sending bits for a little bit. I will spam through them because we need to get to the videos today. We're 20 minutes into stream, and we haven't even started a video. We need to get to the videos. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the donos. I want to keep reading them, but the reason I say refrain is because I don't want to not read them. I don't like when streamers don't read donos because I think that's a little rude. I want to read the donos, but please refrain. Colster, thank you for the sex. Just spent 6 hours from working to get 5 pounds. Here you go. Lancer for the sub, Leo for the 3. Do female streamers ever get a majority male audience? Like Cinna has a lot of male watchers. Yeah. Spicy, thank you for the 5. The majority of viewers on Twitch are male. But it depends on the audience, right? Like, men that are more popular for being specifically attractive versus entertaining, or if they're competitive gamers, they're going to have a way higher male audience versus female. Women streamers will have a lot more female viewers, but also a lot of male viewers. It really depends what content you make. Husker for the sub. Spicy, thank you for the 5. Best friend passed 2 months ago. I'm sorry to hear that, man. We talked every day for 10 years. Your streams and videos filled the void. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, man. Husker for the sub. All right, lock in, chat. Do we want to start with this Eric the Electric video? We're all women? No. If on my own analytics, well, this is what you guys put on your account. Around like 68 to 72% of my audience is male, and 20 to like 25. It depends. Like YouTube, it's a little higher actually. It's like 70-30 or like 65-35. But like you also have to take into the margin of like 5 to 8% of like either non-binary or just they never answered when they made their YouTube account. Cool, sad, and Husker for the sub. You can do a poll on that, mods. Like man, woman, non-binary / other. Sad for the sub, cool for the sub. But yeah, no, I have women viewers, but I have less women viewers. I have more women viewers than a lot of streamers, but I have less women viewers than a lot of streamers. Like, I have more women than like Agent Zero, but less women than like KDB or like QD Cinderella or other male streamers. Like Hassan probably has a lot higher female to male ratio. It really varies. Hold up. Okay. Binder, Anon, sad and cool for the sub. Okay. I survived the world's heaviest people's diet for 7 days. Shane for the sub. 76% man, 22% woman, 1% non-binary, 1% other currently. It also varies by day. Seriously. Like, I might have more male viewers on, like, specific game days or things that are generally more male-based. Like, React days, it's kind of up in the air, right? But if it's, like, I don't know, like, what's a game where, like, more men would tune in than women? Like, if I'm playing, like, fucking Ready or Not. Like, if I'm playing, like, Battlefield, I'm more likely to have, and that's not even, like, stereotyping. I'm just saying, like, that's the demographic of the people that play those games. Like, if I'm playing horror games, it's probably going to be I would actually say maybe a higher percentage of women than like React days. Yeah, like Mafia's it's a story game, so it really depends. Colster for the sub, good, and Cage for the sub, Nick and Chain for the sub. Rocket League, I haven't played Rocket League in fucking forever. All right, lock in. I survived the world's heaviest people's diet for 7 days. We watched one of his videos where he ate, like, the world's he's dead now, but the world's heaviest man's diet for a day, but now he's doing 7 world's heaviest people's diets. So he's eating 7 different people's diets 7 days in a row. He's gonna die.
For the next 7 days, I'm attempting to finish the diets of the world's heaviest people.
Dude, I always say they pick the least flattering angles, bro. They literally go, how do we make this woman look as fat as possible? In TLC. How do we make this person look, where do they have the most rolls? Let's just go, let's get an up angle shot of their fucking neck and the roll on their thigh right there. Oh my God. It's marketing? Yeah, dude, but have you ever watched My 600-Pound Life? It's fucking insane.
People. Starting with Barry Austin, who ate a stag
920 pounds. I feel like he's not 920 in this photo, though, right? I feel like looking at this, he probably looks like he's like 550.
Bring 26,000 calories per day. I'm hungry now, but by the end of this week,
I don't even know if I could eat what he has in his hands in a day.
Feeling I won't be.
Oh my. Bro, that is a whole turkey. Does he have to eat that is a whole turkey and 2 things of ham. Bro, nobody eats this. You think that, I feel like people that are really fat, like morbidly obese, yeah, they have big stomachs, but a lot of it's just calorically dense foods. There's no way they're just eating an entire turkey, 3 chickens, and 2 hams in a sitting.
Rule number 1, I have to finish each person's diet before I can move on to the next one. Rule number 2, I can't control whose diet I'm eating next. If you're wondering who is controlling it, you'll find out shortly. Rule number 3.
Oh my God, if it's his audience, that'd be terrible. Or like a fucking wind spiel.
3.
Wind spiel. Spin of the wheel.
Gain a minimum of 33 pounds this week. Yep.
That's a requirement. He has to gain 33 pounds in a week. Dude, that's actually disgusting levels of bulking. People will spend months trying to gain 10 pounds in muscle. 33 pounds, I mean, mainly that's fat, but...
I'm going all in, and my stomach is about to hate me.
Kicking off with the first part of Barry's breakfast, I'm eating 10 eggs and a full...
4 liters of Coke for breakfast. Oh, Yo, I just gotta say, if you're drinking soda for breakfast, that's immediately a red flag, okay? Regardless of whether or not you're obese, if you are waking up and you're cracking open like a fucking Dr. Pepper, that's a problem.
Loaf of toast. Obviously, it was tasting great, but what I didn't know was that this delicious carbonated...
Am I crazy or does that bacon look dead raw? That shit does not look cooked.
Tasting great, but what...
Bro, that shit looks like it was put in the microwave for like 10 seconds.
What I didn't know was that this delicious carbonated drink was going to be the bane of my existence. Because Barry drank 12 liters of Coke per day. If the food itself wasn't a tough enough challenge already...
33 cans of Coke in a day. I think that alone is a challenge. You know? Don't you think that would be I feel like I would fall asleep. That's enough sugar to make me pass out.
This was going to be the icing on the cake. Or should I say the syrup on the hash brown. After finishing...
That's already what people eat in a day. He hasn't even finished breakfast. He's already at what most people would consume less than this in a day.
Half the platter, I'd already made it to my second 2-liter. But this was only the beginning.
It's like I'm painting a picture of...
God, you can't pivot to diet. Do you think that would make it any better? I feel like the carbonation would be worse.
Sugary mapley deliciousness. Somebody
redeemed headset that. Fumble for the sub, TJ for the 5. When we're on the topic of gender, how many femboys are in chat asking for somebody else? If I had to guess, there's probably 10 to 20 femboys in chat. Fuzzy and Fumble for the sub. Dolo, Lasagna, and Jackson for the sub. Gabe for the 3. Kid Cudi dropping a whole album in 4 days. I'm hyped. Bacon and Robin for the sub. Scowling for the 3. Everybody be happy you can walk because I broke my knee a couple days ago. Suffering, can't go to the gym right now. Might not be able to go to Universal in a month. Dude, I hope you recover quickly. Shmoney for the 5. Play Life is Strange. You won't regret it. Maybe one day. Reality for the 3. I do have that game on my wish list. I actually think I bought it. Thank you for people that don't you don't treat Twitch like a daycare. You're out here gaming, vibing, not collecting Pokemon cards with birth certificates. Respect. Pilgrim and Colster for the sub. Good morning, Keeb for the sub. Nick for the sub. Peter for the 2 subs or 3 subs. Ionic and Fuzzy for the sub. Sorry, I spammed through those.
Call me Pablo Picasso, baby.
After finishing off the last of the bacon and the sausage, I took down the rest of the hash browns and the bread. Oh, and the last of the Coke. Well, for this meal at least.
That was Barry Austin's breakfast, and it's only gonna get crazier.
Since Barry was Britain's heaviest man, I had to run over to the local pub to get the next meal for the challenge.
Love fish and chips.
Do you think he actually did this 7 days back to back? I don't understand how this would be possible. Because most competitive eaters allot calorie count for a given week instead of day. They don't do day-to-day calorie counts. They go, I can consume this many calories in a week. Maybe Eric does it in a month. But even then, like, after he finishes this, there's no way he could wake up the next day and consume another, like, 700-800 pound man's diet in a day. Like, do you think he's throwing up?
I started off with the fries, or
I would have to.
Chips as they're called in the UK, along with my...
He completes the Iron Man? Bro, that doesn't mean that he could eat fucking 40,000 calories in 2 days.
Next 2-liter of Coke. So far, the meal was off to a pretty good start. But I decided it was time to bring a little bit more flavor to the party.
I know what kind of sauce is.
Like, I would be getting the worst meat sweats of my life. Have you ever gotten that? Meat sweats or just food sweats in general? Where it's like your stomach, you're really bloated, you start sweating, and you kind of feel like you're oozing is the best way that I could describe it. You feel like, like you're just in a hot car, just,
But I'm gonna find out. It's ranch. It's good ranch.
So far, things were going great. Well, for now at least.
All right, fish and chips number 1 is down. I'll pick that up later.
I got back to work and started on the next order of fish and chips.
I dedicate this meal to all my British subscribers.
How is he drinking this much Coke? Like, how is he consuming this much Coca-Cola? 33 liters, or 33 cans, 12 liters.
A few minutes later, meal 2 was complete.
Fish and chips number 2 is complete. I am kind of coked out right now. I feel like that's probably not the most family-friendly thing to say on this channel, but you know what I mean. I have a second 2-liter in here that I was supposed to finish, so I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with that.
For the next few minutes, I chugged this Coke like I was trying to set a record for fastest time to destroy a pancreas.
Number 4.
And
bro, like, what if he got a kidney stone mid-video? Like, that's all I'm thinking about right now is like something in his organs just fail. Like, right, like, he's just like, oh, he's like, I gotta go piss real quick. Oh, that hurts.
That's when things turned in a different direction.
Oh man.
Bro, Joe, what? If you drink a lot of soda, that increases your chance of having kidney stones. Same thing with tea, same thing with fucking coffee. Like, there's a lot of, like, most things, if he's chugging 12 liters of Coke, he could just, like, straight up spawn a kidney stone.
I have had way too much caffeine and sugar today.
After recovering from my
Oh my God, I forgot Coke has caffeine. It's so little, though, right? How much caffeine is in a can of Coke? 34 milligrams. 34 times 33. He needs to consume 1,100 milligrams of caffeine in a day. And then, you know, probably like 2,000 grams of sugar more.
sugar crash, it was time for the final part of Barry's diet. For this, I headed over to this fire Indian spot for the next meal.
To put it in perspective, like a Red Bull's 140 milligrams of caffeine. So he'd be having like 8 Red Bulls. Or 9 Red Bulls.
Well, everyone, it's almost 7 o'clock, so you know what that means. Dinner time.
As I got to 2 liter number 5 for the day, there was only one thought on my mind.
I hate you so much right now. Ooh, can we get a little ASMR action?
Even though I was ridiculously full at this point, this curry was so delicious that my fullness almost didn't even matter.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is some tasty curry.
But regardless of how
oh my
good
God, the fucking shit, dude. The fucking poo. He's gonna have a Randy Marsh shit from South Park, bro. You're eating 9 orders of curry, and it's just stacking on top of everything else. Like, the bathroom... Bro, all he's probably doing is pooping and eating.
food is, flavor fatigue is always bound to set
Oh
in.
my God. What is the name of this fucking guy that ate like this? Kenneth Brumley? Oh, no, that's a different dude. Bro, what do you think this guy's fucking shits were like? If he couldn't walk either, imagine being this heavy and, like, pooping in a bedpan. Bro, it'd fill it.
And eventually. Which I was reminded of only a few bites later. With only 4 plates left, I decided it was time to strategize. So I started making myself a little curry burrito. There's probably a formal name for this, but all I knew was that this tasted delicious. As I finished this plate, I felt like I was more curry than human. But with the finish line in sight, the last thing I could do was stop now.
How far do you think you could get into this in a day, chat? If you're not doing all 7 days, you're just doing 1.
I'm so over curry right now. I gotta say, this is some tasty curry.
As I stuffed the last curry burrito
1 plate? I think I could do the breakfast. I think I could do the breakfast and the lunch by the end of the day. But that'd be it.
in my mouth, I'd finally
Maybe 1 plate of curry.
made it to the end. Well, almost.
The worst part about today was definitely the Coke.
Little did I know the Coke was going to be nothing compared to what I was.
Yo, I would love to see Eric the Maybe he's done this, so don't quote me. You know this? I've been saying I wanted to do this. The streamer challenge where you take 4 guys and you just go drive-through to drive-through and you go, I'll have what the person in front of me ordered, and you just see how many you can get to. If you put like Eric the Electric, Beard Meats Food, Furious Pete, and like another competitive eater, I feel like they'd get like 60 restaurants. I think they would have to like hit the dumpster up with the amount of trash they'd have. Doug did it. I know Doug did it, but did anybody do the Doug challenge with like a competitive eater?
Gonna face this week.
He could he's like literally a #1 draft pick. He can eat more food than like 10 people combined. Furious Pete, what did somebody say? Holy callback. Yeah, dude, I remember when I was like 12 and Furious Pete made a video about how he had to get one of his nuts chopped off because he had testicular cancer.
I have half of one
I was like, wow. Does he still make videos?
left still, but right now the last thing I want to do is even think about it. Why couldn't this have been done?
I forgot about that. That's what I'm saying, dude. That was like the first time I was ever like, wait, what? You could get your nuts chopped off for that?
Coke?
After finishing diet number 1, it was time for my first weigh-in.
He's starting to get those red ankles.
for my first weigh-in.
This is a problem. Blood's rushing to his feet.
Jeez, that was a lot of calories today. Hopefully whatever's up next won't be anything too crazy.
Obviously, Barry's diet left me feeling pretty full, but the next one on the list was gonna wound me. Literally.
I mean, bro, that person was literally naked, but it, like, there was nothing showing.
This is gonna be impossible.
And it all started with this binder. Let me explain. A few weeks ago, I got this text from my old friend Ricky. Ricky and I were best friends in high school, but it had been a few years since we last spoke. Ricky ended up coming over a few days later, and things seemed pretty normal, until he hit me with this.
Eric, you know you didn't actually eat the world's heaviest man's diet, right?
A few years ago, I ate what I thought was the world's heaviest man's
That was the video that we watched.
daily diet. But what Ricky was about to put in front of me
Well, Eric, I got a real challenge for you then, and it's all in here.
was gonna prove that he was right. Ricky's always been the kind of friend that's kept me on my toes with everything I do. Like, if I said I climb Mount Everest, he'd tell me I missed a step. So of course, he tells me he found 5 more people with even crazier diets than the world's heaviest man.
You gotta finish all of these in a week, and that's the real challenge.
Dude, come on, man. Are you for real right now?
Come on, bro. I thought you were the world's hungriest man.
As soon as he said that, I instantly realized he was right.
Fine, I will do it. And I know I'm gonna do it too, because if I can't, I'll take World's Hungriest Man out of my IG bio.
But I was about to find out that
I don't know if those stakes are that high. That's just a bio removal.
finishing Ricky's challenge was gonna be
Bro, who the fuck redeemed edible? Was it that motherfucker that was trying to say they could pick how many fucking milligrams? Oh, no, it wasn't. Can I sip on a, yo, hold up. I'm actually too lazy to go grab the edible, so I'm going to ask them if this is okay. Can I drink this? I'm not going to chug it, but I'll sip on it. Why is it not focusing? It's a THC drink. Oh my, thank you for the tier 2. I got to ask Bronze. Vel, Andy, and Cree for the sub 4. Thank you for the 3. Would you play a game called Beetle Ball in the future? Not many people know about it, but it would be fun. Send it in the game session tab. Astrio and Hank for the sub, maybe. Broyo and Jay for the sub, Max for the 3. Got a male regal jumping spider. Suck at naming things. Watch you for 3 years. You can name him. He's black, blue, and they're cute as shit. It's a jumping spider. What should somebody name their jumping spider? Oh, that is cute. I don't, like, I never know with insects if you want to go for, like, bug, what, do you go for, like, pet names or Bluey? I feel like that's a little basic. Fiddledinks. Reginald. Reginald the Spider. I don't know. Something, a funny name. Bubbly for the 5. You said it's a red flag to drink a Dr. Pepper. I was sipping a Dr. Pepper, eating my bacon, egg, and cheese. Ghostly for the sub. Well, dude, it's also like 3 p.m., so you're technically eating like brunch. King for the 1,000 buddies. Hope you have an amazing day, Minnie, and good for the sub. Hi, hey, thank you for the 3. Moved to my dorm hotter than Satan's butt crack. Peter for the 2 subs. Do you not have AC? Fuzzy Luna can fumble for the sub. Poochie for the sub. Max, thank you for the 3. He's molting right now. Levi, thank you for the 3. Do you remember me? I work at Coke. I'm pretty happy. This motherfucker's been drinking liters of Coke. Is that good for business? Good for business for you? But he's sitting there just going... Watching Eric just drink 10 fucking liters of Coke. Just maniacally giggling. What was I going to say? Fuck. I was going to say something and I forget what it was. Chat. Oh my God. What was it? Oh, I think it's crazy how some college dorms don't have AC. Chat, I know edible, bitch. I'm about to sip on this. Fuck. I got to read what Bron said. Oh, he might have said no. If he didn't, I'll just put it away. He said pull it and see what chat says. Oh, shit. Chat, can I drink this? It'll do the same thing. But then I'll be able to enjoy it versus having to chew a gummy. Chat, it'll be the exact same thing, bro. Stellar and Rabbit for the sub, Agent for the 5. My male dog is single and wants a girlfriend. I was wondering if he could e-date Daisy. Gyro for the sub. My dog's too good for your dog. Poochie for the sub. Yeah, sorry, boss. Daisy's not taking any date requests as of now. What breed is your dog? Not a... Ooh. Ooh. He doesn't even say what it is. Ooh. I don't know. I don't think that'll fly. Daisy only dates Doberman. Bro, okay, you can't pull the fucking mods. You can't do which edible and then put liquid edible for liberals or real edible in all caps as the fucking poll. Oh my god, you guys suck. Stop. I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I already opened it. And it's the same thing. And I'll chug some now. And then I'm going to sip on it. It still tastes like weed. Oh, no. They don't really cover it very well. I got Samoyed. Is that good? What the fuck does that mean? Dom James Madden shoots for the sub. How do you think of the thread? 10K viewers. Some guy said something about rivals yesterday. I think it was a custom to the viewers. That'd be good. Stellar and Rabbit for the sub. RA for the sub. Sargent for the sub. Not today. Madden shoots for the sub. Lock in. React Day today. Tomorrow, live at 3, doing VR for 3.5 hours. Tuesday, random games at 3. One Man's Trash, Roblox games. Other random Steam games. Schedule 1 update. Wednesday, horror games at 3. Thursday, Paddle with Sneak. And then Bogo's Vinted in the peak update with the guys. Friday reacts at 3. Saturday, I'm not live. And then Sunday, next week, reacts. We'll go from there. Next share, 25th, we'll be back to our 4:30 EST weekday, 2 p.m. weekend schedule. And the 28th, next charity stream for F Cancer. Dead for the sub, Max for the thray. Suddenly need a name for the spider. Bertram. Neela for the sub. Hey for the thray. The dorm stays at 78 degrees, but moving all the stuff from the car to the dorm just about killed me. Oh, God. Well, the dorm, 78 degrees. What do you guys have your room at, like temperature-wise, in the summer? Nolan and Neela for the sub. Summer, I rock like 70 to 72. In the winter, I'm rocking like 64 to 68, depending on how cold it is. All right. I survived. Why am I rereading the title?
Be far from easy.
Fucking dumbass.
Bro, hold up.
Mainly because he told me I couldn't look at the rest of the binder until I started the challenge, and that I had to finish each diet in the exact order.
Can we stop showing?
Which was probably
showing that fucking one image.
Probably because he sprinkled in a few surprises that I didn't know about.
I hate you, Ricky.
But Ricky wasn't quite done yet.
I want to see you as thick and bloated as you were when you were a kid.
Yeah, that's when Ricky decided to throw in a little side mission for me on this crazy challenge. I was going to try and gain the most weight I've ever gained in a food challenge before. Ricky then told me that he had gotten a job in Central America, and he wanted to see me do this before he leaves. So right then and there, I knew what needed to be done.
This sounds pretty ridiculous, dude. But hey, what's the worst that can happen?
I love Eric the Electric. This was just so... This is a pre-staged conversation. Yeah, man. You know, I'd love to get this challenge done before you fly to Central America, bro. I really, you know.
Next up on the
What?
list was the diet of Paul Mason. At his
Oh my God! Why are there just bags of Lay's
peak
chips?
weight, Paul weighed in at 980 pounds and had one of the most absurd diets ever recorded, which, judging by the first meal,
There's no way I'm going to be able to do this.
was going to test me unlike any challenge I'd ever.
100 bags, bro. There's no. That's not a meal somebody ate. 100 bags of chips. Why not just get like 5 family bags? Where we're getting the fucking snack packs?
Ever done before.
Safe to say after this, I've got to say everyone after this, I might have a serious chip on my shoulder. After today, I think I might have a serious chip on my shoulder. Where are my salt and vinegar people at? Comment down below.
I had no idea how
I do love salt and vinegar chips. I like the kettle cooked. Chat, what's the best brand of chips? Kettle cooked. Or Doritos. If I'm going potato chip, I'm going kettle cooked. If I'm going like tortilla chip, depends. Depends on the vibe.
I was going to be able to survive 100 bags of chips. But what I did
Utz. Yeah, you're from Idaho. Get that kid out of here. I'm sorry. Utz. Your favorite potato chip brand is Utz. If you eat regular, I gotta say this as well. If you eat regular Lay's potato chips, the yellow bag, you're an NPC. You're a bot. You're a clanker, right? You're an AI. If you eat regular potato chips, bro, you're trying to blend in. That's like serial killers when they have gin and tonics. Bro, regular potato chips, like, dude, there's so many good options out there. There's so many good chips out there. And you, out of anything, you choose the regular Lay's? Ugh.
Did know was that the
And they're so greasy, bro.
day was off to a pretty bad start already.
Yeah, my lips are already numb.
And some trash spilling on the floor was about to be the least of my problems.
The outside of my mouth is completely numb right now.
As you can probably tell by now, I was clearly in a
Would this sodium not potentially just give you a heart attack? Like, is that absurd to say? Even if you're a healthy person, I feel like this is like a level of sodium that could actually just send you to the hospital.
state of pure potato chip bliss. There was 4 different flavors spread across the 100 bags of chips.
Why is he doing them? Okay, I don't like his strategy here. Would you be doing all of the salt and vinegar, then all of the classic, then all the barbecue? I feel like I'd be like rotating bags, you know? He's doing all of the one flavor and then the next. Like, I would be switching it up.
Strategy was to conquer 25 at a time.
Never eating another salt and vinegar chip ever again.
But I was starting to realize that this plan wasn't working out very well.
All right, let me get a bag count here because I've lost count like 300 bags ago. 24, 25.
With the salt and vinegar flavor down, it was
25? Bro. I feel like I'd fucking pour him into a blender with water and make it a fucking potato smoothie. Oh, I wouldn't be able to do this.
time to move on to the next one.
Choices, choices, choices.
I don't think, like, this isn't even the amount of food. It's just, dude, just so many. It's just the same food over and over again.
I knew there was no way I was going to finish all 100 bags in one sitting. But if I can make it through 25 more, then I knew I'd have a solid chance at surviving this crazy diet plan.
The amount of cuts in your mouth, bro, yeah. Like, you know when you have warheads and it like the fucking malic acid actually starts like giving you like rug burn on the top of your mouth? He's gonna anytime he drinks, if he has more soda, it's gonna be a fucking flashbang, dude. It's gonna be a jump scare every time he eats anything.
Well, I got this text from Ricky.
Remotely sour.
The next part of Paul's diet was going to require a
Next part of Paul's diet, 5 lemons.
trip to the grocery store. But in order to set myself up for success,
I've entered what scientists refer to as the crunch dimension.
I knew I had to finish off the rest of these barbecue chips, which fortunately I was able to do. But unfortunately, getting through this day wasn't going to
Very celerity. Thank you for the 100 fucking gifteds. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god, that weed drink almost came up. Very celerity. Thank you for the fucking 100 subs. Wait, let me user them. I want to see if they typed anything. I feel so bad when people give 100 gifts that you don't get a fucking message with it. You've never even typed anything in the chat. What the fuck? No messages, 100 subs? Dude. Thank you for the fucking 100 gifteds. Thank Very if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 100 subs. Boston, EJ Tyler for the sub. Plum 5,000, but he's got off work. We got a Joe stream. Life is good. I love for the sub. Slicky, thank you for the 3. Ketchup's the best. Neil and MSR for the sub. Flame and Frost for the sub. Tonball and Flamer for the sub. Axel and Mud for the sub. Bronze for the 3. I'll skip on the edible. It's okay. I guess I won't forgive you for it, though. Oh, my God. Okay, refund Bronze on the fucking edible, and I'll just sip on this in my own time. Biz for the sub. Vivian for the 3. You take my mind off everything that's troubling for me. My grandma's thyroid cancer came back. She's really weak right now. I have cancer in the chat. I don't want to overshare, but your content helps. Well, dude, I'm glad I'm able to help, and I hope your grandma's all right. That's terrible, though. Neil and Den for the sub. Nolan for the sub. Max for the 3. Ethan and Ikozy for the sub. EJ Tyler for the sub. Very celerity. Thank you for the fucking 100 gifteds. Garlic and Ikozy for the sub. Oh, my God. Thank you for the fucking gifteds, bro. Holy shit. Did they type anything? If they still haven't typed anything. They still haven't typed anything. What the fuck? Dante and Garlic for the sub. Okay. Well, thank you for the subs.
Be quite that easy.
I don't even have a word to describe how my mouth feels right now.
With the barbecue chips down, I headed to Walmart to grab the next thing I needed to eat, plus a little something extra.
Man, the roof of my mouth is so shredded right now. I need something. I have a feeling I'm gonna need something a little heavier duty for the day. If only this worked for the
Acetaminophen and Reese's ice cream.
emotional kind too.
Or Tillamook ice cream.
Yeah, it's gonna taste like sadness.
After some much needed relief, I was clearly ready for more chips. I could feel each chip shredding the roof of my mouth. Had I not gotten that sweet treat, I don't think I'd have a roof left.
On a status update, feels like a car crashed inside of my mouth, and there's shards of glass everywhere.
After 10 more delightful minutes, I found myself with the last bag of sour cream and onion chips.
My blood type is now sour cream and onion.
If I could finish off the
Am I crazy? I feel like his mouth would start bleeding. Like really bad.
last 25 bags of chips, I'd be through with the first half of Paul's diet. As for the second half,
All right, well, everyone,
75 bags of chips.
I have the rest of the bags right there.
that was either gonna save me or shatter me.
And the reason why I haven't gotten into Paul's next item is because it would have gone terrible with this and would have gone better with...
The second half of Paul's diet was 40 chocolate bars.
No, that's actually not that bad. I feel like I could munch that down. I think I would feel like shit. I think I could steamroll through like 30 chocolate bars. No problem.
With how I felt at this point,
Bro, Halloween, y'all remember the Halloween candy days when you were like 8 or 9 and you would just eat? I feel like I would eat probably like 4,000 calories of chocolate. Like, I would eat so much candy to where I almost felt sick.
I knew this was going to be my last-ditch effort to finish Paul Mason's daily diet.
I feel like I just burned way too many calories unwrapping those.
But after all the salt I just put in my body over the last day, these Feastables bars were everything I needed.
This chocolate is pretty good. I'd give it an 8 out of 10.
But even though they were a massive relief, I knew I had to get to the chips eventually.
We meet again. Oh, man.
Do you think that is reducing his lifespan? No, like, I'm not even trying. I'm not trying to like make this sad or anything. Like, professional eaters usually balance stuff. I feel like this is so unhealthy though. Like, this has to, he's had to tick like a few days off his life.
At this point, the roof of my mouth and the corners of my lips were in shambles, and I was running out of options. So I thought I'd try some ice cold water, and it did absolutely nothing. And when I realized I was only able to eat one chip at a time, I started to think about throwing in the towel.
I genuinely don't know what to do right now.
But the last thing I wanted to be eating was leftover chips tomorrow. And I also had a sneaking suspicion that these diets were only going to get harder, which meant I was going to need all the stomach space possible. So I knew I
Bro, put it in a blender. I'm putting it in a blender and water and drinking it.
needed to take all these chips
Are you not allowed to do that?
down tonight. So a few minutes later, I got the bright idea to try a new approach. I've decided to call it chip balls.
This is day 1? No, this is day 2.
Well, actually, they're just crushed chips in my fist, but it made it so I could eat them much faster. And to my complete and utter surprise,
My taste buds feel like they're in another dimension right now.
it was working incredibly well. I just wished I would have done it 90 bags ago. Nothing against Lay's potato chips or
He hasn't said he's been full. Can we talk about that? This is a food challenge, and all of the complaints are my mouth hurts. I don't like the carbonation in this soda. He's never like, I've eaten 30 pounds of food. I feel bad.
anything, but after this, I'm probably never going to eat another bag ever again. I was able to make it to the last 2 bags of chips, but it came at a pretty big cost.
I can't believe I've made it here, but I have 2 bags left. And a chip on my shoulder. So close.
With 2 bags of chips and 20 chocolate bars left, I was almost at the finish line.
Oh, hey, he's got almonds in him. Good thing I'm getting my healthy fats in.
I shoved back the rest of the chocolate bars like I was trying to set another world record.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what rock bottom tastes like. And it's lightly salted.
And terrible life choices.
I got a little bit of debris, but I'm calling that one done. Oh. I'm gonna need a nap and a warm bath. If only my stomach was as shredded as the roof of my mouth is right now.
Bro, it looks like he's gonna explode. You're telling me? Okay, look, he's also doing the fucking angle. Have you noticed? He's doing the angle. Nobody looks good from this angle, by the way. You could get the most in-shape person in the world. If you fucking take a photo of somebody like this, they're going to look like they're pregnant, right? This is just so bad. I don't see how this is. He's on day 3.
I'd made it through Paul's mountain of chips and chocolate bars, but the next diet
Is
wasn't
that all he eats in a
just
day
about
is
calories.
chips and
There
chocolate?
was a deadline, and failing it came with consequences. The next person on the list was Samantha Mason, who appeared on season 9 of the show My 600-Pound Life. Samantha weighed in at 950 pounds at her peak weight, which required a lot of calories to maintain. But calories weren't the only thing I had to worry about, because little did I know, Ricky was about to take the difficulty of this challenge to a whole new level.
Yo.
Hey, yeah, so I found this person.
Hey, it's me, Ricky, from previously in the video. The guy that was moving to Central America but wanted you to finish the challenge first.
Online. So she ate more than 20,000 calories a day, but what she ate was really big.
So Ricky went on to say that he found a thread on Reddit that analyzed Samantha's 140-pound weight gain while she stayed in a hospital, which came out to be roughly
She gained 140 pounds in a hospital.
21,333 calories per day. He gave this information to ChatGPT and asked it to analyze all the meals she ate while on the show in order to get the most accurate diet possible, which by itself was going to be incredibly difficult to finish. But what he did next was going to make this
It's gonna be a shitload of DoorDash, bro. It's gonna be like all fucking. It's gonna be like just fast food. Wendy's, McDonald's, Denny's.
challenge a whole different game.
Yeah, once we're off FaceTime, I'll go ahead and text you the first game.
All right.
When Ricky's text came in a few minutes later, I wasn't all that worried.
At least it's not 100 bags of chips.
And then he texted me this.
This challenge has just got taken up a few notches. I have to finish everything on this meal plan today before midnight, or else Ricky's telling me he's gonna add another person's name to the binder. Well, you know what, Ricky? If you're watching this, which I know you are, I am going to finish this meal plan. I just hope Samantha didn't.
I don't want to say I want to see how big his shits are, but like I would like to know how much percentage-wise of the bowl he's filling after this, okay? Like, you know, I'm just saying you're not curious. You're not like, dude, you just ate 40,000 calories. What's it like going out, you know? Are you like fight like you ever have one of those shits where you got to like basically like strip naked, you're like fucking hugging the walls, you're like sweating. And that's probably like every poop he has is like a battle. Like he's going when he has to take a shit, he's like, "Oh no." It's bad news.
Any chips on your meal plan?
The first stop was McDonald's. Second stop, Jack in the Box.
I hate you, Ricky.
The first
2
order of
full
business
bags, 6 jumbo breakfast burritos.
from this massive pile of fast food was 6 jumbo breakfast burritos. And since I hadn't drank enough of this so far, a large Coke. The first bite of the breakfast burrito was surprisingly really good. Maybe today wouldn't be so bad after all.
I'm just so glad it's just not a potato chip.
Burrito number
Ham though.
2 went down easy, but the next one called for a little something extra, so I added some salsa. I was probably playing with fire by doing that, but hey, I like to live dangerously.
Shout out to Jack in the Box. Breakfast burritos are actually really good. I think I just got a piece of foil in my mouth.
Maybe it was the sugar or the caffeine. Well, actually, probably both. But I was feeling good. Like, really good.
Wow, why is that so good? We're back in business, baby. Woo!
Obviously, the sugar rush was coming in at full force. But with time ticking away, I knew I was going to hit my wall eventually. So I decided to throw something else in that would give me a little bit more motivation to keep eating.
I'm gonna issue a little challenge within the challenge. If I'm able to finish everything on this diet plan by midnight tonight, then you gotta subscribe if you're not subscribed already. But if I can't, then you can unsubscribe. Even though that would make me very sad.
With the stakes high and the challenge set, I moved on to the crispy McNuggets. That had some sort of weird
Do you think there's ever anybody that sees that and they're like, "You better finish before, Eric. I'm going to unsubscribe. I'm going to unsubscribe."
sauce. But I was able to finish off the box. Unfortunately, the crispiness of these nuggets brought back
Yeah, me.
some pretty bad flashbacks.
Alright, these McNuggets are a little too crispy.
Even though the roof of my mouth wasn't too happy, I continued on anyways. And I'm glad I did,
Just take a moment of silence for the cookie.
because the sweetness of this cookie was everything I needed.
Dun, dun, dun.
And after housing all
Keep saying the sweetness of this cookie is everything I needed. All he's been eating is sweets and salts.
those cookies, meal 1 was officially complete.
Our cookies are down. I don't know what I'm gonna do next. Realistically, I probably should be going to some sort of therapy. Time to go shopping.
That's pretty much me right now. I thought eating 100 bags of chips would be the most
Got the bad shopping cart. Bad news.
physically and emotionally damaging thing I'd ever subject myself to. Until I saw
Eric the Electric should do a video where he has to just eat an entire aisle of a grocery store. Like, I feel like that's where these ideas are going to. He's just like, all right, what aisle? He has to pick an aisle. Okay, chat, you have to eat a whole aisle of a grocery store. What aisle are you picking? I'm probably going to pick, like, cereal. Cereal's probably, like, the easiest. Or condiments. Condiments would be the most disgusting. I feel like you would actually get it down the quickest. Fruits, that's not an aisle. That's the produce section. You could pick, like, oh, dude, canned vegetables would be a bad aisle. Because you'd hit that wall of just cranberry sauce. it would just be like 100 cans of cranberry sauce. And then, like, lima beans. And you'd just be fighting for your life. Yeah, beverage aisle. Yeah, but that'd be so much liquid.
What I'm gonna do next. Realistically, I probably should be going to some sort of therapy.
The makeup aisle. You're just eating the lipstick. The fucking minimum wage Walmart worker not getting paid enough goes, what are you doing? Oh, it's for a YouTube video idea. I saw Eric the Electric do it.
Go shopping.
That's pretty much me right now. I thought eating 100 bags of chips would be the most physically and emotionally damaging thing I'd ever subject myself to. Until I saw Ricky's next text. As someone that's eaten a wide variety of food over my lifetime, there's not a lot of things out there I won't eat. Unless it's this.
Oh, dude, I love carrot cake.
Yeah, when I got carrot cake on my second birthday, I wasn't too jazzed about it. But I'm assuming that when Ricky saw that Samantha ate one of these on the show, he thought it would be the perfect opportunity to try to sabotage me. But my goal was to stay the world's hungriest man, and I was not going to let him win. So after getting my groceries, it was off to Starbucks for the next item. But after I got it, I caught the carrot cake taunting me in the passenger seat, forcing me to fight back intense feelings of nausea.
All right, that one looks a little low quality, but like, you ever have a good carrot cake?
This was not going to be easy.
I have nothing to say. Okay,
Another
not as good as the
Frappuccino.
frappe earlier, but that is tasty.
After a bit of the frappe, it was time for some Ben & Jerry's.
First actual item.
The first bite of this flavor was a good one. Mainly because it was 90% caramel and like 10% ice cream.
Oh, caramel. Goodness.
That alone's already like 2,000 calories. Ben & Jerry's ice cream is so unhealthy.
Probably should have asked them for a napkin.
Finally, it was time to move on to the next items.
Should probably get started on these chocolate bars right here.
Cookies and cream bars are classics, but in my opinion, nothing beats a Reese's chocolate bar.
No, nothing beats a Reese's Fast Break.
Unfortunately, the only thing left at this point was my mortal enemy.
Nothing about this is going to be fun.
If I could barely stand to smell this carrot cake, I had no idea how I was going to be able to eat it. I figured maybe if I just...
How many carrots do you think are in a carrot cake? Probably not many, because you don't really taste the carrots. If I tasted the carrots, it'd be gross. The amount of carrots in a carrot cake depends on the recipe. Averagely 5 to 8 medium carrots. That's like nothing in an entire cake.
Start with the frosting, the whole thing would be a lot easier to stomach. But when I took the first actual bite of cake, I realized I...
So like 6 or 7. I feel like I'm becoming fucking Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob, where it's like every day he's like, day 53, and it's the same fucking shit joke over and over again. Chat, it's not funny. It's not funny. Can we please give it up?
was wrong. So very wrong. It was as if pure sadness were turned into an
Oh, I wonder how many slices on that cake are. Maybe 6 or 7.
edible flavor, and that's what I had to eat.
Carrot cake is just a vegetable bread pretending to be dessert, and no one can convince me otherwise.
Okay,
I continued.
No, it's not vegetable bread pretending to be. That's like cornbread is something that's pretending to be healthy.
As down as I could, but with each bite of carrot cake, the task seemed more and more impossible.
Dude, how could anybody eat this, like, willingly?
Why are you scraping off the top?
Everyone I think here.
What are you doing? Oh my god. Why are you eating it like that?
on anymore. This is a travesty. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to do this.
Fortunately, Ricky texted me again with the next meal, so I went shopping to distract myself. But even as I looked at these tasty donuts, I just couldn't shake the carrot taste in my mouth. The way I saw it, there was only one thing left to do.
Oh, could have been anything else besides carrot cake. Anything else. Why am I back here?
Can I get one caramel
Didn't we just see you and you got 6 burritos and a frappuccino?
frappe, please?
Gotcha. Anything else today?
That's gonna be it.
How much would you need to order from a fast food worker for them to question you? It would be absurd amounts. They get so many orders from so many people and like a lot of fucking unhealthy shit. I feel like you would have to go, if you showed up to like the same fast food place like 5 times and ordered, you know, meals worth of shit, then they'd question you.
Pull forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why are you asking me like I have experience? Why are you getting defensive?
All right, now I know what you're all thinking. Eric, this is normally the point where you get out your blender and you change the consistency of whatever it is you're eating so that it makes it drinkable. I got a lot of comments in the last video where I turned Stan, the 25-pound gummy bear, into a liquid bowl of whatever that was, and a lot of people said it was cheating. So I'm not gonna do that.
I don't think that's cheating. I think if you get the food down, you get the food down.
But I do think I have to do something because there's no way I'm gonna be eating this carrot cake as it is. This is the moment I got a crazy idea that I just hoped would work. I was hoping that if I froze the carrot cake, then maybe it would become like a popsicle and I wouldn't taste it as much when I tried to eat it later.
What?
Now I just gotta eat the other stuff.
What? I'm gonna freeze the cake so it's easier. Wouldn't that make it? You would have to chew it more.
With midnight fast approaching, I moved on to the donuts.
It does taste like sugar at this point.
As I was starting to get fuller and fuller,
Hot Pocket time.
I knew I had to keep eating.
I really don't feel like that. I feel like the person that ate this that he's like emulating wouldn't enjoy it at this point. Even if you are a food addict and you're, you know, morbidly obese and you eat a lot of food, at some point wouldn't you be like, this just tastes like gray matter? Like this isn't even
Cold.
I'm not even eating food.
As I ate my uncooked Hot Pockets, I continued to spiral downward.
Oh man, it's bringing back flashbacks. I'll pick that up later.
The crunchiness was hard at first,
Ow.
and it only continued to get worse. But since it wasn't 100 bags of chips,
If I have to eat another chip in this challenge, I swear I'm gonna.
I was able to finish them off and move on to the next item, which fortunately was soft.
I saved the best for last. You're probably thinking to yourselves, Eric, what are you talking about? Why would that be the best? It's because these nuggets are going to be eaten with some wow sauce.
Dude, wow sauce looks like fucking fish poop. What is wow sauce?
At this point, I was outrageously full, but all that remained after these nuggets was
Is that like a mayo?
one last item, which if I couldn't finish, then another person's diet would get added to the binder.
The only thing left is that travesty of a carrot cake, and I have no idea if my plan is gonna work.
Bro, you know he's still sitting on that cake. I feel like this is the easiest part for him.
Wonder when it's as frozen as it's gonna get. Oh, dude, it's not even frozen at all.
Thinking it was gonna be like a popsicle, all right?
Each bite of this carrot cake was insufferable.
Oh. Gotta say, everybody, people have things they really don't like, and they have things they really do like. This is not one of the things.
Yeah, but I feel like, bro, it'd be easier for you to be like, yeah, I don't really want to eat raw carrots. That'd be terrible. If he got like 100 raw carrots that he just had to mac down. But something like sweets or pastries, I feel like even if you don't like them, your brain just registers the sweetness and just moves forward.
Things I really like. It's only one way it's going down.
I held out for as long as I could, but I knew this wasn't gonna go down without a little bit of help. I got some good old peanut butter to mask the taste. And guess what? It still tasted
He's giving himself more calories for the sake of trying to make it more edible for him.
awful. But it was helping
No way.
just enough to make progress. And with only a few minutes left in the day, I just had one last thing to say.
Ricky, I hate you. I never ever want to relive that experience ever again.
All right, so here's the deal. I ordered the shirt just in case I was able to finish everything on the diet plan today. Just got the wrong size. It's a little snug.
After conquering Samantha's diet, I was over halfway done with the challenge. Unfortunately for me though, my stomach was destroyed.
All right, everybody, well, it's day 4. I'm officially halfway through this challenge. I'm ashamed to admit that I had nightmares last night about carrot cake. Imagine being a grown man and having nightmares about carrot cake.
With how horrible
Okay, the one thing I want to say is, like, if he cheated this video and did one of these challenges a week, I wouldn't even be mad. I don't care if he says they're day to day, you know? I don't know if they are, but, like, that wouldn't bother me.
day 3 went, I was pretty afraid to open the binder. And with all the calories, sugar, and fat I had just put into my body, I felt like I was starting to go crazy. All right, everybody, it's time for a mid-challenge consultation with the fridge. Fridge, being completely honest, what do you think of my current mental state at this moment? Speak louder into the microphone.
You got a Samsung fridge.
Yikes. Even though my goal was to gain weight for this challenge, I was massively bloated. So I called in some backup.
Slim tea. From a fucking Temu.
I feel slimmer already.
I did a little bit of reading to revitalize my mind and shift my focus away from all the food I'd just eaten. After that, I had a nice walk with my dog Apollo, and then it was time to check and see what my progress was on my side mission this week. But what I was about to discover was completely unexpected.
All right, everybody, it's past the halfway point. So now what I'm gonna do is weigh myself to see how much I've gained.
As I was about to weigh in, something in the corner caught my eye. At first,
You think he's weighing in pre or post poop?
I didn't think much of it when Ricky presented me with the binder, but him choosing to include this specific photo of us had a much deeper meaning than I originally thought. You may not know this about me, but I've had my fair share of weight struggles throughout my life. A few weeks after this photo was taken, I found myself at the doctor's office for what I thought would be a routine checkup, but what actually happened would dramatically change the rest of my teenage years. I stepped on the scale and saw 215 pounds staring back at me, and at first, it was just a number. But when my doctor told me that my weight put me in the obese category for kids my age, it hit me harder than any insult any bully had ever thrown at me. For my entire life up until that point, I just wanted to be seen as someone other than the overweight kid. So with that 215-pound number etched in my mind, I walked out of that doctor's office that day with a mission to lose as much weight as possible. And roughly
Wow, when he started doing the progress photos.
11 months later, I had lost about 90 pounds. But even after the weight loss, that number never really left me. It became more than a number. Like subconsciously, I would think if I ever found myself back at that number, I would be that overweight kid again. But now in this very moment, as I saw myself creeping back towards that number, I was starting to wonder, what if after all this time, it was just a number after all? But this moment of reflection didn't last very long.
Okay, but now he's like mainly muscle, and it's also like 25 pounds of that food. Like whatever he gains, he'll probably lose it fairly quickly because he's just going to revert back to what he was normally doing. He's not going to keep gaining weight. He'll just immediately start losing it. Arc for the 10K fucking biddies. Done to the goddamn chat. Thank you for the fucking biddies. You should do this challenge like day 1 of it. Well, I wouldn't do this challenge, but I would do an eating challenge in a day. I think that'd be fun. I would have to pick, I'm not trying to bring in the alpha gal here. I would have to pick a challenge where they don't consume like ham or beef because I couldn't do that, you know? Emily, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Arc, thank you for the 10 fucking thousand biddies. Blitzen Slayer for the sub. Willie, it's for the sub. Howdy for the 3. Do you like joints or blunts? I'm sure you've been asking them. I'm ripping a slip right now. Joints, but I mean, I've smoked both. But if I'm ever doing one myself, a joint. Mr. for the 3, Levi for the 3. Bros to take at least 3 laxatives after every meal. Jamal and Crystal for the sub. Varian, MSR for the sub. Blue for the thrower. You've been there for me with your videos and streams at my low, so thank you, Joe, for your content. Thank you. Max, thank you for the 4, and I hope you're all right. Luke for the sub. Bertram and I, thank you. Bombo for the sub. Sad and Robski for the sub. AJ for the 3. My dog was sitting in the bed with his head on the corner because of what you said, Joe. Please say sorry. Bowman and Shawnee for the sub. Dante, Garlic, Icozy for the sub. K-Goats, and Emily, thank you for the subs.
Because not only was the next diet the biggest so far, failing it meant losing the entire challenge.
All right, you guys, it is day 4.
Why can't you eat beef? I got bit by a tick a year ago. And it gave me red meat disease. Wow, it's been a year. Has anybody ever redeemed end stream? No.
5. I'm actually feeling pretty rejuvenated today, so it's time to get back to the challenge and see who's next.
I didn't know it yet, but what was going to appear on the page after this one was going to turn the next 24 hours of my life into total chaos.
What is in my stomach right now? Today's a beast.
finish or pay, because if food's left by the end of the day, 2 more names are on their way.
With 2 more names potentially getting added to the binder if I couldn't finish the next meal plan, Ricky was clearly pushing me to my limits. Especially because the next person up on the list was Kenneth Brumley. Kenneth was featured in the documentary Half Ton Dad. At his peak weight, Kenneth weighed in at an estimated 1,035 pounds. Ricky's challenge was quite the surprise, but he was about...
How do your bones not collapse under that weight? Like, I don't understand how you don't break your bones sitting on that. Like, yeah, they might get stronger with the weight added, but even just, like, sitting still, dude, you're the same skeletal system as them, but they have 1,000 pounds on their body.
to hit me with another
Like, you could suffocate yourself just by your sheer weight.
one that I wasn't really that prepared for.
So I had trouble finding Kenneth's exact diets. All I was able to find were the typical meals he ate while he was on Half Ton Dad, and the total amount of calories he ate per day, which unfortunately for you is going to be the highest out of anyone else's diet so far. Good luck.
Bro, it's always like
With a-
McDonald's.
A little over 12 hours on the clock and a semi-recovered stomach, I knew I had to finish this diet because I knew if Ricky added 2 more names to the binder, I'd definitely be failing this challenge.
Thank goodness this meal has orange juice. I gotta get my fruit in somehow.
Non-pulp McDonald's orange juice. That shit might be Sunny D.
At this point, the taste of the food wasn't as big of a concern, so I combined my favorites together to make a mega breakfast sandwich. But as soon as I got to the legendary McDonald's hash brown, I knew exactly what had to happen next.
I dedicate this next part of the video to all the OGs on the channel because there is an item I used to make all the time in my videos. And all I gotta say is that if you try it, your taste buds will be blown away. Step 1, get your pancake and hash brown like so. Step 2, add a little bit of bacon, just like so, my friends and family. And then step 3, skip the McMuffin, we don't need the extra carbs. Step 4, garnish your hash brown and bacon just like so. And the final step in the process, everybody, is to garnish your creation just like so, my friends and family. And then you have yourselves what I like to call the electrifier. Woo! Who else thinks I should be designing McDonald's menu items? McDonald's, if you're watching this video, I'm always...
I feel like I've eaten at it. Isn't that really just what a McGriddle is? But with a hash brown. A McGriddle with a hash brown is basically what he just made.
available. All right, always available.
McGriddle is basically a pancake sandwich.
Not right now, but in the future at some point.
And bacon. You could just get a McGriddle with bacon. A McGriddle with bacon. You could get a McGriddle with bacon, sausage, and a hash brown.
Finished off the rest of the breakfast items before diving into the dessert, which was 2 massive cinnamon rolls and a little bit of syrup. Meal 1 was pretty easy, but since Ricky
Who the fuck would put syrup on a cinnamon roll?
was the one sending me the meals, I had no idea what to expect for the rest of the day.
That was pretty spectacular.
Okay, so Ricky just texted
Mid-morning snack, and it's 4 lines.
me meal 2 and meal 3. Meal 3 is going to be at a fast food place, and it's a fast food place I really, really love. So I'm going to go grocery shopping.
At the store, I grabbed the next few items I needed, including something I really did not want to see.
I also haven't thought about how much money this costs him to make these videos just off the amount of food he has to fucking purchase.
After this week, it's safe to say I'm officially a Pepsi guy. This is going to be going into my, what usually is my protein shaker.
Why is the quality so shit? It shouldn't be. If you have me in 720, turn me up to 1440.
Cup, which I find kind of hilarious and slightly ironic.
As usual, I started on the thing I was least excited to eat. And in this case, it was the Doritos. My mouth quickly paid the price.
You guys got to comment down below. Are you team nacho cheese or are you team Cool Ranch?
Cool Ranch, but neither. Purple Doritos for fucking life. I will live and die by a purple Dorito. Or actually, on the come up, barbecue Doritos, slept on flavor. I really need to do a Dorito fucking review. I love most Dorito flavors.
I powered through the rest of the chips using my shaker cup as I went. This Coke was the last thing I needed. And even though the roof of my mouth was back to being in shambles, the Doritos were done.
I'll pick that up later.
Next, it was onto the Snickers bars, which I made quick work of. If this all wasn't enough sugar already, what I had next was going to be the icing on the cake.
Pop-Tarts. That is a pure
Oh
exemplification.
no. Oh my god. After I did that stupid ass Pop-Tart review, oh, that was like the worst video I've ever made. After I did that fucking stupid ass Pop-Tart review, every time I pass them now, oh my god, bro, I get like almost nauseous. They're so gross. They're so gross. It made me realize how like even the outside of like the top 3 or 4 Pop-Tart flavors, they might be like a 6 out of 10 on taste. And I rated a lot of them fairly high because they're just sweet. But if you eat more than one of them, they're like, even the s'mores ones. The s'mores ones I gave 10 out of 10 because they taste good. If I eat more than 2 s'mores flavor Pop-Tarts, they would immediately shoot down to like a 3 out of 10. They start tasting worse and worse. It's like doing the chicken nugget challenge. 60 in, you're like, these taste like fucking slop.
Of American junk food. I don't even know if exemplification is even a word, but I just had to say it.
As I worked my way through these Pop-Tarts, the extreme amount of caffeine and
8 full Pop-Tarts.
sugar was starting to do crazy things to my body.
Woo!
As I shoved the second to last Pop-Tart back into my mouth and sipped the remaining Coke, what happened next, I still can't fully understand.
Woo! Oh my goodness. I don't know what about that meal was incredible, but your boy is officially locked in. I'm introducing a new segment to the videos, everyone. When I get officially dialed in, my pancreas has been seasoned, my organs, my stomach, everything inside of my body is saying, Eric, please, for the love of God, stop eating. That is when I get locked in.
Target has been identified.
I don't know why I said that like I'm some special
I've never seen somebody happy to pull up to a fucking BK.
But just made me feel cool.
Side note, I really have always wanted to get a Burger King crown, so I was really excited when...
You do not want a Burger King crown. The Burger King crown has been tainted ever since that fateful day.
Thought I was supposed to come here today. I'm not feeling so locked in anymore.
The first bite of Burger King was delicious, but with this much in front of me,
I need to make some adjustments to my setup I got going on here because it's just not working.
I had a
What incident? You don't know about the Burger King guy?
feeling things were going to go downhill fast.
Look up, don't look it up.
Not necessary, but whatever.
It was a old guy that went on an airplane with a Burger King hat and was just like really racist to everyone around him, and to the point where he got kicked off the plane.
Doing it anyways.
After applying an unnecessary amount of ranch to this burger, I finished it off and made my way to the nuggets next. My sauce of choice was the legendary sweet and sour. It was good, but flavor fatigue was starting to hit. And when that happens, it's never a good thing.
What you guys gotta do when you're in moments like this where flavor fatigue is hitting, you gotta go bam, and then boom, and then back to bam.
Sweet and sour and ranch, obviously a goated combo. After spending the next few minutes eating those, it was finally time for the fries.
Exercise. I thought you meant extra fries. You all made it up into this point of the video. I just want you all.
Do you think those products that are like those mom joke extra fries or extra thighs? I thought you said extra fries or whatever the fuck. Extra size, that stupid shit, those Minion jokes. Do you think any of those actually make money? No. I think any Amazon product that's like just some stupid dad joke or like a Minion joke that's like related to Despicable Me in any sort, I think maybe they get like 5 sales. They're made on order, on demand. They don't have back roll of these. They're not pre-making these. They just get, they commission them and they probably make like fucking $5 per one. We Drinks hitting it is. I'm stuttering.
To drop a French fry emoji down below.
At this point, I was starting to get very full, but there were 2 iconic items still left for me to finish.
2 orders of fries are down. I feel like I just ran a marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a work of art. The legendary Hershey's pie from Burger King.
Woo! The Burger King meal was finished, and with that much food in me, the only thing I could think of doing next was...
afternoon snack and dinner.
Ugh. Time to go grocery shopping. Again.
You'd think Walmart would be concerned about the amount of times I'd visited this week.
I'm disgusted with myself right now.
Yet here I was again, and I was being stalked.
Well, no, they have a whole new staff this week. The people that were working there last week don't work there anymore, so you're basically just a new customer to them. The only person that's the same is the old person out front that reads your receipt.
Too soon. I don't think I've ever had a zebra
That's more Amazon than Walmart. People stay at Walmart. Nobody stays at Amazon. The average worker at Amazon quits after like 3 months.
cake before. Just tastes like sugar at this point.
Right about now is when I started feeling all those calories catch up with me.
Oh.
Even these smaller items...
Never had a zebra cake? They're fucking fire frozen. If you ever buy any like Hostess flavored things like Twinkies or zebra cakes, when you freeze them and then just eat them straight out of the freezer is when they're the best.
were becoming incredibly hard to finish.
Because they're not actually frozen solid, they're just cold.
I literally feel like this guy right here. Like, this is me right now.
I finished off the M&Ms, but the next item for sure wasn't going to be good for my digestive
An
system.
entire cheesecake.
Peanut M&Ms.
I feel like this would be comical at this point, dude. I feel like his vibes have gotten better because now this is just his life. Day 5 in, yeah, I gotta eat an entire cheesecake right now.
They're down.
In my car, in a parking lot,
This last item,
outside of Walmart at 2 p.m.
I feel like can really not make things very good right now. But you know what? I like to live dangerously, everybody. We have a cheesecake right here.
I gotta say, I was
Oh, that's a small cheesecake.
pretty surprised when I took my first bite of this cheesecake.
They're not bad for a Walmart cheesecake.
But things quickly took a turn for the worse.
Oh, man.
Each bite of cheesecake felt like a literal brick was going into my stomach. But with midnight fast approaching and more food after this, I was almost at the finish line. I just had to keep pushing.
Cheesecake is down. I wish I could say that today is over, but unfortunately it is not.
Bro, his body has to hate him so much. I always think about whether or not some of my organs are ever, like, not even conscious, but you know they send signals back to you. Like, his whole body's like, fuck you, dude. This is so bad. Nothing's enjoying this. Even he's not enjoying this.
I believe I made it through.
It's not like when you do something bad, like if you drink alcohol and you feel like good, right? But your body feels like shit. It's like he doesn't enjoy it. And I would enjoy this. No, you would not. You would. I don't think anybody in my chat would enjoy this. I don't care if you love eating. I don't care how much you weigh. I don't care whatever. There's no amount of you that would get this far into this challenge and be like, yeah, I'm having a great time.
Almost 5 days of this.
Oh, God.
That will be me tomorrow morning.
I genuinely could not believe that I'd made it to this meal, but the end of the day was finally
Got a large meat lover's pizza.
in sight.
It's actually kind of nice.
Besides, what harm could yet another food item that scratches the roof of my mouth do? Yeah, it turns out the bacon on this pizza was a little bit too crispy. At this point, I wasn't sure if my mouth would ever fully recover from this challenge.
I love that crust, though. Maybe a little more burnt. That's not really... Actually, that looks stuffed. What's the best style of pizza, chat? A thin fucking New York style slice, like a Brooklyn pizza slice with like some borderline burnt bread. Oh my God. Crispy ass cheese, no flop. I'm talking no flop. I don't want any saggage, right? I want to crack the pizza and it go and it's just a board.
The bacon is crunchy and the roof of my mouth is still raw.
Shortly after this, I realized I'd forgotten to bring an item to the table.
Get the frozen burritos out of the microwave.
This is the last thing my body
Ew,
needs
was that
right
wet?
now. It was a bean and cheese burrito. Just telling you all right now.
After happily eating the first burrito, and eventually the second, it was time for a little taste test.
It's time for an official Pizza Hut Ranch taste test. Oh, no.
At this point, I knew the only way I was going to be able to finish these breadsticks was with my own sauce.
I gotta say right now.
Oh, it's his sauce. I kept thinking, why is he bringing up the wow sauce? I'm like, this guy must love, like, imagine he was doing it with ketchup. I'd be like, this guy fucking loves ketchup. He just keeps bringing up the fucking wow sauce. The hell is this?
I'm an absolute liar for wearing the shirt. Speaking of this amazing shirt, you can grab yourself one. I also have a bunch of Eric Your Electric merch down below in the description as well if you'd like to take a peek at some foodie merch. I'm sure you'd all enjoy it.
Anyways, with the breadsticks eaten, I continued onward.
I can't believe I have to do this. This meal didn't just call for one meat lover's pizza. It called for 1.5. Oh my goodness. It could not get any worse than this.
Actually, it could, and it was going to.
Oh, my stomach isn't there
Oh my
anymore.
God, is he going to throw up? I see, now that would be entertainment too. As bad as it is to say. Anybody remember Skippy 62 Abel? When he would do like the rotten milk chugs like 8 years ago. Push-ups, fucking refund that shit. I'm not getting out of this chair. I have to piss, but I'm not doing push-ups right now. Anyways, Skippy 62 Abel, LA Beast, effectively is his nickname, but his username was Skippy 62 Abel. Anyways, he would do like rotten food reviews, and at the end he would just throw up, and it was like the whole video led up to that, because you're tuning in and it's just like drinking a gallon of milk that I left in the sun for 3 days. You know how that video is going to end. You know, so you're just watching. You might not even. You might just fast forward. You might like click to the last fucking 2 minutes.
It's just pain.
But I was able to finish the other half of this pizza. Unfortunately, though, I wasn't quite done yet.
I'm so full right now.
Because only a few minutes after I finished this meal, Ricky texted me Kenneth's midnight snack. With time slowly ticking away, I headed back to Walmart for what felt like the 100th time.
I feel like my stomach is gonna file a restraining order against me if I keep eating like this.
But after grabbing my items, I realized that my fullness wasn't going to be the only issue here.
Oh my god, is it gonna be like a whole loaf of peanut butter and jellies?
Just my luck.
He just starts eating in the line. He fucking cracks open the peanut butter jar before he even buys it. Just starts fucking making the sandwiches there. That is a full bag.
And then on the way home, I had a mild panic attack. And for good reason.
I've done that. I actually dropped my wallet. I dropped my wallet outside of a like CVS once and drove like 5 miles away. And then I had to go back and get it. And it was still there. And I was like, wow, what are the fucking odds? Very Celerity, thank you for the 11,550 bits. What the fuck? Thank you for the fucking biddies. Thank you for the subs as well, man. Thank you for the support. You don't even type in my chat. You didn't even give a fucking bit message with the bits. What the fuck? Thank you for the fucking biddies. Thank you for the subs as well. Appreciate it, man. Krusty Star, Luna, CJ, and Stim for the sub. Jacob Cos for the sub. Levi for the 5. This challenge, Joe could never do it. He would have to talk or yell out, make his tongue white. What? Griff Cruz, Super and Mooch for the sub. Super for the sub. Co for the 10. What do you think of Man Search for Meaning by Victor E. Frankl? Never read it. X and Lil for the sub. Emily for the 3. You should up your sub goal. No, I have to keep it there, chat. Should I change it? Cookie Motumi, Potato, Aaron, and Sparky for the sub. Pars over the 3. Stem for the sub. And Very, thank you for the biddies, man. Drizzy for the sub. I feel like it's got to stay at 75. It's always been 75, bro. I can't change that shit. Danny for the sub.
No.
It would look weird.
I could not believe I forgot my wallet, but I headed back to Walmart anyway, hoping it would be there. And fortunately, it was. Pro tip to all the aspiring YouTubers out there, it's never a good idea to use your wallet as a makeshift tripod. With less than an hour left until midnight, I could tell
I really thought that was going to transition into a Ridge Wallet sponsor.
that this final meal was going to come down to the wire. After giving my stomach as much rest as possible, it was finally go time.
So full right now.
With
The
10
Ridge Wallet can save you from getting shot by a gun. The Ridge Wallet here, folks. If you're ever giving a speech like one of the Roosevelts did and you get shot in the chest and your Ridge Wallet's there, it might save your life.
minutes left, I got into the Ben & Jerry's, which is where I faced my first enemy.
Great phrase.
The Ridge Wallet can actually survive a nuclear bomb. You'll die, and there's no point that you need your wallet anymore, but at least you'll have your Ridge Wallet.
Normally in this situation, I'd go heat up some
Get the Ridge.
water to fight the brain freeze. But I knew I just didn't have the time. So room temp water was gonna have
Have
to
I ever done an ad with Ridge Wallet? I can't remember. I literally can't. I might have done an ad with Ridge Wallet before.
do.
I mean, a strawberry cheesecake. At least I'm getting some fruit in it today.
They do have some fashionable designs. I watched Houston Jones work with them a lot.
A few more spoonfuls later, I was already halfway through the pint. And then finally, I was able to finish it off.
The Ben & Jerry's is done.
With a little over 6 minutes left, I had 2 PB&J sandwiches to finish.
I hate you, Ricky. So much.
At this point,
Get Ridgy with it.
everything was on the line. But all that stood in the way between me and victory was one last PB&J sandwich. No words can describe how full I was at this point.
I wasn't even paying attention to what the fuck he was eating. It's just a bunch of ice cream and peanut butter and jellies.
What is in my stomach right now?
The only thing I could
Wait,
do
this
at
is day 5? Oh, then he definitely fails.
this point was move around to try and help digest some of the food.
My body's saying yes, but my mind is saying no.
With less than 2 minutes left and only a quarter of the sandwich remaining,
A little over a minute left.
I knew this was going to be close. I stuffed the second to last bite into my mouth and checked the clock once again.
Woo! Mouth is clean. I'm gonna need to lay down for a little bit.
After one of the most ridiculous days of eating I've ever had, I sent Ricky this text. And what he ended up sending me back was the last thing I expected. I didn't realize it at first, but he was right. This did kind of feel like one of our dumb kid adventures.
Hey, what up, guys? I'm Eric Lampkin. Let's go, Ricky.
You know, we should probably be watching where we're going. Eric, speed up.
Oh my god, the fucking like old Razor scooter. What was it? It's not like Flint. You would buy that shit and you would skate with it. Oh,
The
bad
stakes were
pause
real.
time.
One final diet was all
Oh,
that
bad
stood
pause
between
time.
me and the end of this challenge. But with 2 days
You would like skate. You would skate and you would press it down and it would shoot sparks.
to finish it, I felt confident I was going to end this challenge with a W. Little did I know, I was going to need every second I could get.
Oh, we've made it to day 6. Since Ricky said there's 5 diets, that means I have...
They died after a week. Yeah, they would stop working because you would overuse them and you couldn't replace them. So just be there.
1 more to go. Oh, I'm gonna go find out.
Hold up.
Who's up next? Unfortunately.
The next name in the binder, Donna Simpson. Someone who actually set out to become the world's heaviest woman. Donna's meal plan was so outrageous that it not only made national headlines, it made all the meal plans I'd eaten this week look like appetizers. And unfortunately for me, I had no idea what I was walking into.
He said these were going to be more difficult than
My fucking headset. Sorry. I'm getting like trapped in my chair right now. My headset was on. Why are people spamming 6-7? They didn't even fucking say that in the video.
Meal plans I'd eaten this week look like appetizers. And unfortunately for me, I had no idea
5 pounds of mashed potatoes. Yep, it's over. What does that even look like?
what I was walking into.
He said these were going to be more difficult than the world's heaviest man's diet.
All right, well, I guess it's time for some mashed potatoes. What do you think about boxed mashed potatoes?
I really like that.
What if you want to do the whole box? Microwave on
He has to
that.
make 3 full boxes of mashed potatoes.
Dude, that's gonna make a ton of potatoes.
Really?
Hey, at least this is like the softest meal of the week.
Not only were the potatoes super soft,
But so bland, dude.
they were the
This would be worse than anything.
perfect food to start the day off with.
Actually, I don't know. Would you rather eat like this 5-pound bowl of like unseasoned mashed potatoes or just 7 fucking bean burritos jumbo from Taco Bell? Like, say they're the equivalent amount of food. I think it would be more enjoyable at the start to eat the good tasting thing, but after a bit, it might actually be better to just eat the same bland food because it's not going to taste worse.
I feel like this is missing something.
But since they were just plain mashed potatoes,
Is it missing the wow sauce?
I needed something to bump up the flavor.
Where's the wow sauce?
So I decorated them with some fat-free cheese.
This feels like the first challenge of the week that the roof of my mouth actually approves of.
But even though this meal felt like a win, the victory was short-lived because of what showed up on my lock screen next.
5 loaves of bread. I'm throwing in the towel. I'm throwing in the towel at minute 4 of the fucking video. What do you mean? I'm halfway through eating 5 pounds of mashed potatoes. You go, yeah, Eric, sorry. You got to eat fucking 5 loaves of bread.
Looks like I gotta go shopping again.
I headed back to the store to buy some bread. 5 loaves was a lot, but it was still pretty manageable. Little did I know, this was only the beginning.
You know, a lot of people have watched these videos I make for many years now, and they always ask me, Eric, do you ever think you'll give up carbs? And I always say the same thing, over my bread body.
After my incredibly hilarious joke, I got back to work on the mashed potatoes.
I'll never look at mashed potatoes.
Those do look like good bread loaves, though. I thought he was going to get like Wonder Bread.
It was the same after this.
I was able to finish them off,
Well, the mashed potatoes are done.
but I still had bread left to eat.
Mo butter, mo better.
After eating the bread and butter like a civilized human being, I decided to take a little bit of the outside out and make my own butter pocket. From the way I saw it, I was so
Bro, he's eating a whole stick of butter, too.
close to finishing this challenge.
3 loaves remaining.
But I was in for quite the surprise.
No more butter. Well, at least not that kind of butter.
I searched the pantry for something
Freak out the wow sauce, Eric! Freak out the wow!
to help me take down the rest of this bread.
Bring it out! Oh.
My mouth is so annihilated.
Even the top of the sourdough bread was bothering my mouth. Little did I know,
Just soak it in that gallon of wow sauce.
that was about to become the least of my worries.
Oh man, this bread is filling me up.
I hoped that making some classic PB&Js was going to get me to the finish line, but I was starting to hit the wall, which meant I had to think of something fast.
I dedicate this entire meal to all the gluten-free people watching, because I wish I were you right now.
I don't like to do it because honestly it's pretty disgusting, but dunking bread in water softens it up and makes it way easier to eat.
Final loaf.
I don't think it's disgusting. I've dunked like a hot dog bun in water.
A few minutes later, I finally conquered the bread boss and made it to the end.
It just
or so I
collapses
thought.
really easily. Oh.
They didn't say it had to be pretty.
Eternal and Kua for the sub, Pep for the sub, SE for the 1500 biddies, 9 for the 3. Me and my homies are watching you at church right now. Why are you watching me at church? Hyper for the sub, Nay and Blizz for the sub, Slap to Ash for the sub, Colt, thank you for the 5. Trust me if you read that, one of my favorite philosophy books, Mr. Bagel for the 1,000 biddies, interesting, most disgusting video I've seen recently. Lamb and Daniel for the sub alone for the 5. Would you ever do a Swords Unit stream? I've wanted to. Murph and Ack for the sub, Danny and Drizzle for the sub. It would be a video, not a stream, though.
It just had to be done. I always come out on top. Always.
An entire turkey.
You've got to be kidding me.
And 5 pounds of stuffing. Bro, he's just going to give up.
At this point, I could barely think straight anymore, but it was off to the grocery store once again. I had absolutely no idea, but sheer ridiculousness was about to unfold in front of me.
It's just going to be a Thanksgiving dinner.
I said the word dude in the span of 15 minutes more times than I'd ever said in my entire life. Not only was this an expensive grocery trip, but I now had an entire feast to prepare. So I got to work and spent the next few hours cooking. I decided that since I had one more day left to complete the challenge, I'd be going all in tomorrow. But before I did, there was one big question on my mind.
Honestly, I feel like I'm full enough to be at the weight goal, so it's time to see if I'm actually at the weight goal.
213. I hadn't seen that number in years. And
He's gained 28 pounds?
I had a feeling it wasn't just my stomach that was going to be tested.
I feel like I just cooked enough food to feed an entire football team.
Out of thousands of food challenges, this was the biggest meal I'd ever been in.
What, 3 whole chickens or those mini turkeys?
In front of. Looking over the massive spread of food across the table, I decided to tackle the thing I disliked the most. The stuffing. I made quick work of the stuffing and started diving into the ham. But only a few short minutes later, I fell back into a food coma once again.
My stomach isn't there anymore. It's just pain.
After a break, I was back at it a few hours later. The entire challenge had come to this.
A few hours later, so it's just sitting out. So he just goes and takes a nap, comes back, it's fucking cold, and he's like, yeah, let me break off a fucking turkey leg.
I was determined to finish this meal by any means necessary. But each bite was becoming harder and harder to eat. As I continued on, one big question started to form in my mind.
Oh, this is miserable.
How could anyone eat this much food in a day?
Ugh.
So when I came back to the table an hour later, I found out the answer to that question for myself. And to say I was shocked would be an understatement.
Simpson high-calorie diet.
When I first saw the title of the article, I was pretty skeptical.
30,000 calorie Christmas feast.
And then I saw this.
In 1-2 hour sitting. That's just, I don't think you can competitively eat an entire 30,000 calorie Thanksgiving meal in 2 hours.
2 hours sitting? Yeah, and I'm the queen of England.
Either Donna was the best professional eater in the world, or that article mistakenly put 2 hours instead of 2 months. Either way, I felt defeated. I'd made it to the final
So he just started munching down on a Thanksgiving meal for no reason.
boss in the craziest challenge I'd ever attempted. But ultimately, Ricky was right. This really was the challenge I couldn't finish. But in my eyes,
and he ate the worst thing first. He ate 5 pounds of stuffing and he said, I hate this.
There was just one last thing I had to do.
Weighing time, baby.
I started
He's probably gonna have gained like 35 pounds.
this week at 184 pounds, and as I stepped on the scale, I weighed in at 218 pounds.
Oh my God.
It's the heaviest I've been in my entire life. When I first started this challenge, I expected I'd feel those old thoughts of insecurity again if I came close to even hitting this number. But in this moment, I felt okay. And in a weird way, being over that 215 number didn't bring up those old feelings that I expected it to. What I gained this week wasn't just weight, it was perspective. And I wasn't the only one who changed. Donna ended up losing over 100 pounds and decided to prioritize being a mom. And Kenneth also lost over 100 pounds after appearing on Half Ton Dad. Samantha Mason lost over
Okay, bro, but like he needs to, for him to lose enough, okay, maybe on that, and then he needs to lose more. But that guy weighed 1,000 pounds.
over 320 pounds and continues to share aspects of
I'm not shitting on the progress, right? I think losing any amount of weight if you're overweight is great. But I'm saying like there's a level that you would need to lose to become like functional.
weight loss journey on social media. Paul, he lost over 650 pounds and had one of the most dramatic weight loss transformations ever recorded. And Barry Austin, the man once called Britain's heaviest, eventually lost over 300 pounds. They lost weight, but they found something greater: power over their own stories. And while I may not have finished the challenge, ultimately I gained something much more meaningful: peace with who I've become. And if 15-year-old me could—
Just a hungry guy, smiley face. Wow. Didn't take me long to realize the reason he uploads once every 3 to 6 months is because that's how long it takes for him to get back in shape. Nah, that's... Really? You think that's why he does that? I think he preps, and it's also just a lot of... Like, that's a long video, man. Even if he did do that in 7 days. Nacho and Deucey for the sub. Mutant Hunger for the sub. Fallope, Hunter and Eternal for the sub. Peps for the sub. Next. The most painful prison deaths ever. I know this is going to be like a drawing video, but I kind of feel like this could almost be borderline TOS. If we're talking about the most painful prison deaths of all time, they're probably horrific.
Teeth. You get booked into prison and the air feels heavier the second that steel door slams shut behind you. The cuffs come off, but all eyes are still on you. You look left to right, only to see inmates sizing you up like wolves around a wounded deer. The first week you're in there, you're purely fresh meat. From getting shoved in chow lines to getting tripped in the showers, you quickly find out that in prison showing weakness is an invitation to getting beat up. So you stop. You start doing push-ups until your chest is on fire and burpees until your vision blurs. Anything heavy that you can get your hands on, you quickly start lifting. As usual, the fights keep on coming.
The biggest problem in prison, though, is people work out all the time, but they can't get obscenely jacked because they don't get given that much food. Obviously, it depends on the area of the jail or the prison that you're in, but if you're getting like 3,000 calories a day, you're getting less than 3,000 calories a day probably. But even if you're getting 3,000 calories a day, if you're working out all the time, you're only going to hover at like a reasonable weight because you're never going to be able to gain muscle. In an absurd amount, at least. Ace, Nacho, Deucey, and Ox for the sub. Just Grady for the sub.
Once, you finally win. A few months later, people know your name. Inmates begin nodding at you in the yard. Gangs start sending some of their guys to your cell not to beat you up, but to rather invite you to their group. As usual, you stay solo, but the respect, that's yours now. You've earned it, and everybody recognizes it.
I don't know. I feel, I'm not saying I'm an expert on this, but I kind of feel like the way he's describing prison is like you're a level 1 crook that has to level up through push-ups and calisthenics. Like, I don't think you working out alone would get every gang in the prison to be like, we want you to be a part of our team. Like, this is like you're a sales rep for fucking Honda, right? Like, they're inviting you to join, like, the Aryan race, right? They're not, this is not them inviting you and being like, hey, we really like your work ethic. I've seen you put in a lot of work in the push-ups. I've been watching you from across the cell. I've noticed that you've done what is it, 150 sit-ups a day? Good on you, man. Fist bump. Just Grady and Ace for the sub.
It wasn't easy, but you finally climbed the ranks of approval inside of the prison. One night, you come back to your cell and you can't help but to feel that something's off. You look inside, only to find a scrawny newcomer sprawled out on the top of the bed. Your bed. You've been locked up long enough to know that what this man is doing is one of the biggest signs of disrespect in the prison, but the man seems ignorant to the culture. He's half asleep with his head on your pillow, like he owns the place.
Hey, wake up. Huh? Can't you see that I'm trying to catch some sleep? Get the off my bed. Man, it's too early for this. Just buzz off.
Everyone's watching. This is the biggest disrespect you've received in months, and you become enraged to a point where you finally decide enough's enough. You grab the scrawny man and rip him off your bunk bed, slamming him down to the floor in an instant. Without wasting a second, you begin swinging at him like it's no man's business. Inmates rush out from their cells and form a crowd between the two of you, excited to see the fight take place. Your fists connect over and over, and cheers erupt around you from all types of prisoners. You lock him in a tight headlock, with your muscles bulging. He's flared.
I'm not doubting this is a real incident that occurred, but I feel like the whole crowding around you, screaming like it's a World Star fight, Wouldn't a lot of prison fights just kind of be ignored and you're letting them, like, settle it, like, themselves? Like, you wouldn't, why are you getting, because then you're getting involved, and now you're a part of it. Now whoever you're with is also a part of it. And then it becomes a whole thing versus you just being like, that guy's beating the shit out of that dude. I'm not even going to look.
Yelling aimlessly, with snot and tears dripping from his eyes and nose. Gang leaders begin placing bets on who'll win the fight for fun, but it's obvious. You're winning easily. And then, it happens. A pain so sharp and blinding that it doesn't feel real. You really don't want to look, but you look anyways in pure disbelief.
And what, did he bite his dick off?
It wasn't just a gut feeling, your brain was right. The dude is literally biting your nose. You scream like a banshee. It's a sound you can't even recognize coming from yourself. But right now, you don't care. You begin to claw, punch, and bash on him. Unfortunately, however, you only find that the more you hit him, the harder the bite becomes. When you start to feel tissue rip, your punches turn into desperate pleas for him to stop. He doesn't listen. The crowd isn't cheering anymore, and even the veterans look sick. You begin begging for the guards to intervene, but by the time they rush in and rip him off you, it's too late. You're found convulsing on the floor, unresponsive, with life-threatening injuries.
Oh my god, what a pivot. Oh my god, what a pivot. Oh my god, he died from that?
Medical staff does their absolute best to save you.
I feel like I would start fucking putting my fingers in his eyes. Yeah, Sketty. I'm agreeing. I feel like if you're in a fight and somebody starts biting your nutsack off, first thing you're doing is like, I'm pressing my fingers into their eye sockets.
You're broken in a way that can't be undone. This incident took place in Ghana during 2021. Both individuals got into an altercation that led to this shamelessly terrifying
How remand prisoner for Ghana bit off testicles of another inmate.
Fight. The suspect that committed the crime was taken to court again, where he'd received judgment for his attack. Always remember to protect your jewels. The freezer incident. On January 12th, a 33-year-old man would be taken to the Walker County Jail, confused, malnourished, and sick. His cousin had called for help, hoping that the police would bring an ambulance and give him medical assistance. However, the sheriff's deputies arrived to the scene first, and they reported that the man brandished a weapon and let off a round towards the officers before running into a forest. When they finally apprehended him, he was seen to be malnourished and in a state of total delirium, with his only comments being incoherent babbles about portals in hell. Instead of taking the man to the hospital, the officers would lock him in a cold booking cell and remove his clothes for whatever reason. From the moment the door clanged shut, the cold began eating at him. It seeped into his bones, turned his skin to goose flesh, and made his teeth chatter until his jaw ached. Each breath fogged in the...
Bro, don't tell me his skin gets, like, stuck to the fucking metal bed frame and it, like, rips his skin off.
Yeah, like it was Christmas night, and the man began shivering so violently that it hurt. An officer would state that this treatment was fitting, since the man fired a weapon at the officers. Some other jailers even said that the cops should have just fired at him, instead of bringing him back to the jail alive. Days passed without food, warmth, or medical treatment for his mental state, until one day he was finally taken out of the cell. However, it would be for anything but a good reason. Despite being in a freezing cold cell with temperatures that dropped below 30 degrees for nearly a week, officers...
Oh my god, so he was like living outside.
Still thought that these conditions were too comfortable for him. To the man's complete horror, they wanted to lock him in the jail's kitchen freezer. They would rip him out of his cell and tase him so violently that he'd lose his dentures in the process. With his wrists and ankles shackled,
Wait, the police did this to someone?
They would throw the man in a metal restraint chair, tie him...
I feel like we would have heard of this.
...down and leave him in the freezer. The air inside was biting. Any ounce of heat his body may have maintained before was sapped instantly. His body burned with fever, then chilled again, as if it couldn't decide whether to fight or surrender. The hum of the refrigeration unit filled the silence. His fingers stiffened, his lips turned blue, and the man froze with every second in that chair, feeling like hours. When they moved him back to the holding cell, the floor was littered with trash. He lay there motionless, ribs showing, breath shallow. A nurse appeared briefly, stood at the doorway, then turned off the light and left him in darkness. Guards passed his cell, some stopping to look, others just walking by. Not one brought him clothes.
No, not one person was like, this guy's gonna die.
After enduring 2 weeks of pure horror, the officers took him to a hospital. A human's normal body temp, is supposed to be about 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
What's his, like, 85?
But when they brought him in, he was only breathing 2 breaths per minute with a pulse that was nearly non-existent, and his body temperature shockingly read 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
72 when he was alive?
Doctors tried to warm him up and did their absolute best to push his body back from the edge, but sadly enough, it was too late. In the official report, officers would lie and say that he was completely fine when he left the jail, and that hypothermia is what caused this outcome. But in
What? They're saying hypothermia. How do you argue he was fine when he left the jail? We brought him from the jail to the hospital in an air-conditioned car in a air-conditioned cell. Like, or just a cell that they could have controlled. Like, they could have given him. How do they argue that his body temperature just dropped on the walk from the car to the hospital? It's really cold outside.
truth, they froze him alive. Thankfully, 10 jail staff members would all be tried and charged in relation to this incident.
Where is this? Walker County. Where's Walker County? I'm going to guess, like, middle of the U.S. Oh, there's multiple Walker counties. Walker County, Alabama, Georgia, or Texas.
Jail staff members would all be tried and charged in relation to this incident. Let situations...
Oh, it said Alabama. Birmingham, Alabama.
Staff members would all be tried and charged in relation to this incident. Let situations like these encourage you to know the law and your rights as a civilian well. And also, let it serve as a reminder for people like you and I to refuse to look the other way whenever those in power treat humans with cruelty. Napalm. First, you do enough favors from other prisoners for them to buy you some peanut butter from the commissary. Then you eat up the peanut butter and lick the jar clean and keep it concealed. After that, you steal some sugar from the jail's kitchen and strong cleaning materials like bleach or ammonia. Once you've got all your materials, head back to the kitchen and bribe the prisoner working kitchen duty to have access to stove and pots inside. Then, quickly cook yourself some boiling hot water and slowly pour it into your peanut butter jar so that it doesn't melt and warp the container. Finally, sneak the boiling hot water back to your cell and mix the rest of your ingredients inside of it. And when
Does this make a drug or like a napalm, like a gas?
See your enemy sitting down to eat his lunch.
Bro's making acid. Oh my god, and you throw it on them?
Attack. This concoction is called prison napalm, and it's one of the most...
What is it? It's bleach, boiling water, and sugar?
Dangerous yet common weapons used within US prisons. This horrific mixture splashes onto you.
I've heard of it with bottles where they poke it, not like a jar. I've heard of it where they've had a water, like a squeeze bottle, and they poke a hole in it and do that. And so they'll spray at you from long range, so if somebody ever walks out with it, everybody runs.
And sticks to your skin while burning the living hell out of your body. It's difficult to get off, and it keeps on burning you long after the attack is over because of its stickiness. Hence why it's called prison napalm.
A Glock Dookie? Oh, is that what that is? What is that? Oh, no, it doesn't have the acid in it. I'm mixing up two things. That's acid. A Glock Dookie is when you take a bunch of, like, piss, shit, cum, dirt, rotting food, and then you shake it in a bottle and you spray it on someone. So you just make like a biohazard.
In August 2013, a 24-year-old man would be sentenced to 20 years of prison for mistakenly targeting an innocent young girl in an act of violence that would tragically be the cause of her passing. With the community absolutely enraged about this, people outside of the prison would put a $13,000 bounty on his head for the prisoners to deal away with him. After a series of unsuccessful attacks, the man would be placed in a protection cell with 2 other inmates. But horrifically enough, at around 11 p.m., the man would prepare to go to bed when one of the inmates in the cell quickly pinned him down to the floor, while the other magically revealed a steaming hot concoction of, yep, you guessed it, prison napalm. What makes this...
Do they pour it in his mouth?
Case terrifying is that the men didn't just throw and splash the napalm on him, like how it's normally supposed to be used. They began slowly pouring the boiling hot liquid down his throat, causing severe injury to the man's internals. Afterwards, they poured the rest of it on his face, eyes, lips, and ears. Officers would quickly intervene, but upon glimpse of the man, they would report that he bared a horrifyingly similar resemblance to a real-life zombie. So, with that being said, stay in school, follow your passions, and please for the love of...
What the fuck? But why would those guys do that for like $12K or whatever if now they would then get sentenced for murder in jail? Like, whatever their sentence is just going to be way longer.
All that's good, don't end up in jail. Have a happy day.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? That is terrible. I wish this dude had more videos. Yeah, he makes good ones. All right. Beagle and Shab for the sub. Hyper for the 3. You missed a scream like 15 minutes ago. Refund that. Trent and Sketcher for the sub. Third and Kill for the sub. I got to go piss real quick. Count down 30 seconds, chat, and we hop into the next video. Hold up. All right. Next video. Juma and Shab for the sub. The most ungrateful rich kid. Poncho video. I haven't watched him in a while.
It still got tags on it. I don't even really know what I have. I have on an all-wool cashmere.
Oh my God, y'all see all those boxes? God damn.
And I have on my Rolex.
Dude has a Rolex at 17? What the?
$1,000 a month is not enough for me. I would like my allowance raised to $1,500.
Oh, hell no.
$1,500 a month? Do y'all get an allowance? I never got an allowance. There'd be times where, like, if I was going on a field trip, I'd be like, Mom, I need $20. She'd give me $20. But I never got paid. The only time I would ever sometimes get money is if I did, like, chores for my grandparents. But they would pay me. I never got money until I did work. Even if it was like, there would be times where when I was in high school, before I worked at GNC or had like a yard working job where I was like mowing lawns or whatever, I was able to like, you know, do base yard. I'd be like, do you need me to do anything? Go to your grandparents. Yeah, I'll give you $100 if you do this, and this. And so I'd work for like 2 days and I'd get $100. Saturday for the sub. That's how I would afford games. Clip Stonks and Nate for the sub. Levi for the sub. I remember there was one time I did yard work for like 8 hours so I could buy a shark card for GTA. That was pretty fire. I remember I bought, it wasn't the Zentorno, bro. It was like the upgraded version. It was like a Lamborghini Huracan, But it was whenever that came out, I got that like souped up, and then I bought something else. And I was like, yeah, this was worth. 2Skate for the sub, Saturday for the sub.
Oh, hell no. Somebody's got to humble this kid. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's your favorite Mexican.
To that one chatter, Saturday, $75 a month is outrageous. I think getting given any amount of money for doing nothing is pretty crazy. I think you getting $1 a month for doing nothing is a pretty good deal. Like, you're a kid and you're being a bum and you're getting paid. Like that, even if you're getting like $20, I'd be like, bro, you're gonna be $20. I didn't even do anything.
Raincoat here. I hope you're all doing well today. I'm not doing too bad myself today. We're watching another episode of Dr. Phil. Today's guest is apparently a 17-year-old boy who spends thousands of dollars of his mom's money on clothes, designer clothes to be exact. So basically, he's just a spoiled rich kid.
Bro, the one thing that would piss me off was I used to have to wear a uniform at my school, and I went to like a preparatory school, right? And so we had to wear a suit every day to class. All the kids, I was like one of the more, I mean, now I have money, but I was fucking broke then. I didn't really have money. Because my parents were divorced, you know, whole thing. I was like middle low class. And I would go to school and I'd wear like belts from Marshalls, right? Like I'd wear like all my clothes was either hand me down or like I'd go to like a regular store, get something that didn't really fit perfectly, but it fit. But there'd be this, I remember I had a friend, in high school, and he came to school and he was like, yeah, I got this Gucci belt for Christmas. And he shows me it. And I'm like, you asked for that? I'm like, why would that be the thing you got? He's like, no, I got other stuff too. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, if for Christmas, if I got a Gucci belt, I'm not like, I would get pretty cool stuff for Christmas. But if I got a Gucci belt at Christmas, I get like 2 other things. I'd get like a $20 gift and a $10 gift. If I got a $300 Gucci belt, that'd be like Christmas. So I was like, why would you ask for that? I would rather ask for like video games, and gizmos and gadgets are the best. Were you rich growing up? No, but my mom would spend like all the money she saved up for Christmas stuff. I remember I would get good Christmas gifts. Like that's when I got I got Daisy for my birthday. When I was 2018.
And if you've watched my channel for a while, y'all already know how I feel about spoiled rich kids. I feel like, you know, they should be taught some hard work. They should learn how to put the fries in the bag, if you will. Those are valuable lessons that you should learn in life, you know, work for what you get. But clearly,
the craziest shit, bro, that I remember is because when I thought Santa was real, I would get, when I was a kid, like not when I was in high school, man. I'm talking about when I was like 9. I would get gifts from Santa, and then I'd get gifts from my mom. And I always feel, I've said this before, I look back at it and I'm like, wow, man, like I wasn't, you gotta be, I was thankful for what I had, but I wish I was more thankful, because I remember I got Santa's gifts, and then my mom would get me something, and it would be something small. It would be like something from the Dollar General, like ring pops and like a $4 Lego set. And I'd be like, damn, my mom got me nothing. And I remember saying that in my head. And I remember being like, thanks, Mom. And I'd give her a hug because I was like, that's nice. But in the back of my head, I was like, damn, like that's all she could get me. And then now I look back at it and I'm like, bro, she was spending all the money she had extra, like no savings, like all the money she was saving up. She would just buy me Christmas gifts as Santa Claus, right?
this kid has not learned that lesson yet. Quote, I see myself as very privileged, says teen who wants allowance.
So I think like it's a very humbling thing. If you when you realize that and then you look back at your parents and you're like, man, dude, they were like everything they scraped up, they were like just buying you shit.
It's raised from $1,000 to $1,500. That's a lot of money to be receiving for an allowance. I don't think anyone
and they're not even thanking you. You know what I mean? Like you're a low income parent and you're like you're making ends meet so you could buy your kid Christmas gifts, and they're like, Santa got me this. I'd be like, bitch, Santa didn't fucking get you that shit. Fucking, oh my god.
Watching this video right now has ever
dumb motherfucker. Oh my god, see that shit.
Received this type of allowance before. This is definitely rich kid allowance, but we're taking a look at this episode today, so yeah, strap in, like the video for a Lamborghini. Let's watch.
My allowance is $1,000 a month, and I spend it on shopping and buying designer clothes.
Damn, 1,000.
Bro, I feel like I'd be like invested. Nah, honestly, if I was a kid and you were giving me $1,000 a month, I'd be buying every Fortnite skin. I'd be buying the best version of the new Call of Duty. I'd be fucking buying all the shark cards. I'd be spending all the in-game currency.
Dollars? Holy shit. Honestly, if
I'd be buying Clash of Clans gems.
If I got an allowance of $1,000 when I was 17 years old, I'd probably be spending it on the same thing. It'd probably just go straight to clothes. I can't even blame him.
We got Yeezy shirts, more Gucci and Blake. We got True Religion shirt. This shirt right here, I can't even say the name of it. Like, I just got brands in here that I can't even pronounce.
I'm not gonna lie, bro has drip, okay? Like, these brands are all good. All the brands he just listed off, all of them are valid. Also, I can't pronounce this brand either. Comme des Garçons, I think it's called.
Comme des Garçons.
Oh, now obviously paying for designer clothes is a little bit of a wallet drainer. You know, they all cost a lot for damn near no reason at all, other than just the fact that people want those types of clothes, so they mark up the price. No disrespect to...
I don't know, like, there's designer clothes that do look really good. Like, there's ones that are, like, I think all Supreme shit's hype. I think Supreme is a stupid brand. I think Supreme and Gucci are dumb fucking brands. I think they're like just solely off of user value. But, you know, there's brand like Louis Vuitton. A Louis Vuitton bag is a high quality bag. That is a good bag, right? But it's overpriced. It's so overpriced. But it's a good bag. Like, you're getting a product that's still worth more than an average thing in the consumer space for that item, right? Like, if it wasn't Louis Vuitton, it'd still be a fucking $200 bag. It just wouldn't be $4,000. But Gucci, you buy like a Gucci hoodie, you might spend fucking $300 on a Gucci hoodie, $400 on a Gucci hoodie. The hoodie's worth $60. It's worth what a regular hoodie's worth. It's just, it has that logo on it.
Comme des Garçons, but it's literally just a heart. This shit should not be worth $100. But this video isn't about Comme des Garçons. It's about this kid. I really don't think there's too much wrong with this kid. I think his mom...
I love video. I gotta say this side note. I love videos where I'm watching like gameplay. It's very stimulating. Where it flashes between the imagery and a video game. If they're not a face cam guy, I'm like, yeah, I'll watch you build a Minecraft path while I'm while we're watching this.
Just kind of spoiled him with an allowance, so he's obviously going to end up being entitled because, like, you can't just give a kid everything they want. They're going to just end up being spoiled and entitled. Like, it's not really
I think if you're a rich parent and you know your kid's going to have more than other people, that's not wrong, but it's like you have to teach your kid that no is a thing, right? Because if you always buy them whatever they want, then they're spoiled. I think you could be a non-spoiled rich kid because if you have good parents and they're like, every once in a while, they're like, I'm not buying you that, right? And they're perceiving it in this instance where it's like, hey, yeah, your first car, I'll buy you. You won't have to buy yourself. It'll be nice. But like, I'm not going to buy you everything you want when we go out. I'm not going to buy you this. Sometimes I'm not going to get you that. Sometimes you're going to have to use a hand-me-down.
Fault that he's spoiled. You get what I'm saying?
I just love swiping my card and it just say approved, approved, approved.
Damn, bro. Come on, man.
You ever get a card declined, bro? That's like getting shot in the fucking chest. Oh, my God. Especially if it's just like not even because there's not money in there. You get a card declined. You get a card declined because like the chip ain't read and you're like, it didn't work. Do it again. You do it again. Doesn't work. You're like, I swear to God, I have the money to pay for this, man. You got to believe me. I have the $30, bro. I'm not trying to steal this. Please don't think about this for the next 3 hours.
You really had to flex on us, brokies?
I know I will.
You.
We have a chapstick that has 2-carat gold in here.
What?
You.
We have a chapstick that has 2-carat gold in here.
Why? Fucking, that's like the golden Schlager, the alcohol that has gold in it. Fucking why? Or whenever you see those, you ever see those videos where not like Salt Bae, but it'll be it's a little person and he chops the food up like it'll be a fucking fat steak and he's got the best haircut you've ever seen and he's got these sunglasses on and he goes. And he does the Salt Bae thing. Bro, sometimes they'll like cover that steak in gold. and cut it. And I'm like, you just spent $1,000 on a steak because it got covered in gold. What are we fucking doing? Show us it. What do I look up? Little person steak restaurant. I don't know what I look up. Joe's making fun of little people. I'm not making fun of him. I said he had a really good haircut. I'm just saying that's the guy. That's how I recognize the video. It's like Salt Bay's restaurant, but what would I look up? Salt Bay Super Wow. Yeah, he does that. He goes Super Wow. Oh, no, this isn't this guy. This is a different dude.
3, 2.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. Wait, this is another person. This is another. He wears sunglasses as well. I'm thinking of somebody else.
Todo! For you. Sir.
But that's not. This isn't the one with gold. Like, there's times where they'll cover shit in gold, but he always just, like, he'll cut it up. And then he'll, like, feed it to them. I'd be like, dude, get the fuck out of here. I love watching those videos, and the top comments always, could I pay more to have him not do this? I'd be like, yo, boss, here's a 20. Let me cut my own steak. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. I'd be like, I don't want you to do it. He's putting on a show in front of me. Dude, I got to say that of a hibachi, too. I love hibachi, but sometimes they're a little too performative. I go, come on. Come on, man. I'm hungry, right? How many egg throws do we got to do? All right. They've caught 4 eggs. Let's go. I want my rice. I want my rice and shrimp with yum yum sauce.
Okay, that's a dumb purchase. That shit is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. A chapstick with gold in it? That seems like the type of product that...
Don't be rude to the hibachi dude. I'm never rude to the hibachi guy because they're the nicest people ever. But in the back of my head, I'm like, bro, I'm not here for the show. I'm here for the food, okay? Food's fire. Food's best food I've ever had. If I could fucking order it, I would. But almost every hibachi place, you're only able to get the hibachi if you're actually there.
Only super
You can't order it home.
rich people buy, specifically to feel more rich. Like, who out here is buying gold chapstick, bro? That is so unnecessary. Reminds me of the gold pizza that Mr. Beast ate. But again, bro, I can't...
Oh, the Bitcoin pizza? The Bitcoin pizza? Yeah. That shit. You're eating it, you're gonna fucking poop it out. I'm gonna shit into a fucking spaghetti strainer.
Really blame this kid for buying this because his mom is conditioning him to become a spoiled brat by giving him all this money. So it's like, of course he's going to turn into somebody who buys golden lipstick or chapstick.
It's gold on my lips. My favorite brands is Burberry. My Burberry favorites, you know, I got the shirt on. I love Burberry. Balenciaga.
What the fuck is the name of that brand? What the fuck is the name of that brand? Burberry? Burberry?
Favorites, you know, I got the shirt on. I love Burberry.
Burberry. What is that? Burberry.
Burberry, my Burberry favorites. You know, I got the shirt on. I love Burberry.
Burberry.
Balenciaga and Versace.
Damn, so he's really getting
I thought it was Burberry.
anything he wants. Like, holy
Burberry.
shit, this would have been my 17-year-old dream.
Half of this stuff, it still got tags on it. I don't even really know what I have. I have on an all-wool cashmere.
Oh my God, y'all see all those boxes? God damn.
And I have on my Rolex.
Dude has a Rolex at 17? What the f?
Has this kid worked a day in his life? Has he done any chores or anything? Like, what is this kid doing to deserve all of this? Because from what it seems like all he's doing is just existing. And boom, he gets a Rolex for that. There's definitely an off-balanced reward.
Yeah, I've always thought, like, I know I make good money on social media. I'm like, if my kid ever grows into wealth, I'm gonna make sure he ain't some bum. I don't care what he does with his life. Just don't be a fucking bum. You know, don't be a bum. That's like, I don't care, you know, if you don't have to get a degree, you don't have to fucking make a lot of money. You could be whoever you want. You can have whatever sexuality you want. Just don't be a bum, right? Don't be a loser, right? That just does job. No, not even, okay. I'm not saying they have to work all the time. I'm like, just don't be a bum. You know what I mean? Like somebody that just like, they're just, you know, breathing air, man. They're just fucking, they don't do anything. Like, they don't have hobbies. They don't have a job. They don't travel. They don't talk to people. They don't even play video games. They just fucking, like, sit, eat, maybe watch a show, go to bed. And that's different when you're, like, I did that when I was in high school when I was a teenager. But that's, like, I'm talking, like, if my kid was like 30 and he's doing that. I'm like, you're a bum. I'm a bum. You're not a bum if you're like 15 and all you do is like wake up, eat food, take a shit, watch a show, play Fortnite with your friends. That's teenage shit, right? You're a bum. You're in your bum stage, right? You got to get out of being a bum, right? At some point, you evolve from being a bum, but some people don't, and then they're just bums. I've said the word bum like 100 times.
System put in place between this kid and his mom. Mom's just throwing money at her kid. That's crazy.
This was $1,000 or $900. I spent $2,000.
Like a guy that's like, a bum is like a dude that's 25 and he's like, yeah, I've just been like, bro, there's like not really many good jobs open right now that I kind of want to work right now. So I'm kind of just waiting for the job market to open up. I've been doing a bit of day trading every day. I made like $20 on GME stock. But outside of that, really, I just kind of like I don't know, maybe 8 hours of league a day. And then I've also just been working on my own NFT. So that's kind of like the route I'm going down right now. I've just been like really looking into the space. I'm a part of a paid Discord server for sports betting. They have really good picks. So yeah, no, like I've been like kind of tailing some of the bets, and right now I'm up like $35. So if I make a few more good ones, I'll probably be able to like pay for the membership soon. And then at that point, I'm like, I'll be winning money, you know? And, you know, sometimes you're down, but then you gotta keep tailing them, man. You know, as he says, Raji the Rabber, Roger the Rabbit. What the fuck am I saying? I'm just rambling right now. I'm trying to make up a scenario. What would be the name of a guy that sells a sports betting Discord? Roger the betting man. Roger the betting master. I've been buying his Discord lately. It's gonna be sometimes he just misses his bets, you know? He always says you just gotta keep tailing, man. You'll be up in the end.
$1,000 on that tracksuit.
Oh my God,
You're so fucking high. Yeah, you redeemed the edible and then I had to fucking refund it because you said I scammed. So I just got conned into fucking getting high and now you're mad.
It pains me to listen to and watch. Holy shit, $2,000 on a tracksuit, bro? Oh my God.
My nickname is King, and I feel like it fits me because I'm the king of designer.
Okay, all right, now, buddy, chill out.
His nickname's King. I feel like if somebody's nickname's King, you gave yourself that fucking nickname. You know what I mean? You think somebody gave him that? Be like, yo, bro, your nickname's King, though. Everybody's nickname's always corny, or it's just a shortened version of their name. Nobody's being like, yo, dude, you're like, yo, I'm going to start calling you King, man.
This is all bought by your mom. I guess now is the part where the entitlement starts, showing.
They call me the king because I'm the king of designer.
A lot of people do say I'm bougie. All my fashion books, Barney's New York, Fendi book, Tiffany & Co. holiday collection book. I see myself very privileged.
Very verbalaged? Did he say privileged or verbalaged? I don't even know what verbalaged means. But if he said he's really privileged, that's right. That's just correct. I mean, at least he's self-aware of it. But one other thing I noticed is that this kid has a lot of fashion books. And if he is passionate about fashion, then that's honestly pretty cool. But if he's just one of those hype beasts who just gets everything at bougie stores, then that's a little corny. But either way, the mom is the cause of all of this.
Limited edition is everything. You gotta have a
yeah, I feel like a lot of I feel like you grow into your brand and things that you like as you like get out of the end of high school. When you're in middle school and high school and it's like your friend gets something that's designer and he's like, yeah, this is sick, it's Supreme. He doesn't actually like Supreme. His older brother told him Supreme was really cool. And so he asked his mom for it for Christmas. And so now he wears LeBrons because he knows who LeBron James is. And all the cool kids he knows wear LeBrons. He doesn't actually like the brand. If anything, he probably dislikes the shoes. And he doesn't really change until like you're at a point. There's like a point in your life where you kind of try to like be a part of the herd to fit in, and then you actually just like become your own person.
Limited edition piece in your closet, or your closet is corny, your drip is corny.
Okay, that is some goofy ass logic, bro. You don't need limited edition anything to have good drip. That's definitely something a rich, spoiled kid would say.
$1,000 a month is not enough for me. I would like my allowance raised to $1,500.
Oh my God, the entitlement is coming.
And the thing with an allowance is like, Bro's getting $1,000 a month. He's getting $12,000 a year to spend on whatever he wants. His bills are still being covered. You know, he's still being bought food. When he goes other places, he's still probably getting more money.
In for real. $1,500 a month is how much part-time jobs pay per month. And he's doing nothing. He's doing no work. Like, where is he getting this entitlement from? Oh, wait. It's definitely the mom, isn't it?
Okay, guys, so this is my brand new Givenchy book.
Yeah, he wants 18 grand a year of spending money.
Some YouTube channels I admire is Nicolette.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Of course, the spoiled brat is inspired by the final boss spoiled brat. That's so crazy. I was just about to mention Nicolette. This guy kind of reminds me of her. Because Nicolette was wanting $2,000 a month, I believe, of monthly allowance or something like that. And this guy wants $1,500. So no wonder that he's inspired by her. He's really following in her footsteps, huh?
Jeffree Star, the Ace family. My mom is not supposed.
The Ace family. I have never heard somebody in my life say that Ace Family was their favorite YouTube channel. I would never in my life think that I would have heard that.
Of my YouTube.
There's people they have a lot of subs. Your favorite YouTube channel?
Career. She rather me go to college.
Yeah, that's a pretty good plan.
I don't feel like an average person. I'm above that.
Ew, okay, chill out, buddy. You are just like everybody else. There is nothing too special about you. I can confirm that. Bro really thinks he's the main character just because his mom spoils him. Oh my God. It's crazy because this lifestyle that he's living is not funded by him, but he sure is acting like it is.
I want to tell Dr. Phil, my mom needs to raise my allowance and that she needs to stop pressuring me to go to college.
But the problem is, like, whenever they have this level of, oh my God, did he just say stop pressuring me to go to college? If she's paying you $12K a year, you go to college. I'm not even different from the argument of, you know, I don't want to go to college. I want to do with what I want to do with my life. But if your mom's paying you $12K a year, untaxed money that you could do whatever you want with, you go to college. Hey, you want me to go to college? Hey, yeah, I'll go to college for 8 years. That's fine. If you just keep paying me $20,000 a year to fucking do nothing. Fucking, oh, I don't have a job? Oh, but you're still going to give me money. I just got to go to college. Okay.
College and let me do what I want to.
I was going to say, though, like, when he graduates, the biggest thing is they still end up, you know, getting things provided for them for, you know, the majority of their 20s usually when people are this rich or they're this spoiled. And so then they just ease into actually always living this lifestyle rather than ever having to live a normal, like, damn, I'm broke right now.
No.
Yeah, definitely spoiled, definitely entitled, definitely a rich kid.
Isn't college easier than high school? Depends on the major. I mean, I think the material was harder for my college experience, but I think overall it was easier. Because I did more reading and writing than, like, test taking.
But honestly,
But that was because I was in philosophy.
I still stand on what I said earlier. If I was 17 and my mom was giving me all this money, I'd probably be entitled to. I just feel like parents should not be doing that. They shouldn't be spoiling their kids like that because it'll just gash these kids' heads up. And this kid's just the perfect example of that. Anyways, let's hear out what the mom has to say because I'm curious to know her POV.
I get mad and frustrated with Ryan because he just wants more and more money all the time.
But who keeps on giving it?
I never understand these Dr. Phil episodes where they're like, my son's saying they need more money and I don't know what to do. Stop giving him money. Stop giving him money. What do you do? What do you mean? What are they going to do? I'm moving out. With what? You have no money. I'm going to leave. Okay. Let me know when you're coming back.
Ryan needs a job to support his habits.
Okay, yeah, I agree. He needs a job. He needs to put the fries in the bag ASAP. But if he keeps getting money from his mom, then he's going to have...
Like when you're a kid, you ever see the videos on TikTok of kids that are like 5 years old trying to run away? And they get like 10 feet out of the house and they're like, maybe this is a bad idea. And then they turn around. It's the same shit. Like, if you have no capacity to take care of yourself, like, it's different if you're running away because, like, your family abuses you. But if you're in this kid's situation and you're running away from home or, like, I'm going to leave if your mom doesn't give you fucking $18,000 a year for being a bum, like, you're going to come crawling back immediately.
have no reason to get a job because he already has money. He's getting the money from his mom, so why would he need to get a job, you know? So far, I think the mom's just a flat-out enabler.
I had a summer job at 15. I was washing dishes, and I only was getting paid like $100 every 2 weeks, which is not enough to support my lifestyle.
$100 every 2 weeks. So you were working like maybe 1 10-hour shift a week? You were working once a week? Maybe.
God, what is it with these teenagers thinking that they need to fund a lifestyle?
I had like a part-time job and I worked like 8 hours on Mondays.
Bro. A bougie lifestyle is
And I couldn't buy designer clothes. I don't know.
Earned. It's not just given to you. If you want to have a bunch of nice things and a nice place to stay and a nice car, all that, a nice lifestyle.
That's good for a teenager? Bro, I even think that's fine. If you can land a part-time job in high school to work 2 days a week, that's fucking fire. Because then you're just getting money, you still have the majority of your time off, and you're still saving.
You gotta earn it. It's that simple. Like, he's over here saying he wants to live large without putting any work in. But in the real world, most people just work hard to afford.
How much do you think everything he has would cost? Clothing-wise, I have no idea.
The basics. He's over here complaining about something that others would be super grateful for. This kid's clearly out of touch, but that's spoiled rich kids for you.
Basically, after 4 weeks of working there, I quit because I got tired of being told what to do.
He quit his job because they were telling him to work? Like, what the fuck? All the employed people watching this video are just watching this like, what the fuck?
I quit my job at GNC because they wouldn't give me enough hours. It was COVID. They were like, we're going to have to prioritize some of the other people. And I went, okay. And then I texted her. I was like, I'm quitting. What do you need me to do?
Son Ronald. He tries to sneak little ways in to get more.
No one asked? Oh, that's kind of cool, dude. You're in my stream, so that kind of immediately means you asked.
Money. Like if he takes out the trash or, you know, tidying up around the house, he feels as though he got to be paid extra for each individual thing.
Chat, could y'all imagine just like getting paid for every single chore you do in the house? That's a dream. But honestly, it's kind of not, because I'm really glad that I came up the way I did. My parents didn't really pay me all that much. They would just tell me to do things like go get a job, go mow the lawn, go do chores in the house. And honestly, while we're on the topic of chores, I feel like kids doing chores.
Yeah, bro, I feel like doing bullshit work for no money makes it awesome when you finally get paid. Like, I know now I'm a Twitch streamer, bro, but I'm talking about when I was a kid. You do bullshit, you don't get paid much. Sometimes you'll get paid if you do a shitload of chores. And then, like, you have a job for the first time and you get your first... Bro, getting your first paycheck is, like, such a fire thing. I remember I got my first, like, you know, bi-weekly paycheck. It was, like, $300, $350, because I worked, like, multiple weeks, sold a bunch of things. I got commission. I was like, damn, bro. I actually have money.
Just teaches them what it's like owning a house in the future. I feel like that's the value of doing chores. They get to know what maintaining a home is like, and they get early experience doing that. I don't feel like, you know, they should be paid for that. I feel like that's just like learning work. That's just learning hard work. I know I sound like an unk describing all this, but like it's true.
I think there's instances where you have everyday tasks that you just gotta fucking do, right? Like you take out the trash, do the dishes. But if it's like, hey, if you mow your grandparents' lawn, I'll give you $30. I think that's like regular work. Bro, I remember I would go over my friend's house and I would have to do work for his grandpa before me and him could hang out. I vividly remember I'd be like, yo, we're hanging out. He'd be like, yeah, come to my house at like 10. I'd show up and we'd go rake his fucking grandpa's leaves. Me, my friend, and his cousin for like 3 hours. And then we'd get cookies and hot chocolate. I'd be like, it was pretty fire. And then we would be able to go fuck around.
I just recently bought a home and I already know how to maintain a lot of
dead ass. If you're going to give somebody pay, I feel like, okay, this kid's, you know, a high schooler, so it's different. But like, if you ever try to, you know, do work or get me to do work, when I was like 10, if you offered me money, I'd go, that means nothing to me. What would I buy with a fake dollar bill? Dollar bills mean nothing. I'll buy you a 10-piece chicken nugget meal. What? And then I would go, yeah, right, then I'll do it.
Because of the lessons I learned as a child.
Tartar, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hey, Cameron Mister for the sub. Bomb, thank you for the 3. I worked 4 days a week at the age of 50 for 17 an hour. Volunteer then since I was 14. Ended up with a job. That's awesome. Wow, for the sub. Next for the 3. I draw script by pre. Gonna hit a leg day. I'll see you at the. I'll listen to stream at the gym. Geo, Stipe, Bomb, and HP for the sub. J for the 3. PR for the 3. Hey man, I'm from the UK. I got my driver's test tomorrow. Any tips for the nerves? Just practice a bunch tonight. Kind of calms you down. You know, ensures that you know what you're doing. Outside of that, you know, try and sleep. Nothing else you can really do. Connor for the sub, Snap for the 3. Fred Tech, sports betting god. He's up 5K total, whole strategy. Discord he runs. Arbit, thank you for the 3. Put a bunch for 4 to 5 years. Hope you have a good day. Ortron for the sub. TV, thank you for the 3. Plenty ready or not? No, not today. Boggy for the 3. What are you doing if your kids find your 2020 TikToks? I'd just be like, you're cringy. Big Times, It's, and Thomas for the sub. MG and Buffalo for the sub. 7 stops for the sub. Alfie for the 3. I do cook dinner and clean the house and shit for 45 weeks. Is that crazy? I mean, if you're cooking for the family, I don't really know. Juddy Michael, Blabber, Vamp. I don't think that's that wild. MK and Cage for the sub. Nothing's wrong if you're getting paid for it. You just got to be humble with it. Hyper, thank you for the 3. You missed a scream like I already with that. BB, thank you for the 3. Nearly got shot, electrocuted, cut my hand open today, so can you take an edible for me? No, but I hope you're okay.
So thank you, Mom, if you're watching this video.
Oh, you need to pay me for this. You need to pay me for that. I do laugh because, like, why do I have to pay you to do your chores?
Okay, so she's complaining about her kid, but I'm over here thinking, like, lady, aren't you the one that's supporting his, quote, lifestyle? I don't know. Something isn't adding up here. I want to see what Dr. Phil has to say. Actually, wait, he lost his doctor license. We're just going to call him Phil now.
Now, Ronald says he uses retail therapy to make himself better because his mom is always at work.
Okay, so the mom might be a workaholic, which if that's true, that's kind of sad because it goes to show that she's just like throwing money at him but not giving him any attention that he needs. Kids need attention from their parents, so no wonder he's getting all this validation from all this like purchasing. He's probably coping with the fact that his mom's barely there and she's just working all the time and throwing him money.
But is he willing to take a smaller allowance or no allowance so she doesn't have to work as much?
Oh, okay. So she's working all the time because she's trying to pay.
Oh my God, she's been picking up more hours because he's been asking for more money. What an unfucking grateful shit. I also think that's still on her where she could just be like, no.
Pay for his allowance. Yeah, she's definitely enabling this. I feel like mom should just put her foot down and say, no, you're not getting any allowance. And boom, it solves a lot of the problems. She doesn't have to work as much now and she can see her kid more. And he won't turn out to be a spoiled brat because he's not getting any money anymore and he has to learn to work.
She gonna work more to raise my allowance. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Whoa, holy shit, this kid is entitled as hell. He really said, yeah, she's gonna work more to afford more for me. Who does bro think he is? He hasn't put any work in to afford his lifestyle, which means he doesn't deserve it.
Graduate high school at the end of the year, your allowance will be cut off.
Oh no.
You're going to have to work a job for 2 jobs.
What do you mean, oh no? Like they don't have control over it. You have no say. You have literally no say. What do you mean, oh no? She could just be like, no, I'm not paying you anymore.
No, why y'all clapping?
This kid's panicking. It's honestly satisfying to see, bro. He's gonna have to learn to put the fries in the bag. A pivotal moment in everyone's life.
No.
Because I can't do it.
That's not gonna happen, bro.
I can't.
Let me ask you something.
What, Phil? Spill it out.
You're living in a small bedroom in your house, and he's in the.
Oh, now let me ask you something here. So your son's buying some nice clothes like Nike. What is he getting? Okay, yeah. Is your son? How much is your son spending a month? Did you say again? I feel like Dr. Phil just fucking losing his mind up on stage. It's unbearable to watch.
Master Suite.
Wait, what?
Did you see? I've been playing Fortnite recently. I've been trying to get my own Fortnite skin.
What? This kid gets the master bedroom? Holy shit, this mom is such a pushover. Y'all, imagine getting the master bedroom in your parents' house. That is crazy levels of privilege. No wonder he ended up this entitled. That's crazy.
Who pays for this house?
I do.
But you put him in the master suite and you go down the hall and live in a smaller bedroom. Why is that?
Dr. Phil coming in with the common sense for sure. Yeah.
I think this goes back to let me say this. Not all single children are spoiled. Semicolon, however, comma. Spoiled children are more likely to also be single children, in my opinion. I feel like if you are an only child, you are more likely to be spoiled. Not guaranteed, right? But it's just the idea that, like, all the attention is going to you, or all the money or everything. Like, there's less spread out. You don't learn to, that's what it is. You don't learn to share, right? Sharing is like, you learn communism when you learn communism if you're not an only child. No, but it's like, you learn, I guess, you have like a friend growing up. You have somebody that's probably going to fuck with you, right? So you already have a nuisance in your life from the day you're born. And things are spread out, so you share.
Yeah, like, why does he have that room? Dude's literally getting prince treatment, and no wonder he feels like he's the king.
The king of designer.
What did you say to yourself to make that okay?
Well, I gave him the bigger room because he has a lot more clothes than I do.
Oh my God, bro. This is so hard to watch. Really? You gave him the room because he has more clothes.
The king of designer.
Oh my God. Yeah, just say you're a pushover by this point.
I just let him take the bigger room with all his clothes, and I took the smaller room.
My question is why?
I don't know, Dr. Phil. I just need help with.
You know, I'm going to loosen up on the mom. I feel bad for her because I think she acknowledges that she's a pushover and genuinely wants to change. And also, I feel like this.
Yeah, there probably are times where she does say no to him, and then he just like guilts her and she folds immediately.
Son is well aware of the fact that the mom is a pushover. He's taking advantage of that, actually, by moving into the master bedroom, getting all this money from her, etc. So I really do feel for the mom in this situation. As much as she's the enabler in it, she still is acknowledging it and trying to change. So salute to her. I hope it happens. Hopefully she can build the courage to make some change. Because who wants to raise a spoiled rich kid, bro? Those kids are the worst.
Reparenting for us, this whole situation with
here.
Ryan.
Yes. Yeah, it helps here.
Dr. Phil, that smile is very creepy. Please stop.
I really do.
Oh, help is here.
Okay, Phil.
Oh, help is here. Don't you worry. Well, after I get my Fortnite skin, we're going to be killing your son. That's how we're going to get rid of the problem for you. You're welcome. You've been cured. Next person. All right, next we have Bad Baby coming up.
Please stop. You're creeping me out.
You know, he's been writing in, actually. He wrote to me on...
You see how nervous he looks? Oh boy, I think he knows what's coming. Better get them job applications ready.
He says, my mom thinks I have a spending and attitude problem. I want her to stop picking on me. I feel like she doesn't want me to have a normal teenage life.
What? A normal teenage life doesn't consist of getting thousands of dollars in allowance a month.
A normal teenage life is being broke and hanging out in the parking lot of like a Target. And sitting around with your friends and going, so what do we do?
Or having every single designer or piece of clothing ever. That is not a normal teenage life, bro. I feel like a normal teenage life consists of going to school, getting a part-time job, maybe. I know me and a lot of my friends had part-time jobs while we were young.
I think most people in high school, if they get a job, it's usually senior year. Maybe a summer job, and then you usually get like your first like long form or long part-time job in college.
Maybe getting your first car as well. Like those are things that consist of a normal teenage life. That statement he made of, I just want to have a normal teenage life, so she should give me all this allowance and all these clothes. That statement alone just goes to show how out of touch he is.
Every time I try to go out with my friends, she always wants to know where I'm going and who I'm going with.
What? That is the most tame parent thing. Bro, that is the most normal, that is the most reasonable thing. Where are you going? Where are you going? Here. Okay, that's whatever. That's like bare minimum. It's like, what, just not having your kid disappear for fucking 10 hours.
Yes.
Hey, that's a normal part of teenage life too. My mom had my location, bro. My mom was known.
I think that's most parents now. Yeah, they got the location. They got your iPhone. Yeah. I think that, there's maybe parents that are like, oh, yeah, you can't go out with your friends. Hey, where do you want to go? Here, never mind, you can't go. Like, that's dickhead shit. But if they just want to know where you're going.
Everything about where I was at, who I was with, like,
or yeah,
all
like
that,
Life 360 is another app.
that stuff. That's like parenting 101. As much as I didn't like it, I understand now that those are pretty normal parenting techniques.
I just want Dr. Phil to talk to my mom and get us on better terms as far as our relationship and see if he can get my allowance raised.
Of course. Damn, he is really bag chasing here.
I feel like he's living in the fucking dark realm, dude. This guy's living in the fucking dreamland, man. Hey, Dr. Phil, could you get my mom to pay me more money?
Not in the organic way. He's just trying to take from his mom. This is entitlement at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. Watch and observe.
Well, that allowance is not going to happen.
going to happen. So.
And I feel as though we will have a better relationship if he can learn to save money more and spend less.
Yeah, I feel like her giving her son.
Why do that, bro? I feel like she just need to crash out on him. Like, I think that would solve. Like, I'm not saying that would solve it, but if she was like, "Shut the fuck up, you ungrateful shit, you're getting nothing," like, he'd probably crash out back, start crying, guilt trip her, then he'll give it up, you know, and then it'll be fine. Because he'll realize he can't choose.
Realistic perspective of the world by making him fill out job applications and working for what he wants. I feel like that will strengthen their relationship because he'll realize how the world actually works, and then he'll realize that she's right for making him go get a job. I actually have a little story about my life when I was, I think, 13 maybe, or 14. I don't remember, but I had a group of friends that were going to the movies one night, and they invited me. And I remember going to my mom like, "Yo, can I get $20 to go to the movies?" And this was around the time my stepdad started becoming a member of the family, and he was in the house by this point. And I remember him telling me, "Nope, you're not going to ask for your mom for money. You got to go mow a lawn, go to a neighbor's house, ask to mow their lawn for some money, do something for some money, work for it. You can't just keep asking your mom for money." And since that day, bro, my life has completely...
Fuck you, Mom! I'll go sell crack on the streets! Give me the $20. The most rural, like, fucking, the most rural rich kid ever. Fuck you, Mom. I'll go fucking start cooking meth like Walter White. You don't even know how to do it. I'll figure it out.
Completely changed, bro, because that was the day I learned the value of hard work. I'm telling you. And since that day, I've been working for everything I have. And also since that day, I've grown closer with my parents because they were teaching a valuable lesson. And right after that day, I started mowing my neighbors' lawns and I started stacking up. Overall, this kid's definitely just spoiled and entitled, and it's partially the mom's fault. Well, mostly the mom's fault, but at least she's acknowledging it and trying to make some changes to make sure that he can work for what he gets in life and understands that money isn't a given in life. And
yeah, I mean, that's about all you could say. I wish they did update shit for this. He wants $1,500. That's not I've never even gotten allowance. What's like a reasonable allowance? If you're gonna give an allowance, I feel like it's like $50. Like, here's $50 a month. Now you could go get food once a month, or, you know, buy a ticket to Six Flags or some shit. Like, you could fucking buy a video game, you know? McDonald's for the three. Sometimes I get a cold bath with the lights off, pretend I'm a fish in the ocean. Gage for the three. Can you say, no? One for the Ray, GX for the sub, Star for thank you for the 5. You help me with my self-harm. Also, random question, do you have any siblings? Star, think of it. Well, do your favorite streamer, you've helped me with self-harm. Well, number one, I'm glad that I have helped you with self-harm. I hope that you're all right. I hope that, you know, if you're ever going through something, you get the help you need. And 2, yeah, it's for the 3. Watching YouTube, decided to hop on stream for a while. I wanted to say love the content. Keep it up. Thank you. Christian with the sub talk over the 3. Just turned 21. You got any recommendations on what to drink? Margarita, Orange Crush, beer, fucking Surfsides. I don't know. There's a bunch of shit. Directed, ZK, Super and Laugh for the sub. Spoken Huge for the sub. Alex Horny for the sub. Why do they let you Horny on the go? Why is that a username? How are you allowed to make your username that? B, thank you for the 3. Says for the sub. Psycho, thank you for the 3. Go through like 200 a week on drugs and I'm 15. Yeah, you Psycho. Again, As I said earlier, man, please get help. You said this earlier. You were talking about how you've taken too much Benadryl. Psycho. For like the 5th time now, man. Please get help. I'm going to keep saying it to you if you ever fucking say shit like that. I gave the sub. All right. Coming down 30 seconds. I got to pass. Wah. Gage, thank you for the 3. Do you ever think it's weird people that like freaking worship you? What do you mean? Sisson and Young for the sub. Like 2 parasocial? Yeah. All right. Hold up. You saw this on Neo's videos, crazy. Oh, yeah.
Thought I'd taste it.
We gotta add this to the watch later. Okay. We're probably going to watch the Papa Me video another day because I want to do 2 philosophy videos. And I think we'll probably watch a shorter, like, react video than the philosophy. We're not going to just remove Papa Meat. We're going to remove Papa Meat, replace it with something shorter. Oh my God, you know what we need to watch? My chat's going to be mad. I don't care. Henry's Kitchen green bean muffin cups. I'm so excited.
Hello, and welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today I'm going to be teaching you how to make Henry's famous green bean casserole muffin cups.
I feel like I just smile the whole time I'm watching his videos. This guy's videos are fucking hilarious.
I also want to announce that I'll be performing live near you if you live...
Performing live? Henry's Kitchen is going to do a live TV show performance?
In Los Angeles or Chicago. You
what?
Can click the link below or go to henrys.kitchen to get tickets.
He's doing like a singing performance or... Oh, he sings.
Meanwhile, let's get started. The ingredients we'll be needing for today's recipe are 2 cans French cut green bean.
We're making green bean muffin cups and you're using fucking canned green bean.
2 cups French crispy onions, 3/4 cups milk, Campbell's cream of mushrooms condensed soup, and 1 Black & Decker pepper grinder. We will also need 3 mixing bowls. Let's start by draining our green beans.
AFK for the sub, Gabe. Thank you for the 3. Forgot renew my sub. I got an email about $30 charge. Freaked out for a second. Love you. Sub to you. You're entertaining. I sat down after a long drive for the beach. It feels good to be back. Well, thank you for the 3, man. Welcome back. McDonald's and Young for the sub. Gabe for the 3.
Beans. This thing always gets stuck. Doesn't work properly. There we go. You just want to drain
all the water
out while you're opening it to save time. Dump our beans out into a work bowl.
Yo, actually, I know this is like a joke video. Have you ever had canned green beans? They are disgusting. They're nothing like canned peas and frozen peas or like fresh peas are very different, but they're a lot more similar. Canned green beans are like, I'm eating a whole new I feel like I'm eating kelp. I'm just taking like ocean fucking plants and just eating them off the bottom.
Then we'll open our cream of mushroom soup.
Ew.
pour this into a separate work bowl.
Oh.
Try to get it all out of there.
Cat cam.
This thing fucking sucks. Now let's add 3/4 cups milk.
Oh my god.
Grind some cracked peppercorns in there. Pour in our green beans. Pour in 1 cup crispy French fried onions. And now you want to fold it up. You know, when I was in high school, we played a prank on our friend Chad. We told him that Rachel, the most popular girl in school, had a crush on him. So one day during lunch, he asked her out, and she actually said yes, and then they started making out in front of everybody. We really got him good. Okay. Shit. It looks like I forgot to preheat the oven. I'm gonna do that right now at 350 F.
That seems a little low.
Okay, so I've got a muffin tin here, and I'm just brushing it with a little bit of olive oil. And I'm gonna take our green bean mixture here, and I'm just gonna pour it, a little bit of it, into each individual tin hole to make muffin cups.
This is so gross.
And then we want to top these with our crispy onions, but...
Like, do you think this will, like, solidify in the oven? It'll look good? I think they're just gonna come out still mushy.
Unfortunately, it looks like we used... We're just gonna put these Funyuns... Top these with our crispy onions, but unfortunately it looks like
it's a bag of Funyuns.
Like we used them. We're just gonna put these Funyuns into a plastic baggie, and I'll use the pounding method that I've shown before to get them nice and crumbly.
Henry's Kitchen is not affiliated with the Funyuns.
I'm actually kind of proud of myself now that I've learned how to sort of problem solve when things go wrong in the kitchen.
Cat's having fucking flashbacks.
Sprinkle these so over top.
Bro, they're gonna burn.
Okay, let's put these in the oven.
35 minutes?
Help me make it through the night, 'cause I am tired and alone. Help me make it through the night.
Oh no, dude, they need... Bro, they look like they need another hour.
'Cause I don't like myself.
Okay, now we just want to scoop out our muffins and stack them on a towel-lined platter here. Unfortunately, these don't seem to have held on to their muffin form, so I'm just going to scoop them out as more of a casserole situation. Okay.
I love. He always does get creative. Get creative with it.
Okay.
Dude, he's just pouring it out onto a fucking towel.
And then maybe we can actually pour this out onto a regular dining plate.
Oh, oh no. Oh my god. He's not liking that.
This tastes like shit. Thanks
Oh, yeah.
for joining us here on Henry's Kitchen, everybody. And special thanks, as always, to the patrons at patreon.com/Henry's Kitchen for making these videos possible.
Oh my god, does he have another one? If he has another new one, I gotta watch it. Oh my god. Balsamic peaches with whipped ricotta. Wow. And then we'll get into the philosophy. I'm sorry, I need to watch this.
Hello everybody and welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today I'm going to be teaching you how to make parsley balsamic peaches with agave and whipped ricotta.
And whipped. You stewy.
Today's recipe comes from themodestchef.com, who says, quote, "My peach recipe is so great, I've used..."
Yo, I gotta say, whenever I've gotten recipes, since I've been meal prepping so much more recently, like, I do a lot of oven-baked vegetables, and I look up a lot of recipes for shit. They suck. I genuinely think that once you understand, like, the flavor profile that you like, you can cook new vegetables that you've never cooked before just off the dome. Right? You might get, like, it fractionally off, but when you look up recipes, it'll always be like it'll be like a Rachel Ray, and they'll be like, "This is the best recipe for green beans that you have ever tried. First, you're going to go buy full condensed milk. Then you're going to go get..." I'm like, why am I buying that? Why don't I just douse that shit and fucking brush it with olive oil, put on fucking garlic powder, maybe bacon if you want to do fucking bacon, some other shit. That is good.
My exquisite
Salt, pepper, maybe onion powder.
Skills to put together an elegant summary recipe.
Why didn't you do the streamer games? Brother, I've said that like a million times. NK, thank you for the 5. Usually if I'd watch over to say, thank you for the maturity you've brought in my life and how much of a better person I've become because of your videos and advice. Thank you. Morris, thank you for the 3. I love everything you do. You're the greatest streamer. Thank you for the help you've given me and others. Thank you. And the Funks, thank you for the raid. Hex, thank you for the 3. Leaving for basic training tomorrow. Well, thank you for your service. Scott for the sub. Jacob for the 3. Watching your Temu video, I love it. Yeah, dude, Aiden did a great job editing that video. The one I posted yesterday. It's my first time editing. Love the content. You're great. Please pause the video and listen. And I want to ask you a question because I know you're a good talker. I want to ask chat. My blank, I can't read it, is an alcoholic and I don't know how to deal with them. I'm 15, still in school, and my parents might divorce. How do I deal with them? Probably confront them on the fact that they're an alcoholic in like the best way that you can. It's a very serious thing. I don't really know if I could give you great advice there, but outside of being there for them and being like, hey, you need to get help, there's nothing else you can really do. Stark, Lazy, and Ian for the sub. Ezra for the 3. What's your max squat, bench, deadlift, or leg press? I don't really max out anymore. Stark, Chucky, and Ethan for the sub. Wow for the 3. 17-year-old addicted to weed. You've helped me with my mental struggles. Got addicted to the threat when I was harassed. Death threats for a year straight. I'm sorry to hear that, man. You got me into philosophy, helped me with everything that happened in a much better place now than before. Well, I'm glad you're doing better. For the 3, move to college for lighting design. Thank you. Any advice? Scheduling and just don't procrastinate. Gabe, thank you for the 3. Bog L for the sub. NK for the sub. All right, hold up.
That's better than anything your grandma...
Bro, I gotta if this kid has been spamming finish the edible, yeah, you're getting banned. Oh my god, you're so fucking annoying. You're so fucking annoying. You're so fucking annoying. You're so fucking annoying. Get out of my chat.
Or anyone else could ever do. Why? Because I'm the modest chef and I'm the best there is. Let's get started. We're going to start by putting our ricotta cheese into a food processor. I've started using only one measuring cup because I've gotten pretty good at being able to estimate from there. For example, this recipe calls for 3/4 of a cup, so I'll just make sure it's only filled 3/4 of the way.
What?
Now we'll put it in the food processor. So this might be a little personal, but I recently had a... personal, but I recently had a... and all charges were dropped.
All charges.
Now we'll just spread this onto a dessert plate here. Interesting, it looks kind of the same as it did before we blended it. Since we're making 2 servings, we'll actually divide this into 2 plates.
That is not
Set
divided
these aside.
evenly.
Okay, so we want our peaches halved and pitted.
Those actually do look like good peaches. Do y'all fuck with peaches? I feel like I haven't eaten one since, dude, probably like elementary school. I didn't like them then. I just feel like they're mushy.
You want to use a sharp knife for this, and I like to use protective glove wear as well. I have a glove which is not only fire retardant, but also knife retardant, plus some chainmail. So this recipe falls under a diet called the Modified Atkins Diet. The Atkins Diet, as you know, is where
He's got to be cutting into the fucking pit.
you can only eat meat. But this Modified Atkins Diet means that you can eat meat plus other foods like dairy, rice, bread, fatty foods like pizza, patty melts, ice cream, churros, you know, that kind of thing. It's just much less restrictive. Okay, let's put these on the burner.
What are you talking about? He's eating patty melts as a diet?
Start by putting 2 tablespoons of butter on a medium heat skillet. Spread it around a little bit. And we'll put our peaches on there face down.
No, this actually
So
might be
according to
good.
fossil evidence, peaches most likely come from China during the Neolithic period. And it's not uncommon for Chinese brides to carry peaches for good luck. And in Japan, the peach is considered a symbol of purity. And they even have a famous superhero named Peach Boy who fights evil demons.
Is that real? I feel like he's hit me with fun facts that are just fake.
And after about 3 minutes, we'll remove our peaches from there.
You didn't really... Now they're just kind of mushy and warm. I was going to say, he didn't really, like, sear
Okay,
them.
now to the same pot, we want to add 1/4 cup balsamic vinaigrette. Try to be as precise as possible with your measurements.
Just full guessing. Oh, wow, that's hot.
And then we're going to add in our parsley. And we'll just let that cook for about 20 minutes.
That for 20 minutes? It's going to be fucking char black.
Oops. It looks like I forgot to restock my agave. No problem. While our balsamic...
If he fucking uses aloe vera... If he takes out a fucking bottle of, like, aloe vera...
balsamic glaze is cooking, I'll zip on over to the Trader Joe's and pick some up. She was my true love. Now she's dead and gone. She made me feel whole. And when I felt she'd hold my hand when nobody ever would, she understood.
Wow.
She came with me. Okay, so let's just take this whole... Ow! Fuck! Be sure to use oven mitts, because this is going to be hot.
Didn't really get the fuck there on the bleep.
Now we'll just drizzle our glaze all over it. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to get agave, but I had some leftover honey, so we can use that. And there you have parsley balsamic peaches with honey and whipped ricotta. It's okay. Well, thanks for joining us here on Henry's Kitchen, everybody. And as always, I want to say thank you to the patrons at patreon.com.
Somebody pulled over eating the peach parsley ricotta. I would try that one. I would rather try that than the fucking green bean cups. That looked better. And better meaning edible. 8 for the sub. Mick, thank you for the 3. What's your bit rate? Right now, 8,400. Alex for the 3. Tomorrow's my first day. Freshman year, low-key nervous. I don't know anybody. You're really funny. I'm eating watermelons and cheese. Dude, you don't really got to be nervous, man. I mean, it's always going to be nerve-wracking you going into new situations in life, but the majority of the people that you know there, you're never going to know in 10 years, and you won't really be friends with outside of high school, so it's not something that's, like, of concern. You know, I think be you. Try and make friends in classes, but that's all you can really do. K-Bab for the sub. Clean for the sub, Gage for the 3. I moved school, made a few new friends. You helped me through the move, so thank you. Well, thank you. Ellen Bog for the sub. MK, thank you for the 5. K-Bab for the sub. All right. Chat, let's hop into the fucking first philosophy video. We might swap the second one for a different video, but we're definitely going to watch this one. Now, PSA here, I know like 2,000 people are probably going to fucking bag out of the stream. To those people, goodbye. But I got a philosophy degree in college last year. I have a philosophy channel. Love watching philosophy videos. We haven't watched one on stream in a while. It gets into not really funny shit, more like deep stuff. You know, not necessarily sad, but, you know, topics you might disagree with me on, might find interesting or boring, really up to you. But, you know, feel free to share your fucking opinion. It's just keep it respectful. That's about it. Goner, thank you for the sub. We're going to watch this one and then one more after this. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live at 3 doing VR for the whole stream for like 3.5 hours. Tuesday, random game day, one man's trash, random Roblox games, random Steam games, the schedule one update. 3. Wednesday, horror at 3. Thursday, I'm going to be doing Paddle with Sneeg and then Bogo's Binted and the peak update with the guys. Friday's Reacts at 3. Saturday, I'm not live. Sunday's Reacts. And then we'll go from there. Next week, we'll be back to our 4:30 weekday at 2 p.m. weekend schedule. We'll be back for that all the way through till like, you know, late December when I fucking stream early for like a month and then till summer. But yeah, next charity stream 28th. Okay. First fucking philosophy video. Goner for the sub. 6 stages of consciousness. Only one leads to freedom.
Most people live their entire lives inside a single level of consciousness, completely unaware that they're trapped day after day.
Now, I don't know what this video is gonna get into, but I want to say I've talked about previously how I think your consciousness is separated by the level of self-awareness you have in a given moment. How present you are or derealized you are from your individual, you know, character or body, I think is looped not necessarily into the levels of consciousness, but a level of realization that feels and makes the world feel more real or fake, depending on how you perceive it.
And emotions swirl, decisions get made, relationships rise and fall, and yet beneath it all, something invisible keeps them cycling through the same patterns. It feels like free will. It feels like awareness, but it's not. For 97% of people, life unfolds within a narrow psychological
Bit of a random statistic we're throwing out there.
cage, one designed by evolution, reinforced by society, and mistaken for the full experience of being human. This unseen trap is survival consciousness, an operating system that served our ancestors well, but now keeps
I will say I do think about how our previous ancestors still had thoughts, and they didn't have... Imagine if you didn't know a language as a human. You'd still be able to survive, but your way of communication and way of inner thinking would be like almost fully emotional rather than logical. Because you could do performative tasks like create tools and problem solve, but you never actually have like future or past-based thinking in the sense that we do now. And so prior to language, like you could go to the first languages that were created, you know, 10,000 years ago or whenever modern civilization started to arise. But prior to that, there were still people that had made cave paintings. They built fucking... Dude, during the, like, Ice Age, there were, you know, Homo sapien people, there were human ancestors that were building fucking dens out of, like, mammoth tusks, and they would fucking go and gather them, and they would insulate, and they knew how to fucking basically, like, mend pieces of, like, animal hide together. I'm like, they could do that, but they couldn't talk to each other. They lived in groups, they functioned as a society, but they would grunt and just show emotions to communicate. Like, what level of consciousness is that? Is what's so weird to me. Like, if we didn't have language, I don't think we would be as complex as we are by any means. I think the whole reason we are evolved species is because we're able to... You understand what I'm saying, right? Even if you don't get the idea that I'm trying to portray or, I guess, like, present to you, you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, right? And that is just the reason we're where we are.
Just tethered to fear, craving, and endless loops of emotional reaction. Here's the unsettling truth. Consciousness isn't static. It evolves. It expands. And there are higher levels most people never touch. not because they're out of reach, but because no one ever told us they existed. Imagine discovering that the way you think, feel, and see the world is just one layer of a vast spectrum. That beyond the ego,
I'm
beyond
going to throw this in 1.25 because I feel like he's talking mad slow.
the constant pull of survival and emotion, there are realms of awareness where suffering fades, connection deepens, and the very nature of reality feels different. This video is your map. Together, we'll trace the 6 major levels of consciousness, from the instinctual drives that dominate our species.
I think he's separating our individual consciousness by the way you think and the things that are genetic versus learned and attributed to us alone. Like, your first level of consciousness would be like, I'm hungry, right? Like, your organs communicating something to your brain that shows that you need to do, I'm tired. I need water. I feel sick, right? That's like your first level of consciousness. Second, I would assume, would be base communications trying to, give some sort of thought, like maybe thinking past, present, future. I'm gonna be hungry. It's not I'm hungry now. I'm gonna be hungry in 8 hours. Level 3, it's probably gonna be like, portraying your individual thought to somebody to try and communicate and plan for the future. Then being able to fucking reason with yourself about things that are beyond everyday life and your physicality. But then after that, I have no idea.
To the rarefied states of heart-centered,
Set the video up? I know.
cosmic, and non-dual awareness that only a few ever glimpse. This isn't just philosophy or spiritual poetry. These levels shape everything. How you experience
Can we ban that guy spamming 1080 Ti?
love, how you suffer, how you search for meaning. They define the invisible walls of your life, and they hold the key to breaking free. Today, you'll see where most people stop, where you might still be stuck, and what waits beyond the horizon of your current mind. Because once you understand these stages, you can't unsee them, and what once felt like the whole world will start to feel like the first
there
room.
has to be some level of conscious recognition that we know we're gonna die too. That's like, I think there's 2 levels of consciousness that are involved with like recognizing. There's 3 actually. Seeing things die and just having the survival instinct to not die, but not recognizing that you're going to die one day. And then there's number 2, which is you see things, your family members die around you, your friends die around you, and you're going to go, I'm going to die one day. And then there's number 3, and it's realizing like, fuck, I'm going to die. Like, I might cease to exist. That's like its home. Like, I think that's a very new thing in humanity. Like, I think humans have been creating idols and religions and things to follow for a very long period of time to explain things. But I think it's a very new thing compared to that like we just die. Right? Does that make sense? I feel, I don't know. Maybe I would have to look into like the history of that and the history of like religions in society, like sociology or whatever, shit like that. But I feel like earlier humans that were like, what happens after we die? Do you think they immediately jumped to nothing, you're just dead? Or do you think they jumped to like, there has to be something after this? I don't know. I think that would be a civilization to civilization. That would be a person-to-person basis on what they assume. Religion? I think religion fills gaps. I mean, that's the god of the gaps in general. But I don't know which one would come first. What is the most assumed? Lack of capacity? Well, I think it's easier to understand a continuation after death or something that's opposite of versus there being literally nothing, right? Because we're full of dualities. So God is basically everything that we're not. So it's not hard for an earlier human to be like something that's all powerful and all spiritual, all good, right? When morality started to spark. And you could actually look at different gods, depending on what civilization there was in history. Whatever religion they believed usually coincided to the struggles that they endured in their civilization. Like desert societies versus ocean, like bordering countries versus people that lived in the jungle and dealt with different things. Like all their religions are so different and all relate to the struggles they had. So then to go from that to, wait, maybe actually there's nothing after death, or maybe there's like nothing before this, right? And having like just the null viewpoint, not like nihilism, but like, oh, there's nothing, is probably a step further.
Of a much larger house. Welcome to Beyond Reality, Let's begin at the foundation, the level where nearly everyone lives without realizing it, survival consciousness. Human consciousness didn't begin with dreams of enlightenment or grand philosophical questions. It began with survival. The first level of awareness is raw, automatic, and ancient, designed not for self-reflection, but for one thing, staying alive. At this stage, consciousness is fused with the body's instincts. Hunger, pain, fear, and desire dictate every action. The brain's oldest structures, the brainstem and limbic system, run the show. Every threat is magnified. Every potential reward feels urgent. Survival consciousness kept our ancestors alive in a brutal world, where each day meant finding food, avoiding predators, and securing shelter. React first, think later. Though the world around us has changed, this operating system still runs silently in the background. And for many, it still dominates. It's the
I feel like one of the first things that probably sparked like another level is when you were able to look forward in humanity or even your own life, and you were able to go like further, like as an example, people that lived during the Ice Age. It's cold as fuck. We're dealing with this. I'm growing up and it's very cold. Is it always going to be this cold? Is this what life is always like? Am I always going to be here? And then you just fucking start spewing questions that like unlock another level of awareness.
reason someone cuts you off in traffic and your heart races.
Yo, chat is so brain rot, throw it in sub only.
As if your life is on the line. It's why people chase wealth or status as if they're very survival.
Literally none of the chats have to do with the video. Dom, thank you for the 3. Can we talk about the philosophical zombie? Yeah, after this video. SMS, or actually we could relate to that. I think that actually ties in with the consciousness question. A philosophical zombie is basically, I talk about it in the Sonder video that I'm posting next week. A philosophical zombie is basically somebody that looks, acts, and perceives themselves as human, but they have no, like, thought outside of the everyday things that they do, right? They still have a job. They go to a 9 to 5. They do everything that regular people do, but they're like husks of humans, right? They're never going to actually look past, like, the fucking, I don't want to use the word firmament, right? Because people talk about how space isn't real and the firmament. But, like, the people that, like, live every day and never think about the future, the past, their life, who they are, who their friends are, what the meaning of everything is. There's people that don't ever question that shit. Not because they've questioned it, reasoned that it doesn't matter to them, and moved on. They've never thought about it. It's boring to them. They don't care. They don't get it. Those people are, yeah, philosophical zombies. They're less conscious, right? Now, that is, there's no category of individual that falls into that. It's just like a level of, like, I don't even think it's genetics. I think it's a level of, like, upbringing and social awareness to where they just have an utter lack of consciousness. Like, in terms of anything beyond everyday life. They don't care about, like, the people that are be like, I don't give a fuck if aliens are real, man. I just want to play Fortnite. I don't care about any conversation that entertains anything hypothetical or philosophical or theological, religious. They have no care and have never had a care. Not because it, like, freaks them out and they don't like it. It's just boring, right? Like, that, I think there's a difference between, like, certain topics being boring and everything ever that's beyond what you're doing today being boring. Like, those people are zombies. Silent for the sub Q man, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ninja and Suno and Alo for the sub Q man for the sub.
Depends on it. This level of consciousness is primitive, but it's persuasive.
I think that's a very thin margin of people, though. Like, what level of people would you say are NPCs? Not even, like, I don't want to say NPC in the point where it's like, oh, if you eat ketchup on eggs, you're an NPC. No, like, you're an NPC, like, you actually don't think, bro. Like, you never have any futuristic thinking. Your consciousness is stuck in level 1. 5%, bro. 5%, 10%. Not many people. I think there's some people that are, like, more active in thinking than others in that sense, outside of just, like, the present tense. But I think it's on a sliding scale. You know, I don't think it's like you think about it or you don't.
It knows how to hijack the mind. Tied closely to this is the second level, emotional consciousness. Once basic survival needs are met, emotions rise to power. Here, the world is filtered through feelings of desire, anger, jealousy, and fear. The mind no longer reacts just to physical threats.
I think this is where a philosophical zombie hovers. Like, just emotions.
but to imagined ones. Perceived slights, social rejection, fear of failure. The emotional brain pulls from memories and traumas, keeping the individual locked in cycles of reactivity. Psychology points directly to this loop. The limbic system, particularly the amygdala, scans constantly for danger, real or perceived. It triggers the body before reason has a chance to intervene. Emotional memory cements these responses, creating patterns that repeat endlessly, chasing love, fearing loss, needing approval. Evolution shaped this sensitivity because group belonging once meant survival. Rejection by the tribe was a death sentence. That wiring still exists today, though the threats have changed. A harsh comment, a cold glance, a social media post. These ignite the same ancient circuits that once responded to predators in the dark. Most people spend their entire lives here, trapped between survival instincts and emotional turbulence. Decisions are reactions, not choices. Relationships turn into battlegrounds of unmet needs and unspoken fears. Identity forms around these patterns until the emotional self feels like the only self there is. The tragedy is that it feels normal. The daily anxiety, the constant desire for more, the quiet fear of losing what little security we've built. It all feels like the human condition. Few realize it's just the first layers of consciousness, designed for survival, not fulfillment. Recognizing this is the first shift. Noticing how often actions are driven by fear of loss, by the need for validation, by unconscious emotional loops. This is the crack in the wall.
Living for the group rather than yourself. I think there's also like, yeah, there's a psychological and I think also societal need for us to want to be accepted just so we function as a species because we do rely on each other, but not to the point where you let that control your entire life. And that's the only way you ever think is like, how would this be perceived?
Because until it's seen, it can't be escaped. But beyond this reactive world lies something radically different, a form of consciousness that doesn't just react, but reasons, analyzes, and questions. Many believe this is where true freedom begins, yet even reason holds its own invisible trap. Breaking free from emotional survival feels like awakening. For the first time, the mind steps back, observes, and reasons. Logic replaces reaction. Emotions no longer rule every decision. This is the rise of rational and intellectual consciousness, a powerful leap, but one that carries its own invisible limits. Here, the human brain refines its greatest tool, abstract thinking. Language becomes precise. Science offers answers. Patterns are recognized. Systems built. For the first time, humans don't just feel their way through life. They analyze it. The world is dissected into categories, cause and effect, structures to be understood and ideally controlled.
When do you think they started doing that historically? Like, when do you think the first humans were that actually were, like, testing things out? Because we've been around for 300,000. Homo sapiens have been around for, like, almost 300,000 years. Not Rome. Way, way before Rome. Like, when they were built, dude, they had fucking architects in ancient Egypt. Even before then. I feel like it had to be, like, maybe the earliest society where they fully started being able to have an... I think once we had an abundance, no, this is it. Once we figured out how to have an abundance of necessities, or an abundance of things that fill our necessities, like instead of having to hunt and gather, we have too much food. This food will rot. We've made so much food. That's when trade starts. But right on that line, where they start figuring shit out, they're testing how to grow crops. They're figuring out how to like replicate things. When we turned Minecraft into fucking creative is when I think we developed a higher level of consciousness as a species, not an individual, right? I think the second level of consciousness intertwines with like societal thinking and how everyday functioning works, which is why it's like, you know, up or down on the scale depending. But I think when we were able to manipulate the ground in the world around us, like building buildings, making shacks, manipulating the ground around you rather than living in it, is like, that's when.
Individual identity strengthens. I think, therefore I am, becomes the silent mantra. The mind draws...
Like testing what is and isn't edible. I don't even think they tested that in society. Or not society, in history. I think that was like... It wasn't a test. Maybe once in a while. I think the majority of things they knew to avoid were told to them by their parents because their parents' parents saw somebody die when they ate this berry, right? Like, or they felt sick, right? Maybe they didn't die, but they felt sick. I don't think they purposely were testing it. I think it was accidental. Like, humans had the wherewithal. I think that's not even humans. That's all animals. Like, most animals know and learn how to avoid shit they shouldn't eat. Maybe because it smells bad or it gives them pain, but like they learn, right? That's not like human-based thing. I think the human-based thing is like our ability to then manipulate those things. You know, pick what genes and crops we want to grow. Like, that's been going on for like fucking 10,000 years.
Sharp boundaries between self and other, subject and object, achievements, titles, beliefs. These become the new source of...
Who discovered you could kill a cow and eat it? No one. Is that a genuine question? That's genetic. That is you and your will telling you. All your physical body wants you to do is eat shit, sleep, drink water, and have a kid before you die. That is your genes, okay? That you have been evolutionarily made to live long enough to have a kid, make sure that kid doesn't die, and then die. That's like you're hardwired. So even if you never taught anybody, like, oh, you could eat that cow, if you mind wiped all of the things out of you, right, and just left your genes and the things that you're, I guess, hardwired to do, and we starved you, and then put a cow in front of you, you would attack it. You would immediately, because you're an animal. We're animals at the end of the day.
Security, replacing the tribal fears of the emotional mind with intellectual pride. Modern civilization thrives here. Science,
Yeah, instincts is the better term.
medicine, technology, all products of this stage. The rational mind builds cities, writes constitutions, decodes DNA. It creates meaning through knowledge and progress. In many ways, it rescues humanity.
I wouldn't. Cows are cute. Yeah, you would. I think a lot of people say they could never kill an animal or do a lot of things until they're actually in a moment of dying and like it's either you or them, and people will change.
Humanity from the chaos of emotional reactivity. Yet, hidden within this leap forward is another trap, the illusion of arrival. The mind begins...
Like Squid Games. Like when we were talking about Squid Games, I would never play hide and seek. I would always be a hider. I would never want to be a seeker. Yeah, your bitch ass would want to be a seeker. Your bitch ass would want to be a seeker. When you're fucking 5 games in and you've witnessed 200 people fucking die before your eyes and probably contributed to the deaths of 5 of them, your ass is going to pick the knife because you'd rather be in power than not. That's also a human innate, or like an instinct, right? Having power equals safety in life to then reproduce and die, right? So like power's also like, I think, another thing that's involved with human emotions that's just wired into you. Like, have you ever seen walruses fight? Like, they want power. Like, they want to be the top male that reproduces with all the females, right? They want to do that shit. I don't think it's to the extent where it's like subterranean debt. I think like Andrew Tate and those guys like bring that shit too far. Like the alpha male mentality. I'm not saying that. I just think like all humans in general want some level of control of their own life, and that brings that, right? You have control if you have the knife in Squid Games. You have no control if you're the hider. You got to pick where you hide, but you're vulnerable. People don't like being vulnerable.
To believe that reason is the summit of consciousness, that logic is freedom, that knowing enough will finally quiet the restless heart. Neuroscience reveals why this feels so convincing. The brain's default mode network, the same system responsible for self-referential thinking, grows more active. The individual self solidifies. Thoughts spiral around identity, status, and future plans. Reflection turns into rumination. Intelligence becomes armor, separating the mind from the very world it seeks to understand. And here's the quiet truth. If you're here watching this channel, you've likely already crossed into this stage. The need to question, analyze, and seek deeper frameworks.
I end up saying that in my Sonder video. I think everybody that's still here fucking 16, 15 minutes into the video is not a philosophical zombie. Or I think the people that are philosophical zombies would never click this video. They'd never stay this long into the stream. right? Like, if you're not immediately just turned off and like, I don't care, then that shows some level of interest or, I guess, you know, concern of the topic.
What pulls people beyond emotional consciousness into the intellectual realm. Hitting that like button now is more than support. It's a marker that you recognize yourself on this path. But even this level has its ceiling.
No, but I've reached a higher level of consciousness where I'm going to resist that, and I'm not going to like the video.
Rational mind excels at solving problems,
I will like the video. I'm watching it.
but struggles with questions it cannot answer. Why we suffer.
He got me.
What death means. Where consciousness truly begins and ends. Philosophy, psychology, and existential science all press against the same wall. No matter how sharp the intellect, it cannot reason its way beyond itself.
I mean, dude, the first philosophers were fucking rich guys that had endless time on their hands. I think we reach higher and higher levels of consciousness when you have more free time. Because when you're not focused, I think that's just also an inadvertent level of consciousness gained, is we were smart enough to be efficient enough to get food, which gave us, you know, a higher level of consciousness because we had a surplus. We didn't have to rely on those needs, so we had time to think about other things. And then on an extreme level, if you're like a fucking rich kid, right, you're a Nepo baby in ancient Greece, you know, you become an intellect, and now you just get, you know, fucking hyped up because all you do is think.
And so the trap tightens. Intellectual mastery
Fix
feels
your
like
hair.
power,
I need to get a fucking haircut.
but it quietly reinforces the ego. It sharpens the boundaries between self and world, locking the individual into the belief that thinking is being. Many who arrive here stop climbing. They build careers, identities, and entire lives on knowledge and skepticism. Mystery becomes uncomfortable. Vulnerability.
Motherfucker, now you have me focused on my hair. I'm leaving it.
Looks weak. The heart takes a back seat. Emotions are analyzed rather than felt. Connection is conditional, based on shared ideas rather than shared being. But beyond this level, another shift waits, one that no amount of reasoning can force. A space where the mind begins to loosen its grip, where empathy softens the walls of the self, and consciousness turns not inward, but outward. There comes a point where intellect exhausts itself. The search for answers turns hollow, and knowledge no longer satisfies. What rises next isn't sharper thinking, but a shift in perception, a softening of the boundaries that once seemed absolute. This is where consciousness moves from the mind into the heart, a state where empathy is no longer a virtue to practice, but a natural response to feeling deeply connected to others. Judgment fades. Compassion replaces calculation. Instead of seeing people as ideas or roles, they are recognized as reflections of the same essential experience. Heart-centered consciousness changes everything. Suffering stops being someone else's problem. Success loses its meaning if it leaves others behind. Decisions begin flowing from connection.
I mean, he's explaining Sonder now, and then it's also just like, not even utilitarianism and the idea that everybody is like, what's better for the whole, but you're recognizing that everybody is their own individual that needs and has some level of processing.
Success loses its meaning if it leaves others behind. Decisions begin flowing from connection rather than self-interest. Spiritual traditions often describe this as the true beginning of awakening, not the gathering of knowledge, but the dissolving of walls. For many, this shift feels like coming home after a long journey through noise and ambition. It marks the end of isolation and the start of belonging, not to a group or belief system, but to life itself. Beyond the heart, an even rarer expansion unfolds, cosmic consciousness. Here, the sense of separation that has shaped every prior stage begins to collapse. The world no longer appears as a collection of objects, but as a unified field of experience. There is no outside, no other, only consciousness, aware of itself through countless forms. Psychologists who've studied mystical states describe common traits: loss of ego boundaries, overwhelming peace, and a profound sense of being part of something infinitely vast yet deeply intimate. Brain scans of advanced meditators show the default mode network quieting.
I mean, he really sounds like he's kind of describing people that have, like, you know, found themselves in nirvana. Like, this seems like you've become, you know, meditating through meditation or just life in general, you've become like not a god, but you've become non-human. You look beyond the individual in a physical sense in all ways,
Signaling a rare freedom from the constant hum of self-reference. In these moments, there is nothing to achieve. No
like a higher form. I don't know, like maybe the best form of yourself where you're like a very caring individual, but you also recognize like that not we're in a simulation, but like life isn't as it is, you know, normally perceived for the majority of your life.
Identity to protect.
I don't know if I'm making any sense. Somebody said you missed your bets. Big for the sub CFC for the 3. You've helped me so much recently. You made my life enjoyable. Appreciate everything you do. Thank you. That, Jackson, Dev, and Cappy for the sub CFC, and JJ for the sub Tori. Thank you for the 3. Been a long time viewer. Watched since 2020. Thank you for that. Currently recovered of heart-related injury. I watch the streams often. Female viewer. I really love it when Brooke's on stream. Tell her I said hello and that your female viewers absolutely adore her. Keep being an awesome guy. Have a great week. Thank you. And I actually really want to bring Brooke on stream soon. She hasn't been on stream in a while, but I'll let her know. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Cameron Anonymous for the sub Sav, and Camo for the sub, Espessa for the sub, Rookie for the 3. They test that possum Zola for the 3. I feel like when somebody was able to practice one thing to help out a group of people is when we started getting smarter, I think. What? Humans always lived in packs, though. We're not individual creatures. Like, what's an animal that lives alone? Like eagles? No, but they even find partners. What are like, what's like an animal that lives alone? Tigers. Tigers are like panthers. Stuff like that. Maybe like, there's certain creatures that are like solo dwelling. They're lone wolves, if you will. But humans have always been together. I think it's when there was, you know, like a certain group. I think it's when groups interacted with each other is when it really started. But even then, like early civilizations prior to language, certain groups of human had territories, kind of like gangs or mafias would, like mafia families. Like they had their own territory that they would roam. They wouldn't interact with each other to not have disputes as much. And then slowly when they started to trade and intertwine in a non-aggressive way is when society sparked. Ven for the sub, not for the 28. Spam watch your videos all the time, so I might as well give you an hour of my wage. Well, thank you for the fucking $28, but you do not need to give me the fucking money, man. I appreciate that. Links, thank you for the 3. Would you ever consider doing a charity stream for Trevor Project? I have in the past. I've done one for Trevor Project. I'd definitely be down to do another one, though. Broccoli for the sub. Thomas for the sub. Patrick, thank you for the 5. Excited to watch you streaming live videos and streams. Thank you. Dusty and Blocky for the sub. Dolo for the 3. But I already have 2 planned for charity streams. F Cancer, and then for September 7th, something with 988 for a big suicide prevention awareness stream. People don't think about the fundamental things by themselves. I feel like they get it from other people. They don't try to find it themselves. Well, yeah, that's just a normal thing. I think that's what you grow out of to not be a philosophical zombie as well. Like, it's not bad to believe what your parents think or, you know, believe in religiously or politically. It's more so the idea of getting out of that or, like, you know, finding that path yourself is the better way that I could describe it. Because there's a lot of people that religiously or politically were born into a religion, ended up questioning it and returning to it. And that's fine. That's not like, I'm not saying you always have to rebel against your parents, right? But I think there's a difference in consciousness from people that always believe what their parents have told them and raised them upon, never questioning it, versus somebody that's questioned at it and either left it or arrived at the same opinion or belief, just stronger. Snorp Ninja, not for the sub. The Q-Man, thank you for the 5 gifts. It's Jonah for the 1,000 biddies. MX Taylor, this weekend, you all should game together again? Dude, I would love to. And my girlfriend loves your videos. Thank you. Not Endimation and OG for the sub CFC, for the sub Florian, for the sub Tap. Thank you for the 3. Have you heard of Lifespan Escape Velocity? Very interesting. If you haven't, you should look it up. Not right now. I need to get back to the video. But now you piqued my curiosity, motherfucker. Lifespan Escape Velocity. A hypothetical point where advancements in medicine and technology increase a person's life expectancy by more than 1 year for every year that it passes. Oh, like we keep getting more and more advanced to where, what, people just don't die? I don't think we will ever reach that point. I think humans have a hard capped, until we literally mutate our genetics to somehow make it so our telomeres don't shorten or we don't have mutations. Like, you have a hard cap on your life. You know, you're never going to live to 250. Like, you're going to die. Like, there might be one person in chat that lives to like 120. But you know, realistically, the majority of us will die between 60 and 85. Maybe with modern medicine advancements, you know, 30, 40 years down the line from now, the average person in this chat will die between 75 and 90. But it's not going to get to the point where, like, we all just, the average human just starts living to like 138, you know. Maybe decades from now, but or like a century from now, where they're advanced to the point where kids born in like, you know, 3025, 1,000 years from now, are able to live that long to where they could just basically be immortal, maybe, but we're not there, which does piss me off. I think about that, how I'm gonna die, and there is potentially a descendant of me, if I have a child, that, you know, my great down the line 1,000 years, that kid would live like 300 years hooked up to machines. I'd be like, fuck you, you fucking dickhead. You got it better than me. But we have it the best that any of our ancestors have ever had it. Medically. Depending on, obviously, what country you live in, what struggles you're having. That's not necessarily true. But I'm saying, like, you now, all the humans now are living at a more advanced state with longer average lifespans. The average human is doing better than the average human before it and the average human before it. Like, this is the best it'll get for you. Ty for the sub, dead for the 3. Thoughts on playing Clash Royale on stream for a random game day? Not today. I don't know when. Maybe. I don't know. Koof and Nugs for the sub. Not talking about that right now, man. I'm sorry. All right, lock in. Not for the 3. Watch your videos to go to sleep. Thank you.
Time dissolves. Space holds no distance. The universe feels alive, conscious, and interconnected. And for the first time, the mind stops searching because there is nowhere left to go. Some traditions speak of a final stage, non-dual consciousness, a state where even the distinction between self and universe disappears. Awareness remains, but without a center. There is no observer, only observation. No experiencer, only experience. This isn't a blissful escape or a reward for good behavior. It is the quiet, unsettling realization that the self was never more than a passing thought. The entire structure of identity, memories, desires, fear. Words struggle to hold this. Descriptions fall short because language belongs to the world of separation. Non-dual consciousness is not an altered
The biggest
state.
thing that fucks me up, I gotta rewind after this because I was just thinking about this. Humans are so obsessed with advancement, right? Discovery, understanding things. Like, what if we hit a cap, you know? What if the worst thing that could happen for civilization is we can't advance? I don't think that will happen, but I think there's a world where the advancements are so slow that they're, like, minuscule. Realistically, I think with the advancements of AI and, like, technology, I think we're going to probably scale faster. But we need that to a degree, right? I understand. I think AI is a big controversy right now. And I think AI art is a big problem. But, like, we as a species do need to keep getting bigger, better, and newer things and find more advancements. Otherwise, there's no goal to strive towards, you know? I think, obviously, sometimes, especially the United States, is focused on a mile ahead when we're not looking 10 feet in front of us and we're not thinking about the problems that we have in our own society. And I think a lot of countries do that as well, with war, poverty, lack of jobs, inflation rates, you know, disease, discrimination. Like, there's a lot of issues that are current that we don't think about. But I think you also need current and, like, the distant goals of, like, we want to get to Mars, right? Because as a human species, there has to be some level of, like, at some point, even when we're all dead, there will be one of our kids will fucking get out of this goddamn solar system and, like, go see what the fucking universe is about.
It is what remains when all states fall away. Few reach this level, but its existence changes the path for everyone who senses it. Because once the possibility is known, the old games of status, survival, and certainty lose their grip. What once felt like the peak reveals itself as a stepping stone. There is no map beyond this point. No techniques, no steps to follow. Only the quiet pull toward what has always been here, waiting beneath the noise. There's one truth rarely spoken on the journey through consciousness. Reaching higher states doesn't mean you stay there. These moments of awakening, whether through meditation, psychedelics...
Yeah, they're only momentary. I think the best way that I could describe it is, like, really... when you explain something and you say it and then you really feel it. Like, you could have a realization in one moment in your life, and it really hits you. And then the next time you think about it, it's like there's no umph, right? You're just like, yeah, I'm going to die one day. But then, like, there's going to be moments in your life where things will hit, and, you know, then they won't for a while. And then you'll hit that level of consciousness, and you'll have a better understanding of the universe. And in that moment, you feel more fulfilled than you've ever felt, but it'll diminish, and then you won't have it for a while, right? It's hard. It's like you're chasing it.
Or a sudden shift in perception feel permanent when they arrive. Boundaries dissolve. Everything makes sense. But the mind, the body...
The realization you're never going to be a kid again, I think that's a feeling. Like an aging. Like, oh, fuck. When you look back. Like, if you've ever looked back at an old picture of yourself, sometimes you'll have that realization. You'll be like, damn, man, it's been 10 years? Fuck. Like, and then it'll hit you.
Body and the world have a way of pulling us back.
And then you start thinking about a lot of different things in a more meaningful way. Even if it's the same thoughts, the thoughts have a better resonation in your brain.
Life keeps moving.
Or resonate better.
Bills still come due. Arguments still happen. Old wounds resurface. And slowly, without noticing, it's easy to slip from unity back into...
Yeah, I don't think that somebody said nostalgia. I don't think nostalgia brings that inner consciousness out, but I think nostalgia gives you that same feeling that having a realization does. Am I wrong on that? I feel like when you have... Dude, my hair looks fucking ass. When you have that fucking realization, dude, it literally looks like I'm wearing a fucking wig. Anyways, as I was saying, what the fuck was I saying? I got distracted. What was I saying? Oh, nostalgia gives you that same feeling, but not to like the gravity or, you know, I guess deep thought that, you know, thinking about morality, life, death, the afterlife, the universe, how big everything is, how small you are, nihilism, like all those like fucking crazy thoughts humans have of like, wow, man, like I'm an ant on a fucking planet in a vast ocean of trillions of other fucking, you know, stars.
The separation from spaciousness back into survival. This is the nature of consciousness. It cycles. Expansion, contraction, clarity, forgetting. No stage is guaranteed, no level permanent, and this is where the most subtle trap waits. Many who've glimpsed the heights start mistaking the memory of transcendence for the thing itself. They wear their spiritual experience like armor, convinced they've risen above the human condition. Words like detachment, oneness, or enlightenment become shields, not truths. The ego reforms, this time dressed in spiritual language. It's called bypassing for a reason. Instead of facing the hard, humbling work of integration, the mind floats above it, avoiding grief, ignoring anger, masking judgment behind a thin smile. But real transcendence doesn't reject the lower levels. It circles back through them, again and again. The difference is how you move when you return. Do you react from fear or respond with awareness? Do you meet life with control or with presence? The measure of growth isn't how long you can stay floating in cosmic peace. It's how, honestly, you meet the moments that drag you back down. Can you carry the memory of unity into conflict, into loss, into the quiet routines that once felt meaningless? That's the real work, letting expansion touch the places you'd rather avoid. Staying open not just when it's easy, but when everything in you wants to close. No mystical experience, no philosophy, no practice makes you...
Yo, throw it in sub only. Just keep it in sub only the rest of this video. Trey, CJ, Jonah, and Daniel for the sub. Bomb for the 5. Super and Soul for the sub. Chat, we're watching a philosophy video. Everybody's fucking brain rot. So annoying. Not for the 3. I'll watch your YouTube videos to go to sleep. I already read that.
Immune to being human. And that's not a flaw. It's the design. Consciousness isn't a straight climb. It's a spiral. A return, each time seeing a little more clearly, carrying a little more light. Somewhere along this path, it becomes clear. Consciousness was never about reaching a final destination. There's no peak to claim, no ultimate level where everything locks into place. The mind wants that certainty. But what actually unfolds is far more alive and far less predictable. We rise, we fall, we open, then close.
I kind of hate how, like, poetic he's trying to be. We rise, we fall, we open, we close. The unity, the emotion. I'm like, bro, just fucking say what you're trying to say. This is like the philosophy shit I hate fucking reading, man. I'm sorry. That's why I like philosophers that just say what they're fucking thinking. I feel like I'm trying to fucking interpret what the hell he's saying the whole time. It's AI. The voice is AI, but the fucking writing's not.
Some days feel expansive, limitless. Others shrink until the world seems small again. None of it is failure. None of it is proof you're lost. It's just the current moving through you. And maybe that's the point. Growth isn't measured by how high you climb, but by how deeply you're willing to return. To meet every layer of yourself. Yes, even the ones you swore you'd outgrown. With presence instead of...
Yeah, I think when he was talking, what this fucking thing was talking about with people that feel enlightened, like people that call themselves enlightened or say that they have a better understanding of the world are dumbasses, right? Those people, if you say you're enlightened, you're not enlightened. That's like the same shit as being like, I'm humble, right? Like I'll say like I have to try to be humble, right? But, like, if you're like, I'm a humble-ass motherfucker, like, that's the exact, like, you're literally contradicting yourself. Like, saying you're enlightened means you're not. Like, there's a difference. There's people that have higher levels of consciousness, and you're going to find it, and you're going to lose it. But you just got to fucking search for it, you know? And it's a lifelong thing. You're never going to fully understand the world around you, but all you can do is really try. And I think that's basically the idea is if you're trying to understand everything around you, not in a measure or not in a way that like, you know, fucking destroys you with stress and anxiety, but a way that's, you know, curious and I guess innovative, then you're able to just fucking achieve that slowly, but you're never going to fully understand it. Refund the push-ups. Stop doing, like, what are we doing? No, not doing push-ups. That and Ploppy for the sub, Daniel for the sub, Jonah for the sub. Mid-philosophy video. I'm sorry, bro. Not the time.
Resistance. Because every time you return, you carry something new.
Refund it.
A little more awareness. A little less fear, and slowly, almost without noticing.
What if you say that you like to stay humble? You could say that, but there's a difference between like bragging about being humble and being like, I don't know, like, I keep saying the word like, it's fucking pissing me off. But if you sit there and you brag about how you're chill, you're not really chill. If you introduce yourself as a chill guy, you're probably not a chill guy. That's like the most calm way to describe it in terms of consciousness too. If you're like, yeah, I'm like really higher than everybody else, I'd be like, no, you're not. Like that's the most low level fucking smooth brain thing to say is that you're a genius. Yeah, I'm a really chill dude. No, you're not.
The shape of your life begins to change. The walls feel thinner. The stories you once believed lose their weight.
It's not a title you give yourself. Yeah, I think that's what I would say. It's the same thing with, it's like, you don't say you're smart, you know? I'm really smart. You don't say that. People say you're smart. If you say you're smart, you're probably not smart. You could be like, because that's what, no, literally. If you're like the smartest motherfucker in the world, and people are like, are you smart? You'd probably be like, yeah, I'm above average intelligence. Yeah, no, I think I'm pretty good at certain things. You would kind of not answer the question because it's a dickhead thing to do. Like, there are really smart people that are cocky and narcissistic, but those people are usually not as smart as the smartest because they still have no fucking individual awareness.
There's more room for silence, for connection. For whatever this strange and beautiful experience really is. That's the pull of this work, not toward perfection, but toward something far more human and far more real.
That was a good video. Phoenix and Luke over the sub. I just didn't like the fucking poetic ramblings at the end there. All right, let's do a different one outside of this George Orwell one. I gotta fucking piss real quick, though. Next for the 3. Sorry for the long spiel. 10 years since I graduated grade 5. I don't really care about this, but I often find myself looking at pictures and wondering what those people are up to now with social media. I could easily figure that out. It's not the same as seeing them every single day for almost 6 years straight. It's a weird thing to think about, I know. Not really. I mean, wondering, like, that's why high school reunions are a thing. You know? Like, you have those things because people are curious. Like, hey, where was Bob? I haven't seen that motherfucker in 10 years. So you fucking catch up, right? Because they're people in your, like, childhood have a more meaningful impact on the road of your life than, like, you know, somebody you meet when you're 75. Not always, right? A lot of the meaningful people in your life you're actually going to get to know in your 20s and 30s, comparable to your childhood. But people in your childhood you will forget about, and you'll be like, wow, that person mattered so much to me, you know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, but I don't interact with them at all anymore. That's not abnormal. Phoenix and Sammy for the sub. All right, counting down 30 seconds. Sorry. All right. What video do we want to fucking watch now? Ugh. This thought experiment reveals your hidden moral beliefs.
Present to you a mind-bending.
This seems interesting enough. Sammy and Wera for the sub. If it sucks, we'll skip it.
Could a single number capture your moral instincts? Today I'm going to present to you a mind-bending thought experiment that I promise you've never heard before because I made it up. I call it the cactus crossing conundrum. And your answer to this puzzle says a lot about what moral tribe you secretly belong to. So let's dive in.
Moral tribe.
Picture two villages.
I will say I think people try to categorize them, not in the moral sense, right? But like politically, I think people try to categorize themselves so much more than an individual, case-to-case basis on topic. I think people care so much where it's like, and I know this is like the biggest middle ground thing to say. And whenever you hear somebody say this, you're like, oh, you're conservative, just trying to be chill, right? But like, because that's really what a lot of people that say that, like, oh, I'm just middle ground, man. Why do we put labels on everything? They're just trying not to pick sides, right? And I understand that, but I think there is some value in that statement where it's like, that political compass test. Everybody's taken that test. Even if you haven't, at some point you're going to take it, be like, where am I? Because you're going to want to know. But it doesn't fucking matter, right? It's like what you think about individual topics is what matters. How you think about society and people versus like, yeah, I'm a liberal. I'm a social democrat on the fucking political compass test. But I'm not going to sit there and be like, yeah, I actually fall into the social democrat category. No, I'll just tell you what I think about certain things. I tend to believe and understand topics in a similar way to people that fit in that same category. But that doesn't mean that I'm ever going to agree with that person to my right that is in the same category, right? Just because I'm leftist doesn't mean I'm going to agree with every single liberal in the fucking world. But I think it teaches people that, like, if a lot of conservatives believe something, if a lot of liberals believe something, you have to believe it too. And that's why I think the party and politics in general has gotten so divisive, because it's about like electing people for individual status and party rather than, you actually caring about your individuality and people. So that's why I don't want to say like that. That's a side rant, but I don't think there's like moral groups. I think it's easier to define people on moral beliefs in more subset groups than politics, because politics is very intricate and involves morality, whereas morality itself could just be like, you're a utilitarian,
that are a mere...
like you could encompass your moral beliefs just to that. Whatever affects the most people in the best way or hurts the least people is what I like.
5-minute walk apart. Smallville has a... So let's dive in. Picture two villages that are a mere 5-minute walk apart. Smallville has 100 people in it. Largeford has 200 people, double the population of Smallville. Once
a nuclear bomb's gonna hit one of them, you have to choose Smallville. Is this gonna be the...
Per month, everyone must meet at the same time in one of the two villages in order to enact an ancient ritual. That means that once a month, all the people from Smallville must walk to Largeford, or all the people of Largeford must walk to Smallville. If they skip the ritual, boom, a Lovecraftian monster.
Is he going to say where should they have to go? I think they should switch it every year. I think that's fair. Do the people from Smallville have to walk to Large every year, or do the people from Large have to walk to Small? How do you have the arrangements there? I would say every year you hold it in a different place.
Well, boom, a Lovecraftian.
Or the Large one. There's never a scenario where Largeville goes to Smallville. Oh, Largeville goes to Smallville because you have to support a small economy.
Monster wake.
Some fucking dickhead just said. Well, actually, it would boost their local economy, which actually might increase their population size to the effect that they might be able to actually match Largeville at some point.
From its slumber and the world ends. But there's a catch. The only path between the two villages goes through a dense patch of poisonous cactuses.
Oh.
Everyone who crosses gets poisoned. The poison isn't deadly, but it's very painful for about an hour. Now here's the twist.
Okay, well then all the Smallville people have to do it. Now you're adding pain. Now less, because more people are gonna get hurt going to the other one. But then all these people are always gonna get hurt. Fuck, man.
Due to genetic differences, the pain from the poison is 3 times greater for the...
Oh, you can't be throwing these curveballs. The 100 people experience 3 times as much pain. Oh my God.
Smallville folks than the Largeford ones.
All right, then I would say that the Largeville people have to go there 2 times for every Smallville's 1 time.
For ones. Here's
because they have more people, but it hurts less. But they don't have to go every time.
the big question for you to consider. From an ethical point of view, in what percentage of months should the people of Smallville be the ones?
12 months out of the year, I think 4 of the months the Smallville have to make that fucking cross, bitch. You're going to get pricked by that fucking cactus, and it's going to hurt, okay? But the other times, the Largeville people will go because, yes, there's more of them. More people are having pain, but it's much less pain, right? It'd be like giving 100 people paper cuts versus cutting a guy's hand off. No, it's not that. It'd be like giving 10,000 people paper cuts versus cutting a guy's hand off.
To walk across the cactus patch, rather than having the people of Largeford walk. Should the Smallvillians...
No, that's a really bad example. Wipe from the board what I just said, because 3 times pain versus 1 times pain, no, that's...
walk
Never
0%
mind.
of month, 25%,
It'd be like cutting 1 finger off versus 3.
40%, 50%, 100% of the months? You may want to pause this video now and take a couple minutes to ponder your answer. Then I'll break down for you the different solutions to this puzzle. Your first instinct...
I mean, I need to know how painful it is for the large people, okay? I get pricked by a cactus, yeah, it poisons me. Am I violently throwing up and, like, I'm gonna die pain, or is it not that bad? Nugs, thank you for the 50 fucking gifteds. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the 50 gifteds. Nugs _ pieces. Thank you for the fucking subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the 50 gifteds. Beast Run for the sub. Very for the 5. Figured out how to send messages to the best. Love your videos. Doom scroll all your YouTube videos. This is the first stream I've been able to catch. I wanted to show you and chat appreciation. Well, thank you. And thank you for the biddies and thank you for the gifteds. You guys are awesome and you brighten my day. Dude, you're awesome as well. Thank you for the fucking bits subs. Thank you for the support to the channel in general. Thank you for watching my content. Nugs, thank you for the 50 fucking gifteds. Alfie, thank you for the 3. You're the smartest guy ever, right? I am not the smartest guy ever. 16, no idea what I want to do when I'm older. What advice could you give me? I'm not going to tell you, man. You just gotta test things out, figure out what you want to do. Your life decisions is what you want to do with your life. I'm not going to give you advice on. VX for the sub.
Your first instinct may have been to think, well, suffering is bad, so we should try to produce as little suffering as possible by minimizing total suffering. In a few minutes...
Yeah, but then I'd fucking resent those small fucking town people. I'd fucking be pissed at them. If every year I had to go get pricked by the pears, or not the pears, the cacti, and I was like, oh, you're never going to do it because it hurts more?
We'll question whether this is the right approach. But for now, let's see what happens when our goal is to minimize the total amount of suffering. When one person from Largeford walks across the cactus patch to Smallville and then back home again, let's define the pain they feel to be 1 unit of pain. That means that...
Oh my God, but it's 6. It's 6 units of pain for a small pop. Oh my God. Or they could stop being idiots and wear pants.
Each time the people from Largeford are the ones to cross, because there are 200 people, it produces 200 total units of pain. What about when the Smallvillians are the ones to cross? Well, there are only 100 of them, But as we know, they each feel 3 times more pain from crossing the cactuses. So, whenever the people of Smallville are the ones to cross, there are 300 total units of pain. 100 people times 3 units of pain each. So, how do we minimize suffering? Well, since there are 300 total units of pain when Smallville is forced to cross, but only 200 total units of pain when Larchford has to cross, that means that suffering is minimized if Smallville crosses 0% of the time.
I ain't doing that shit, though. That'd be a, well, I mean, if I was a Smallville person, even if I was a Smallville person, I'd feel bad, right? Like, you have to do a meeting and your friend lives in fucking, every year he has to go get fucking poisoned because it just hurt more for you.
That's our first answer to the puzzle. Smallville should cross 0% of the time.
It would be the least amount of pain. That is technically the mathematical utilitarian answer.
That minimizes total suffering. This is what, in moral philosophy,
there we go. Oh, there he is. There's his bald head.
Is known
Look at him. Who is that? I don't know. I don't know who invented utilitarianism.
as the utilitarian solution. It maximizes
Hey, you have a philosophy degree and you don't know that? Yeah, I don't fucking know that.
the total sum of utility for all people. But is this the right answer? Well, some would say
now
no.
I need to know. Now it's going to kill me if I don't look it up. Who invented utilitarianism? Chat, guesses? Chat, any guesses out here? Oh, Bruno Mars. Oh, Dwayne Johnson. Oh, it's Jeremy Bentham. I've definitely heard that.
Because it certainly doesn't seem fair. If Smallville crosses 0% of the time, then the people of Larchford get all the suffering. Shouldn't the suffering be shared between the two groups? This thinking leads to our second proposed solution, a solution that seems much more fair.
Make the groups share, no, not 50-50.
Each group should walk 50% of the time.
No, that's stupid. That's dumb. I think the best, chat, okay, is my method stupid? I think you have the equal units of pain on both sides. Like, I would go, if I feel 1 unit of pain, you feel 3, I should go 3 times as much as you. But you should still go. We shouldn't do 50-50.
That also means that each person walks 50% of the time. What could be more fair than that? But is it actually fair if each group walks half the time? After all, the groups are not equal to each other. And for some people, crossing the cactus patch is a lot worse than for others. Wouldn't it be fairer if rather than saying each group has to walk half the time, instead we say that each group has to bear half of the suffering? Let's work out what that would mean.
Yeah. I fuck with that. That's the best one.
Suppose that the people of Smallville had to walk 40% of the
Not 40. If 40-60 is mathematically what it is, then yeah, run that.
with Larchford residents walking 60%. Then, on average per walk, the pain experienced by Larchford residents would be 200 people times walking a fraction of 0.6 of the time times 1 unit of pain per person, which equals 120 units of pain. Whereas, on average per walk, the total pain for Smallvillians would be 100 people times walking a fraction of 0.4 of the time times 3 units of pain per person equals 120 units of pain.
That's fair. I rock with that. I'd still be a little, I wouldn't be mad if I was from Largeville. I'd be a little annoyed if I was from Smallville, though. I'd be like, damn, you're still going to make me walk there for fucking 40% of the time?
That's the same number we got for the total pain experience per walk by Larchford residents.
I still have to go there like 5 months.
That means if the Smallvillians walk 40% of the time, then each of the two groups experiences the same total amount of pain. Therefore, we have our third solution. That seems fairer than our prior solution, where small...
I don't know. The only other thing that I would say that you have to factor in is even if they feel the same units of pain, wouldn't you rather have pain be dispersed? Like misery, pain, sadness, dispersed is better. I'd rather feel a little sad 5 days than really sad 1 day. Play the fucking video. Shut your bitch ass up. Anyways, I'm saying, like, what's something that, okay, getting hit in the shin with a scooter. What's something that's 3 times as painful as that? I don't know. What, like, getting hit in the shin with a scooter somebody whacking you in the shin with a baseball bat. It would be like gunshot, amputation. Okay, death, no. Stub toe, hit by a car. Maybe getting kicked in the balls. Like, whatever's 3 times as painful. Say breaking your arm. I gotta break my arm. I break my arm, that's 1 unit of pain. I fucking shatter your fist. I break all your fingers. Pull your fucking fingernails out. That's 3 times as painful, right? If you had to do that once, that's still worse than me having to do my thing 3 times. Because mine's dispersed, whatever that pain meter is. Like, if I punch a wall and it hurts, that's 1 level of pain. I have to punch it 3 times as hard and it's going to hurt 3 times as much. Oh, fuck no.
Villains walk 50% of the time because now each of the 2 groups bears the same burden. But wait, is this new solution actually fair? Is both groups experiencing the same amount of suffering what determines fairness? Shouldn't fairness be determined by what each person experiences, rather than what each group experiences? Why should it matter which group a person is a member of? Shouldn't each person bear an equal responsibility, not each group? Consider what happens when the people from Smallville have to walk 25% of the time and the people from Larchford walk 75%. Then, the total suffering experienced by each Larchford resident would be 1 unit of pain when they walk, pain per 3 units of pain 9 units of the time, then each...
What? I'm skipping through his shit. He's fucking saying the same... Dude, he's doing it like he's from Sal from fucking Khan Academy. 1 unit of pain times 9 out of 12 months equals 9 units of pain per person. All right, you don't got to lay it out for me. I'll just fucking fast forward and pause it. I'm confused now. I want to read through this. They still have 1 unit of pain. They walk 3 out of the 12 months. Yeah, that makes sense to me because that's based on each person versus the fraction of the months. Each person is experiencing that amount of pain.
Person from both...
That seems more fair to me. Where it's like 3 times as painful, I'd be like, fuck, dude.
...villages experiences the exact same total amount of...
Because even if you're going 40%, it's 3 times as painful. So it's still way worse.
Pain. So this means we found our 4th solution. If what we care about is not minimizing total suffering, and not each group having the same total amount of suffering, but instead having each person share the burden equally, then small billions would walk 25% of the time, not 40%.
I think some people would disagree with that. I think most people would probably want the 40-60. I would be fine with 25-75.
Or 50%, or 0%. But some people would object to all the solutions so far on the grounds that they aren't respecting people's choices. Shouldn't people get to choose? There are multiple ways to let people choose.
Then don't let their bitch ass go to the meeting. You can't get it that complicated in a philosophical question here. Oh, shouldn't people be able to choose? Yeah, but I mean, this is a scenario where it's like they're walking past a fucking a cactus patch.
But let's first consider the simplest way, giving each person an equal chance to choose. So there are 300 total people, so let's say at the end of every ritual, a random number is drawn to determine which of the 300 people gets to choose which group walks the following month. If we do that, then presumably whoever is selected will likely decide to have the other village walk next month, since that prevents themselves and their loved ones in their village from having to suffer. If we assume that's what would happen.
No! You think if you had 300 people, chat, that every month 100 people had 3 times pain, 200 people had 1x pain. And every month they spun it, and whoever was chosen had to choose who got the pain. I don't think every time it landed on the 200 people, they'd be like, nah, zap those motherfuckers. Yeah, make them have the pain. No. I think there'd be some months where it's like, damn, they had it 5 times in a row. Maybe we should take it. Maybe we should take this for the team.
Happen, then what's the result? Well,
I will say, I think the 100 people every time would choose the large people. Even if the large people felt the pain like 10 times in a row, I think the people that experience more pain would always inflict that pain among the larger group of less, I guess, concentrated physical pain.
Since there are 200 people in Larchford and only 100 in Smalltown, that means that 66% of the time, someone in Larchford makes the choice. And that means the people of Smalltown walk 66% of the time. This is yet another solution to the problem that we haven't seen before. You may be thinking, though, choosing people at random isn't democratic. The democratic solution is to use voting. So what happens if we let people vote instead? Well, again operating under the assumption that people choose to have the opposite village walk to spare themselves and their loved ones, that means that the Larchford residents vote to have the Smallville people walk. And because there are more Larchford residents than Smallville ones, the Larchford residents...
Unless we gerrymander them out of their own groups. Unless we gerrymander the fucking Largeville people and put them in counties to where their votes don't matter, because we just loop all of them into one, and then now it's actually their vote doesn't matter anymore. We're not going to show it.
win the majority vote every single time. This leads to yet another new solution. Smallville walks 100% of the time. We see that the cactus crossing conundrum has many solutions, each corresponding to a different set of moral ideals. So,
equal personal burden, equal group burden, equal action, random voter, majority vote.
So, what answer do you think is the best one? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
I feel like you got to go equal person burden, equal group burden. Which one are y'all choosing? Majority vote, you're all fucking crazy. That is, if you're like, yeah, you're just going to deal with the pain, bitch. We have the numbers. I think you do 25-75. 25-75. You could even go equal action, and I'd get that. Random voter could make sense in theory if you had some people that were nice and they were just like, yeah, we'll do it. That was a fun fucking video, though. BB, thank you for the 3. But when I got electrocuted, it felt like a thing was inside me. I personally recommended it. It was oddly a pleasant experience. Stop. Eat for the subway, V for the 3. Love your streams. Have a good day. Nugs, thank you for the 5. I have PCS, post-concussion, and now everything doesn't feel the same as before. Your videos bring me back. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, man, but I hope you're okay. I'm sorry that you're fucking dealing with that, dude. Beaver for the sub, F6 for the sub, Luke for the 3, or for the 5. Hey, Joe, going into my senior year in high school, spent the whole summer working 40 hours a week. Your VODs have been carrying. Sapphire, thank you for the 5. What if everybody lived in Largeville, Jesus, but every time a meeting happens, a small portion has to live in Smallville to the next meeting and so on? Yeah, you could do that, but that just ruins the hype. It makes the hypothetical, like, just society where it's like, yeah, sometimes we're going to have a meeting here, sometimes it'll be there. And then at that point, you would just go, well, why don't we cut the cactuses down? Alfie, thank you for the 3. How do you figure out what you wanted to do? Random chance. You just kind of fucking do shit. You want to go one thing. It doesn't work out. You pick up another thing. It works out. You go, I kind of like this. I don't like this. And then you move on from there, you know? Marco and Cool for the sub. Cat and Mariana for the sub. You just got to try shit out. McBug, thank you for the 3. Loon for the sub. Nugs, thank you for the 50. Gift is again, and It's a Beaver for the sub. Chat. We're going to call that there. W fucking stream. About a 4.5 hour stream today. Diode, thank you for the 3. I want to know that Carry the Glass came out with level 2 a few weeks ago. I might go play that then. Send in the game session tab, remind me. But yeah, chat, that was the W stream. Next charity stream, by the way, I want to shout this out before I say my schedule. 28th, so next Thursday, we're going to be doing a big charity stream for F Cancer. Very excited for that. And then we're going to be doing an actually really large event for 988 or suicide prevention awareness. September 7th. I'll be gone the 8th to the 14th of September filming 2 vlogs. Or maybe 1 or 2 vlogs, depends. But yeah, that'll be good. We're posting on the main in the gaming today. Leo, thank you for the 3. Happy birthday, bro. Main in the gaming today. Tomorrow, chat, we're doing a VR day. Bit of a shorter stream tomorrow, like an hour shorter, like 3.5 hours. VR days, I usually just run VR games the whole stream, then we end because it takes like 20 minutes to fucking, you know, fix the whole setup. I don't really want to deal with that. I'd rather just run all the VR games we're going to play for that whole stream. Tuesday, we're going to be doing like a 5-hour, maybe 6-hour random game day. I'll be live at 3. We're going to be doing One Man's Trash, Is the Seat Taken, Schedule 1, random fucking Roblox games, bunch of shit. Horror games on Wednesday at 3. We got Lost Luminosity, Sector 404, Cat Sitter, Time for Bed, Slackjaw, maybe. Got a bunch of horror games. We probably won't even get to them all. Thursday, I'm doing games with the guys. 3 p.m., I'm going to run Paddle with Sneeg. And then we'll be doing Bogo's Bent to the Peak update with the guys. Me, Sneeg, Zusi, and JoJo. Friday, I'm doing Reacts at 3. Saturday, I'm not live. And next Sunday, Reacts. Next Monday, we're going to be starting the school year stream schedule. So 4:30 EST weekdays, 2 p.m. weekends. And we'll run that until, like, winter break. Monica, thank you for the 3. Do a cookie stream, one of Henry's videos. Of one of Henry's videos? What do you mean? Like, do my own, like, spin-off of it? I could. But yeah, Chat, W stream, appreciate y'all. Hope y'all had fun. I had a fun time streaming. Hope you guys had a fun time watching. Thank you to everyone that followed, sub, donor, etc. It was a great stream today. And we'll be doing a lot of gaming this upcoming week. Let's fucking raid. Who do we want to raid?
Dying. Not
We
the
could raid Chris. He's doing the daily Wordle. We'll raid him. But yeah, W stream chat. Appreciate y'all. Hope y'all